Nice little opener there, 1081, 119. So a bit of concern about weather conditions today. They're on a full-on headwind as well. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to look into the distance. You think that's looking a little bit gloomy ahead.
But it is what it is. We'll deal with it as best as we can. So good idea to try and get some early runs in if you can. But yeah, it is going to be one of those days today. But let's. With his Ford, proper little launch there. Now we're going to see Graham straight into the 10s. Looks like he's going to be. Indeed he is. 10.22, 129 no holding back whatsoever there. Barracuda. Going alongside Connor Hall with his Plymouth. And a 10.32, 123, and a 12.59, 105. Neil Francis. So good looking pass from Neil Francis there, goes 12.27 at 108. Proper hard charging launch there for John. 6.21 at the 8th. That's going to be quick. Yep, 9.78, 136 miles an hour. A very, very busy BRKC event. That's a British Rental Karting Championship. Always follow that with great interest. And James does all the commentary and interviews and everything for that, and does a cracking job with that. And also rides bikes in his spare time, driven all sorts of vehicles in many different disciplines over the years. But this is a good release for James, actually, bringing this dragster out. So much history with this vehicle as well. In this Dodge. I don't know who the driver is, unfortunately, but I will try and get hold of an Outlaw Street, a list of people who's here this weekend, and find out more. But that is looking very nice indeed. Very nice, 9.20, 149. Paul goes through 11.14 at 119. So Jason goes through with a 10.94 at 123. Dave Mott, 13.08 at 102. Love the colour scheme. Rolling Gold is the name of the car. 377 cubic inch power. And that is moving along very nicely indeed. Goes 12.86 at 103. The Camaro goes 14.69 at 94. I've got a sneaky suspicion there's a lot more to come from that Camaro. The skin of this car is a 9-second street car. Does not hang about at all. Darren Scannell driving it as always for all it's worth. And actually, you've got two 9-second cars here actually. Darren goes 10.75, 10.56 for Danny. But the stickers have only just come off on the burnout. So Andy Park then Let's have a look at the 8th. 6:58, 104. So that's straight into the 10s for Andy by the looks of it. Yeah, 10:38, 128. That's gone really well for his first pass. Oh, just getting a little bit squirrely off the line there. Love the colour scheme as well in the Golf colours. Lovely launch there for Lee. Carried the front wheels to the tree. 987, 135. Very good opener indeed there for Lee. So pick your charger. Different years, obviously. Adrian's going to get there first with a 1098. Glenda goes 1431. One-shot qualifying, as we know, and then some Run What You Brung, and then we're going to have Wild Bunch and Supercharged Outlaws, and it's all going to happen in one day. How about that? Awesome.
Yeah, if you, everyone who's out there on the bank and on the grandstand, you have chosen the correct day to come this weekend if you're just on a day ticket, because you're going to see quite a lot of entertainment starting now with Gary Bird, with Lucky Penny.
So Outlaw Anglia are in the lanes, and they're all lined up very nicely indeed. And had a brief look into the lanes there. Yep, all ready to go. So one-shot qualifying then for Outlaw Anglia. And Gary Bird will be the first with Lucky Penny.
Are they doing their first round losers go to a...
Right, so parachute armed. Gary Bird will be taking his one-shot qualifier here. So a very, very good morning indeed to everybody. This is, of course, the Nostalgia Nationals, the 2023 edition, in conjunction with the NSRA. Gary realises he's on his own. That's what I was going to say. Is he waiting for someone else? He was. He was. He was waiting to see if somebody's going to join him.
Lots of wheel spin off the line,
but kept it straight.
And he's going to get a time.
That'll do. Nice opener. 8.6, 149 there. Very, very good, in effect, off the trailer run there. Not bad at all. Just a reminder to everybody that's here, obviously the NSRA are supporting this event. And, well, we're doing the whole event in conjunction with them, and they have got their merchandise stand right next to the pairing lanes by the crossroads. Please pop in and see the gang down there. They've got the event T-shirts and all of the other NSRA merchandise down there. Pop by and support them, please. Next up, Barry Woodford, Martin Payne.
Huge purge of nitrous from Barry. Something tells me he's not going to take it easy on the first one.
Well, when you've got one shot, you've got to get it. Martin aiming slightly left off the line, but he'll correct that once he's launched. Below a little bit of smoke there is Martin. 10.52, 130 and a 10.83, 120 there for Barry.
They're just checking the slick tricks lane. Unfortunately the cars behind have been told to click off, so there's obviously found something on the lane.
Yeah, it looked like it was hurting itself a little bit as the car was going up the racetrack. So the spotters are out there just making doubly sure. Got to say a big shout out actually to our spotters and all the track crew here. They didn't have a lot to do yesterday, but they still remained here on station ready to get out there and try and dry everything off when the opportunity arose, which yesterday unfortunately it didn't. And also the SPRC, their new uniforms look so smart. They really do look crisp. And big thanks to Pete Walters Race Designs for coming up with yet another cracking design, and just making the whole track crew looking so professional. And but yeah, just looking at that, they do look like there's could be, well, fingers crossed it's not oil, but they are standing aside to sort of basically guide where Ian's going to go. But he's out there with a tractor at the moment. And also, fingers crossed for Martin, actually. Hopefully the car isn't wounded. Whilst we're saying hello to everybody, I'm going to say hello to Julian. Morning, mate. You can hear me? There he is. A very good morning to you. Loving the hat as well, mate. Very patriotic. Callum Podge is down there. A very good morning down there to Callum. And, of course, to Andy Wilshire. Morning to Andy. And keeping in the shade at the moment, but he's going to take his step forward in a moment, Mr. Ian Blackett of Blackett Photography. There we go. Don't forget, if you want to get your trackside photographs, pop into Blackett Photography. They've got the studio just next to the pairing lanes. And I know he didn't take many pictures yesterday, but Friday he did, and today he's going to be taking loads. And as Ian was saying, we had a little chat with him over the PA. He's like 3,000 plus pictures a day he takes now, and it's probably more that at some of the huge events. Just look at that. Look at the wind turbine. You've got one white and two grey at the moment. Just the way the sun's caught it. A bit of an odd observation. But yeah, Blackett Photography. Paul will be in the studio. Ian is out here. And basically, when he gets a break in the racing, and he'll leg it round there, drop the memory card off, put another one in the camera, and come back round, and he's back out there shooting. Various packages for your pictures are available. And so please pop down and see Blackett Photography, say right next to the crossroads. Well, what's the track crew do their thing out there? Unfortunately, we've only had 3 cars go down the track, and there's just a little bit of a clean-up. But our track crew are the best. And as I say, we always appreciate the work that they do out there. As we look down to see who's up next. Ben Kennedy is down there. That is one potent car indeed. When he gets that really wound up, that thing flies, and it's always good to see it. On the other side of the track, Aaron, a very good morning to you, mate. How are you? All good? Yeah. How's the pilot? Is he all right? The flying fifer himself, Mr. Colin Miller, with the new look flying fifer. My goodness me, that looks awesome. What we've got from it up here, that's absolutely cracking. Actually, I've got to take a photograph of that because not many people have got a shot at that angle. So yeah, but the flying fifer, a brilliant new design. Aaron, yeah, photo bombing it straight away. But no, Cole's done a lot of work on that and did very well to keep it quiet as well. Bit of a reveal on Eurodragster. I didn't know anything about it, and yeah, I just think that looks awesome. Absolutely awesome.
Pete Walters has actually smashed it out of the park with that one.
Well, he very rarely misses, and actually I don't think he ever has. No. But that is just on a different league. It's just looks absolutely brilliant. I went round to see Cole, couldn't find him. Then he found me eventually, but had a real good chat with Lynn, and saying that Cole he's dying to get out there, just wants to run quick. The car is a lot lighter than what it used to be. And I can't remember, what is it, body number 15 out of the mould or something like that? It's quite 14, 15, yeah, something like that.
I think the only thing that's actually the same with that car is the chassis and the driver. I think pretty much everything else has been changed.
Yeah. But no, it looks good. And of course, Cole's entered into door slammers as well. And yeah, he's given it large at door slammers, which I take my hat off to him for that.
And he's entered in pro
he
door
has
slammer
pro
as well,
door slammer
rather than the big bracket, which is the wrong class for that car. That car needs to have as much nitrous going through it as it can take.
There is so much nitrous going through that car. It's going through Colin as well. It's the best way to describe it. But Aaron and Cole, best of luck. I hope it all works out really well for that team down there. Looking in the lanes, we've got the usual mix of characters, and I think it's the best that's the loosest description I can give to Outlaw Anglia. His characters, because they're all great. Real good bunch of people, good bunch of racers. And if there is an opportunity to take the mick out of your opponent at any time, they are top of the list for doing it. They really are. So good bunch of people. That is no disrespect to any of the other classes, because I know you all do it. It's part of folklore. It's part of drag racing. It's what we all do. But some of the insults in Outlaw Anglia are quite good. So I think we'll leave it at that before I go in too deep and actually say things I shouldn't. But there we go. Okay, right, track crew still doing their thing out there. It's going to be a couple more minutes, I think. So I'll tell you what. We'll go back to Nitro FM 96.2. Let them take the airways for a little while. And we will be back with a continuation of Outlaw Anglia qualifying here at Santapod Raceway, the home of European drag racing, of course, the home now of the Nostalgia Nationals. We'll be back with you soon. God, green onions, that's a track and a half, wasn't it? Classic. Well, no introduction needed there for Mr. Colin Miller. And here comes Ben Kennedy. God, that sounds evil, that car. I love it. So, Colin Miller, the all-new, apart from chassis and driver, Flying Fifer, looking as good as it ever has. And although everything is basically new on the car, it is still the same car, so it will sort of handle the same way, but different back axle. The car is a lot lighter than it was before, and the best way to go quick is shed weight or add power.
Well, even Colin's put himself on like a crash diet to try and lose weight himself to get the car faster.
Yeah. No nitrous for Colin, well, this weekend he said. Certainly won't be on this pass anyway. But let's see how he gets on.
taking it nice and easy up the track. Ben
That's
Kennedy
a good looking run. 8:14, 169. Ben Kennedy goes 970 at 134, but off the trailer runs, don't forget for everybody, but a totally new car in effect for Colin Miller goes 8.14. Excellent run.
There was a little bit of smoke coming out of Ben's car as he goes over the finish line. They're just having to check in the shutdown, obviously, but they're running off the track, so that's all good. 169 mile an hour on a checkout pass. That doesn't sound like a checkout pass.
Well, don't forget it's one-shot qualifying as well, so you've got that to bear in mind, but Colin does go into the number one spot there. All right, next pair, Luke Hoskins. And I don't know who's in the other one. Let's see if I can find out. No, not an entry list either, so that's really double confusing. No, it could be Ben Montgomery actually. Yes, it is Ben. $10.69 at 126 there for Luke, and Ben goes 12.64 at 107.
Next up then, Doug McClure with the Slugcess.
I saw Doug running up Airfield Road this morning on his, because he does a lot of running. I mean, a lot of running. He does Ironman competitions and all sorts of things. Proper fit bloke, so to speak. And going alongside Andy Cunningham. Low 11s, possibly high 10s for Andy coming up, and well, let's see how Doug gets on. Should be low 10s, probably tickle the 9s occasionally. I don't know yet, we'll see.
Well, it was a lovely launch.
Wow, 10.37 for Doug, but Andy Cunningham 10.70. He'll be pleased with that one. All right, Spencer Tidswell going alongside Rob Brindle. Give them the best launch pad. Sometimes the track crews do spot these little bits, which may not look much, but can make a difference. So our start line crew always observant of that. So Spencer Tidwell and Rob Brindle, your next pair. Spencer in the Kestrel lane, Rob is in the Slick Tricks lane. Very quickly pedalled there by Rob.
That was tyre shake he just got there.
Yeah. He goes 9.11 at 135, and Spencer goes 10.38 at 130.
Yeah, that was expertly pedalled from Rob Brindle. It instantly went into tyre shake. Now that I wasn't expecting. This is your last pair of Outlaw Anglias, and it will be Rob Stone in the Kestrel B lane. Now, Rob entered into the Spring Speed Nationals weekend back at Easter, and he went all the way to the finals, but had issues in the finals. So hopefully he's got them all sorted now, because I don't think he's ran since.
Going alongside Wayne Power. So he's obviously in the slip lane. A very good morning to everybody that is tuned in to the live coverage here from Santapod. The Nostalgia Nationals 2023. Sorry you had nothing to see yesterday. It was a tad wet here, pretty much like everywhere in the country, but it really was.
I think that's actually an understatement.
Yes, I was trying to put a bit of spin on it like I could. It was insanely wet here yesterday.
We might as well have done drag boat nationals.
Yeah. Very good morning to everybody on the banking as well. Nice to see some people up there, and of course, good number on the grandstands as well. A very good morning to you as well.
So your last pair of Outlaw Anglia, this is a one-shot qualifier. So they're going to make one pass and they'll be back round in a couple of hours' time for eliminations. This is a heads-up class, first to finish line wins. But that's not important right now. All we want to see is 2 good passes. There's a little bit of a double step for Rob Stone, but he's gathered up nicely and he's going to go through with a nice 8 seconds, 8:37 at 158 mile an hour. Wayne Power, 10:32, 126. Rob actually went to number 2 qualifier with that.
Very nice run indeed. All right, okay, next up then, Gasser Circus.
Now this is a bracket class, so what they're going to do is they're going to tell us what they think they're going to run. They're going to run as close to that number as they can. However, if you dial a 10.00 and you run a 9.99, that does not count. You cannot go under what you think you will run. This is again a one-shot qualifier. So, Sean Milson, with 8 misbehaving, looking to run a 10.06 against Simon Glenn, looking to run 11.85. 10.09 and an 11.56. And that 10.09 is going to be quite tough to beat.
Well, especially with a one-shot qualifier, and he's gone 300s over. That's a very, very good opener. So, Neve Smith with Nogbad the Bad. A new entry into the class, but someone we all know very well indeed. Going alongside Graham Barton with High Anxiety. The Little Austin.
So Graham's going to look to run a 10.50. Neve's going to be looking to run a 12.80. As I said before, breakouts don't count. So if you go under your predicted dial-in, then, well, yeah, as I said before, it won't count. What you'll find is most of these racers are going to put in a nice safe dial-in, seeing as it is a one-shot qualifier.
I don't think there is anywhere else in the world that you'll see 2 Austins racing each other. And of course we do have some other Austins as well,
yeah.
But this is quite unique, really is.
That was a lovely wheelie from Graham, literally hung the wheels out to about 60 foot. 10.50 goes 10.60. Ah, the breakout for Neve, unfortunately.
Yeah, only 500s, but a breakout's a breakout, but good effort though. So Graham slots in at number 2, Neve number 3. Right, you got Ray Irish with the Gas Junkie, and Nick Brooks-Langman, the former driver and owner of Nogbad the Bad, now in that green pop. Looks lovely.
Can we still call him Nogbad Nick?
Nogbad Nick, yeah.
Yeah.
Or not bad Nick.
Well, we'll find out in a second.
Yeah.
So Ray's going to look to run at 10.10. Nick's going to look to run at 11.70. 10.31 and an 11.75 puts him up to the number 2 spot.
That's his first drive in the car, as far as I know. He's got 500s over. Nicely done. Actually, just looking at Gasser Circus and the notes that we've been given here, 7 previous championship winners are racing in this class this weekend. Sean Milsom was the champion in 2013, 15 and 19. Ray Turner was champion in 2011 and 12. Lee Pike, he won the championship in 2003, 4 and 5. John Gibson won it in 2014. Harvey Turner in 2016. And Brian Gibson 2017 and Martin Hallam 2018. So they all hang around in the class, that's for sure.
And here is Martin Hallam now with the Hallam and Couch stood up Willis. He's going to look to run a 9.95, taking on Jason Hollenby. He's going to be looking to run a 10.70. Martin Hallam just went 006 on the tree. Now that's going to be good later on if he can do that in eliminations. 10.01 for him and a 10.71 on a 10.70 dial-in. Are you sure that they know it's a one-shot qualifier? Because
I don't know, but Jason Hollenby takes number 1. He's 100th over. Oh, Martin Hallam was only 600ths over. That was cracking. Yeah, some drivers, like, you know, they try their lives to get 100th off their dialers. Brilliant. Love it.
So I'm not sure what's going on at the top of the track, but the quad's out. They've obviously seen something. I think that might be. I think the quad might be towing the drag mat. But they've clearly spotted something. We do not want to send these drivers down the track if the track is not 100% clean and safe.
Yeah, we have spotters. Well, we have the turnout crew at the top end. If they spot anything on a car that isn't quite right, they will radio the spotters, and the spotters will come out and check the track as well. So basically, I think that's what they're doing at the moment. But, they go back the other side of the wall. So good news down there. Next pair. Simon Prest with the Rocket. And it's going to be Patrick Hobbs lining up alongside him. Simon had one of the most gorgeous 60s Camaros, red one. I think it had a black vinyl top on it, and the number plate was, I think it was low 67F, something like that. And he sold that car, and I thought, Simon, what are you doing? But then he turned up with this. We thought, oh, we'll forgive you. So 11:40 and 11:35 of the dial-ins. Simon breaks out. Goes 11:28 and 11:62 there for Patrick on that 11:35 dial-in. All right, Jason Pickett and Billy Jones. The Cherry Bomb goes alongside that beautiful Willis, dialing in 10:54. Jason dialing in 10:85. Now, a lot of these guys, it's their first outing of the year. Though Jason had to go in Pro ET at the Spring Speed Nationals. I have to get the events right now because they swap with Festival of Power, but so Jason's had some track time this year already. Loves life with Cherry Bomb down there. Car built by the Williams brothers. Well, mainly Keith, actually, the dad. Even I helped on that one. .67, 10.92. Billy goes 7. Jason goes number 5. Riley Pike, Steve Matthews. It's Honky Tonkin and Honky Tonkin number 2. The Darlings, Lee 930, Steve 963. Both of these cars have a habit of lifting their front wheels, so just watch out for that. Steve Matthews sometimes goes a little bit left on his launch as well. And it fortunately was just a little bit left and nothing more than that. Good looking runs of hair. Lee goes 959 and 966 for Steve. He's only 300 off. Steve Matthews goes to number 3 and Lee Pike slots in at number 11. Right, nice to see High Roller back out once again. A different owner though. So really good to see that. So it is now driven. Sorry, this is really to John Gibson actually. So he's basically bought High Roller to run whilst Cloud Pleaser is being fixed up. So that's where Cloud Pleaser is at the moment. So it is, of course, great to have John Gibson back in High Roller. Going alongside Chris Layram. Now Chris normally drives the Falcon in Nostalgia Superstock, but it's a switch for Chris and he's now got this for Pop. So I may have been saying that it has been Chris Layram driving the Falcon. Maybe not, maybe somebody else is driving that car now. So yeah, we'll see how that one goes. So the Darlings then, 1070 for Brian. Chris dialing in 11 flat. Not bad off the line. Oh, smoke and everything coming outside the Falcon. It seems to clear itself up and goes 1114. Chris goes 1089, breaks out by just over a tenth. Not what he was expecting. Didn't think he was going to go that quick, but a wry grin from the crew. So that basically says that, yeah, car was going well, but just that maybe a little bit too well. Right, looking down the lanes to see, it is Green Onions. And let's have a look, see who he's going alongside. You're going to see, and that's fact, yeah, you've got one more Gasser Circus car after this pair, then we are into Nostalgia Superstock for a full-blown session, and then one-shot qualifier, and there are 32 spots available, eliminations, and there's 40 cars that are here, so that is going to be tight. But just on hold for a moment, the driver's been told to switch their engines off, and there maybe was some fluid coming out the left bank on the side of the Falcon. So yeah, just a pause for a moment. Let's see what the track crew come up with. So a quick pause from us. Going to go to Nitro FM 96.2. We will take it back very shortly indeed. Thanks very much indeed.
He's going to be looking to run a 10.70. Martin Hallam just went 006 on the tree. Now that's going to be good later on if he can do that in eliminations. 10.01 for him and a 10.71 on a 10.70.
60s Camaros, red one. I think it had a black vinyl top on it. And the number plate was, I think it was low 67F, something like that. And he sold that car, and I thought, Tom, what are you doing? But then he turned up with this, we thought, oh, we'll forgive you. So 1140 and 1135 of the Darlings. Silence break. That beautiful Willis dialing in 1054, Jason dialing in 1085. Now a lot of these guys, it's their first outing of the year. Though Jason had to go in Pro ET at the Spring Speed Nationals. I have to get the events right now because they swapped with Festival of Power. But so Jason's had some track time this year already. Loves life with Cherry Bomb down there. Car built by the Williams brothers. Or mainly Keith, actually, the dad. Even I helped on that one. $10.67, $10.92. Billy goes 7. Jason goes to the Darlings end. $10.70 for Brian. Chris dialing in 11 flat. Not bad off the line. Oh, smoke and everything coming outside the Falcon. It seems to clear itself up and goes 11.14. Chris goes 10.89, breaks out by just over a tenth. No nitrous for Colin, well, this weekend he said. Certainly won't be on this pass anyway. But let's see how he gets on.
Taking it nice and easy up the track. Ben
That's
Kennedy
a good looking run. 8.14, 169. And I don't know who's in the other one. Let's see if I can find out. No, not on entry list either, so that's really double confusing. Hey, it could be Ben Montgomery actually, yes, it is Ben. .10.69 at 1:26 there for Luke, and Ben goes tricks lane. Very quickly pedalled there by Rob.
That was actually, that was tyre shake he just got there.
Yeah. Still goes 9.11 at 1:35. And Spencer goes 10.38.
So they're going to make one pass and they'll be back round in a couple of hours' time for eliminations. This is the heads-up class, first to finish line wins. But that's not important right now. All we want to see is 2 good passes. There's a little bit of a double step for Rob Stone, but he's gathered up nicely and he's going to go through with a nice 8 second, 8.37 at 158 mile an hour. This is again a one-shot qualifier. So, Sean Milson with 8 misbehaving, looking to run a 10.06 against Simon Glenn, looking to run 11.85. 10.09 and an 11.56. And that's
Distance as well,
yeah.
but this is quite unique, really is.
That was a lovely wheelie from Graham, literally hung the wheels out to about 60 foot. Looking for a 10.50, go 10.60. Ah, the breakout for Neil. Well, we'll find out in a second.
Yeah.
So Ray's going to look to run at 10.10. Nick's going to look to run at 11.70. 10.31 and at 11.75. He's going to be looking to run at 10.70. Martin Hallam just went 006 on the tree. Now that's going to be good later on if he can do that in eliminations. 10.01 for him and a 10.71 on a 10.70.
60s Camaros, red one. I think it had a black vinyl top on it. And the number plate was, I think it was low 67F, something like that. And he sold that car. And I thought, son, what are you doing? But then he turned up with this. We thought, oh, we'll forgive you. So 11.40 and 11.35 of the Darlings. Time is great. That beautiful Willis dialing in 10.54, Jason dialing in 10.85. Now a lot of these guys, it's their first outing of the year though. Jason had to go in Pro ET at the Spring Speed Nationals. I have to get the events right now because they swapped with Festival of Power, but So Jason's had some track time this year already. Loves life with Cherry Bomb down there. Car built by the Williams brothers. Oh, mainly Keith actually, the dad. Even I helped on that one. $10.67, $10.92. Billy goes 7. Jason goes to the dial-in 10. How about this car? This is Nurse Stoner, 66 Chevy Nova. Imported from California last year. Didn't make appearance at Flame and Thunder. But there's a great backstory to this car, and we will get that out as and when we can.
Well, these
going
cars
through
are
quite rapidly.
Yeah, these cars are called gassers. And that car used to run in D-gas.
Harvey Turner, on his first run, goes 12.01 on a 12 flat dial. Goes straight to number 2 with that. Ray Turner not far off, 900ths off, goes 10.91 on a 10.82, goes number 8. But what a run there. Right, this is Brian Gibson with the Identity Crisis car. And his dial-in is 11.30. Whoa, lots of wheel spin off the line. So he's not going to get to 11.30. Goes to 13.32 at 109. So he slots in at number 15. Yeah, so we've got 19 cars qualified, and I believe it's an all-run field at Gasser Circus, so that will be 32 car ladder with some buys. Okay, Nostalgia Superstock. We know it's going to be a 32 car field from them. It's which 32 cars it's going to be, because we got more than 32 here. This is going to be very, very interesting indeed. Also, there is the added incentive of a little prize pot that Nostalgia Superstock have been running. Basically, every driver has put a tenner into the pot, and it's all about qualifying. So I think the top qualifier gets a chunk of money, and then number 2 does, and I think number 3 as well. So there's some serious money going in there. So it's all about trying to get the number 1. But obviously you don't want to break out because you have the fear of not qualifying. So we'll see how this one pans out. So your first pair then. This is the car normally driven by Jack Bishop, but it's Andrew's turn to have a go in Barry the Barracuda. 10.16 is his dial-in, going alongside Carl Kenyon. 14.7 the dial-in for Twisted Lemon.
Lovely wheelie from Andrew.
If he's pulling wheelies, he has a fear of breaking out. Let's see what happens. Oh, look at that! What a run! 10.17 with a 2 on a 10.16 dial-in. Brilliant run. 14.89 there for Carl. That's almost like Jack, you're fired. I'm taking the car permanently now. Well done. That's awesome. Right, John Sleeth, Gary Cork. 11.65 dial-in for Gary. John, 9.62.
Is that the John Sleeth there?
Yeah. Yeah, it is the one and only John Sleeth, the man who does a lot of engine work and tuning for a lot of people, and of course has got the Rolling Road dyno, which I see some epic numbers appear on that thing. Goodness me. And this is his. Well, John's got a few toys in his toy box.
Yeah, I was about to say he's
the
entered
diesel
into,
truck.
Yeah, he's entered the door slammers in Pro Slammer with a diesel truck.
But this is a car he bought, I think it's a couple of years ago now. Just couldn't resist it. It was the right car at the right price at the right time, and he goes, I'm having that. And yeah, he has a lot of fun with this. Of course, the Camaro, 67.
He's looking to run a 9.62. Gary's going to look to run 11.65. John is on a lovely run. I think he might go faster than 9.6. Oh no, 9.77.
Yeah, he just had a tiny bit of wheel slippage off the line, which may have cost him a tenth. But nevertheless, 9.77. Good shot into number 3. Gary, number 2. All right, Nick Martin with the Downtown Duster taking on Neil Francis. Now, this is Nick Martin's first event of the year. Neil Francis has had a few journeys up the quarter mile this season already.
Nostalgia Superstock has got to be one of the best looking classes.
Of course it is.
All of the cars are just magnificent.
We must say cars, not drivers. I've just line myself up to be shot down with that one. But then, if I join the fray there, then the average gets even uglier. But there we go.
No comment.
Thank you. I won't give you a P45 just yet. Now the big news is obviously for Nostalgia Superstock is that Dragstalgia this year could see the biggest field ever. Anybody that's got a muscle car should be entering that event. And actually, another point for these cars in Nostalgia Superstock, you lot should be entering door slammers in the big bracket, because you can run your numbers and you guys can cut killer lights. Come on, win some money in the big bracket. Take some of the Williams brothers' money because they're sponsoring it. So it's worth doing. It really is. Oh, 006 red for Nick Martin. I know it's all about ETs, but you always want to try and cut a light as well. So Neil Francis, 12.20. Can he hit it? 12.25. Good shot. 14 flat for Nick Martin. Neil Francis goes to number 2. Tell you what, one shot qualifying. Yeah, ain't bad, is it? It ain't bad. So Andrew Bishop is your number 1 qualifier at the moment. He's the one with the target on his back. Right, we've got Adam Novak knows his way up the quarter mile here. And Max Reed. That looks so good. 13.17 the dial-in for Max.
10.79 for Adam Novak.
So the Dodge Dart then of Max Reed. Reedy's Dart.
I saw this car in the pairing lanes on Friday. I had a quick look around it, and it's immaculate.
Yeah,
It genuinely is.
It's a great advert for Nostalgia Superstock. Both cars are, to be honest. In fact, every single car in the class is a good advert. What am I saying? They are great. So Adam, 10.79 the target, and 11.10 is the run. 13.73 there for Max. This is the only time in commentary that I actually get frustrated, because I wish I was in the lanes. But I mean, I think everybody knows me really well that commentary is my favourite thing at the drag strip. But running a very close second is running the car in Nostalgia Superstock. But there we go. How about Pete Christmas and Bob Gallagher? 14. Oh, I mean, we're struggling to see that dial in there. 14 something.
14.40.
14.90. I think that is. I think that's a 14.9.
Well, it could be.
Yeah, I think that's a 14.9.
Yeah, it's changed on the scoreboards as well.
Yeah. Cool. Going alongside Pete Christmas, dialing in a 10.65. I thought Pete would be dialing in quicker than that. Done a lot of work over the rebuild season. I'm not calling it the off-season anymore.
No?
I'm calling it the rebuild season.
It's fair enough, because you're not off, are you?
No, you're not
constantly
off.
working.
It's
Yeah.
constantly on there. Oh, cheeky little wheelie there for Pete.
Lots of wheel spin from one of Bob Gallagher's wheels. Something tells me he's not going to run a 14.90, but 10.80 for Pete Christmas.
That's all right for Pete. 23 at the stripe. 17.03 there for Bob.
Yeah, there was a lot of wheel spin from one of his wheels.
Yeah, well, the 60 foot of 3.14 tells the story there. Right, Lee Charles with Charles Play. And how about Ty Strevitt? Oh, Ty's invested in some new wheels and tyres. And car's looking a bit angry, actually. Oh, now he's been pushed back. What have we got? Oh, what is that?
Is that a spanner? It is. It's a spanner's falling out the front of the car.
Oh dear. That wasn't part of the plan. Very well spotted by Ian, though. $12 flat the dial in for Ty, $9.80 for Lee. Lee does launch quite hard and gets a little bit of wheel wobble when the front end settles down, but we'll see what he does this time. Yep, exactly that. He's got the hippie shakes, he really has. So $9.80 then for Lee, gets $9.88. Ty 12 flat is the target, goes $12.50. So Lee goes 4, Ty goes 9.
No breakout so far.
Give it time, give it time.
Well, yeah, we're only, what, 11 cars in?
Yeah, there's a lot more to come. A lot more to come.
In fact, just looking around the corner, all I can see.
That is awesome down there, isn't it? Look at that. Muscle car heaven.
Well, I said this before last weekend, that one of my favourite things to do with Nostalgia Superstock is, when they're called, run to the top of the pairing lanes and just watch them drive by.
Yeah.
No, none of these cars are towed to the pairing lanes. They all drive down.
Well, a few of them drive here, don't forget.
Yes, yeah.
Right, Chris Tyhurst is below us in the stick pitch lane. That'll do, Chris. The tyres have got to last you the season, mate. Oh dear, oh dear. Going onside, Sam Slater. That's a new name to us, and lovely little Plymouth down there. Coming in 1450.
He's called it Dennis the Duster.
I like it. So Chris Tyhurst manual shift on slicks for the first time, goes 12.47 on the 34. Sam goes 15.39 on the 14.50. Most of the former junior dragster racers go into Pro ET, Super Pro or something like that. Not many of them go straight into Nostalgia Superstock.
No.
But that is a cool move from Matthew Dowdy. We like that. Dials 12 at 97 with that lovely Nova.
Well, this is the first time he's actually raced over the quarter mile.
Yeah, first time race, yeah. And going alongside Glyn Boardman with the Oldsmobile.
He's looking to run a 9.90. Matthew Dowdy's looking to run a 12.97.
Well, one of the cars is resonating with a bit of interference. I don't know which one. Oh, hang on. Something spotted on Glyn's. Not quite sure. Anyway, could be a solo for Matt.
Well, I can assure you that wasn't the launch he wanted. 2.8 to 60 foot, yeah. Although it's a lovely looking run, that's quite fast after the 60 foot. It goes 13.8, 107, but yeah, he lost most of that on the 60 foot, unfortunately.
I didn't. I was looking at Glyn being pushed back, but did Matt have wheel spin or
no?
Just didn't hook and launch.
Didn't go.
Yeah. But this is the first time on track for Matthew this weekend.
Yes.
Car has been tuned and everything over at Williams Brothers.
Yep.
And Nice car, that. It is a lovely car. Right, Stuart Arthur appears.
His side window says Stuart the Polish Arthur.
And Paul Singer directly below us.
So Stuart looking to run 12.90. Paul wants to go 12.47.
Great, you see that was a good line. No 8 on the tree. $13 flat on that 12.9, puts him number 5. So Paul Singer and I think it's Duncan Watts in the Kestrel Beer now. 12.47 the dial in for Paul. Duncan dialing in 9.50. $15 cars with scores on the door so far. Duncan's going to get to the strike first, hunting down that 950. Gets a 972. Paul. Oh, the first breakout. 12.46 with a 5 on a 12.47. Curses. Well, we'll see what happens a little bit later on for Paul. Hello, Jim. Oh, it was a brilliant run.
Yeah.
Just misjudged by a fraction. Yeah, and that puts him bottom of the pile because that's the first one who's broken out.
He's got to really hope some other people break out. Oh
boy, yeah, he has. All right, Pete Wiseman. And I think that's Paul. Oh, sorry, Phil Hobson. I'll call him Paul Hobson. So Paul Hobson with old Scatterbolt starting in a 12 flat. And Pete Wiseman looking for a 9.90.
That's a brilliant name for a car, old Scatterbolts. I've noticed as well, quite a lot of these cars are dialing in that 9.90.
I know what you're thinking, but they're not going to do it. Yeah, let's put them in super gas.
Why
not? They like the sportsman tree, obviously super gas a pro tree, so. Mind you, no. Pete Wiseman breaks out, goes 9.89 with a 2. We have this collective sigh. It's not so much they've broken out, but it's the margin that they've broken out. He's broken out by 100th.
It'd be interesting to see if he's broken out by more than...
Well, let's have a look. No.
No.
Yes.
Yes, he's broken up by more. Paul broke out by 004. He's just broken out by 008.
Yeah.
Less than 100th of a second.
Tight margins. Phil was okay. Goes 12.19. He slots in at number 9. Alan Huckle and Holly Butcher, 13.95 plays 13.99. Two great-looking cars. Holly Butcher, a new name for us in Nostalgia Superstock, and what a gorgeous car. Tell me that didn't come off out of the factory like that. Maybe going a bit quicker than when it first appeared, but nevertheless, looks great.
I think as well she is dialing the slowest you can dial in the class of 13.99. I don't think you can dial in
14.99.
Oh, it's 14.99 is the slowest, right. Whoa! She goes 13.99 on the 13.99.
Qualifier. Wow. That was epic.
14.10 to Stu Thompson. But wow.
Oh, Holly, what a superb pass that was. I hope she put her money in the pot because that's epic. Well, I love it.
How do you make your debut in a class? Well,
that's how you do it.
Yeah, you wait until it's a one-shot qualifier and you nail it.
Oh, right. Connor Hall and Stuart Thompson. Kiwi dialing in 970. Connor, 1235. That's a big old... That's a number for Stuart to hit. My word, he's normally the 9.8s, but 970. What's he had for breakfast? Well, car launched.
Yeah, he's definitely had his Weetabix this morning.
984, yeah. 1244.
He's obviously thought...
Yeah, I thought 970 was a bit brave, actually, but there we go.
I think he's obviously thought, let's play it safe and not break out.
Well, I'll tell you what, when Rosso's Rat appeared, I just fell in love with that car. It looked absolutely gorgeous. Chris Goodale, dialing in 975. Such a good-looking car. The history behind that car as well, outstanding. Going alongside Dave Billadew, the Yorkshire Heavy, dialing in 979. These two pair up quite a lot, actually. It whips up launch there for Dave. $991 plays $983. Dave 9, Chris 6. Jason Dodd, Glenda Thompson. Every time we see Jason, he's got the new engine, mate. Got the nah. So he's still on the old power plant at the moment. Dialing in 1071. Glenda 1405. For Jason, very, very nice run indeed. 1464 for Glenda. Jason goes to number 3. Adrian Portelli and Ash Rawson. Ash, runner-up at the Festival of Power. What a brilliant day he had. Brilliant weekend for him. Made it all the way through to the final, but there was no denying Spencer Tram that weekend. He was unbeatable. Won both classes. He was in the comp eliminator as well. But Ash, the fourth man in eliminations at the moment, going alongside Adrian Portelli. So Ash dialing in 1016, Adrian 1083.
Now there's some tyre marks I've never seen before. It's the smallest tyre shape you've ever seen, Adrian Portelli. 1025 on a 1016 and an 1107 on a 1083. Yeah, look at them tyre marks. Yeah. It looks like cheetah print.
Yeah, he sort of had a wheelie and wheel spin at the same time. It was quite an odd mix there.
Fast and Furious style.
Yeah. Ash goes number 8, Adrian number 20. All right, Pete Dodd, Don Scott, your next pair. Pete Dodd's dialing in 910. Whoa. What's he? Oh, yes, he's rejetted the carb, and he said, if I can't find the right ones, I'm going to drill some out. So he might have something for us today. Brave man on a one-shot qualifier, but then 910. He's normally running a 916 or a 925. It's either one of those two numbers. Either one will get him qualified. It's just whereabouts. Don Scott, 958. His dialing. national champion Don Scott. Let's not forget. In the lifestyle, the champion is James Oliver, but not racing this year as yet. He's rather busy with his day job, and also in the process of getting a new engine built for Firebird. So Pete Dodd dialing in 9:10, Don Scott dialing in 9:58.
There's a little bit of work going on in the Slicktrix lane, but it looks like they're coming to the end of it now. They just got the squeegers out, spraying a bit of the Billy solution. Basically just helps rubber stick to the track, which is needed for these cars. Both of these drivers are incredibly experienced. Don Scott has been driving this car for a long time, and Pete Dodd's car itself has been around for ages, and he got the handle of that car instantly. Yeah, Pete Dodd bought this car from Mike, and he's been driving it for a good few years now, and he's been doing very well.
It's a well-sorted car anyway, and Mike campaigned this car very successfully over the years. We never thought that Mike would ever actually sell it.
No, I was very surprised.
Yeah, but fortunately, Peter's kept the car looking identical, so he hasn't changed it, which is good. Saying that 9:10 though. Oh, he's rolled the beams. He's still going to get a number, but ain't going to be what he wants.
Don Scott went 0-1 on the tree in the other lane.
981 plays a 986. Pete Dodd goes in at 26. Don goes 20. But the pure reason for Pete Dodd's time was rolling the beams. Dan Sanderson. Good to see Dan back, actually. And we don't see many Mustangs in Nostalgia Superstock. I don't know why. But, yeah, really good to see Dan back. He found me in the pit. He says, oh, I'm back, I'm racing. You know, I've done this, I've done that. And, no, he's quite keen to get back out there, actually. I think Dan at Dragstown, one of the events, he appeared like from nowhere and did a Holly, coming number 1. It was awesome. John Wilson with the Barracuda. Dials 13.9. Dan dialing in 13.6. So 14.18 plays a 13.75. Dan goes number 17 with that one. Right then, pick your Nova. You've got Simon Rickwood with the Bossa Nova, dialing in 9.63. And it's Keith Williams. Really good to see Keith out with this car, dialing in 11.90. That car will go quicker once they understand the setup on it. It will definitely go quicker. And then knowing the boys, it'll appear with wheelie bars going to be a 9-second stocker soon, but you just know it's going to happen. But as long as Keith stops the boys from getting hold of it all the time, then it might still be Keith's car and not the boys nicking it again. Simon Rickwood goes 9.80. Keith Williams goes 11.93 into number 4. Oh, nicely done, Keith. Oh dear, I can't remember. That's in fact the last time Keith put a race in, he was driving my car. That's how long ago it was. And he's just gone 11.93 on an 11.90 darling to go number 4. Well done, Keith. Simon Rickwood 9.80 on a 9.63 goes to number 19. And we're down to about, what, 3-4 cars left in Nostalgia Superstock? Got Dan Williams below us. Right, so how many cars have now qualified? Let's have a look. Right, we've got 34, and we've still got 3 more to go. 5 more to go.
We've got 35 cars. The 990
Oh yeah,
breakout.
sorry. Yeah, that's Pete Wiseman. So outside now is Pete Wiseman, Paul Singer and Bob Gallagher. Matt Dowdy is on the bump.
Oof.
Sam Slater, Pete Dodd and Glenda Thompson are the nervous ones. If you've got 5 cars left, that lot are nervous. Oh, interesting. Let's have a look at the top of the order actually. Holly Butcher, number 1. Outstanding pass at 004 off dial-in. Andrew Bishop, number 2. Jason Dodd, number 3. Keith Williams, number 4. Neil Francis, 5. Gary Cork, 6. Lee Charles, 7. Chris Goodale, 8. Ash Rawson, 9. And Connor Hall, number 10. So that's your top 10. Right, Gary Carr and Dan Williams. What can I tell you about this pair? Well, Dan, outstanding debut of that car at the Spring Speed Nationals. It was a manual transmission then and proceeded to brake it. It's now got the auto in it out of the blue Chevelle. Car is going great. Gary Carr has got a 383 motor built by Dan. It was spare. Whoa! Huge wheel stand off the line for Dan Williams. All the photographers quickly checking the camera, seeing if they caught it. So 1081 darling for Dan goes, 1087, Gary 1375 goes, 1401. So Dan Williams goes in at number 6, Gary Carr 26. Now they're both safe. So who's just been bumped out? Right, so Sam Slater and Matthew Dowdy just been bumped out. Pete Dodd is on the bump now and Glenda Thompson is looking nervous. Right, next up. Dodd Senior and Glyn Boardman. Whatever the issue was for Glyn, it was quickly resolved. Glyn goes 995, he's safe. Paul Dodd goes 1135, he's safe. So Glyn goes 5, Paul Dodd goes 15. Right, so we're done. So bump ends up Max Reed. So out, Glenda Thompson, Pete Dodd, Sam Slater, Matthew Dowdy, Bob Gallagher, Paul Singer at the top. Oh, and Pete Wiseman, yep. Holly Butcher ends up number 1, Andrew Bishop 2, Jason Dodd 3, Keith Williams 4, Glyn Boardman 5, Neil Francis 6, Dan Williams 7, Gary Cork 8, Lee Charles 9, Chris Goodale 10. What a session that was. Epic. Loved it. Right, 100Es. We got 4 pairs. Now basically they get a point. This is a very clever way they're doing this. Nobody gets eliminated. They get a point for each
win,
each run, another point for each win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the best reaction time gets another point. Closest to dial-in.
Yes. Be either over or under.
Yes.
Which is nice. I like that.
They are running a staggered tree. Scott Collin desperately wants to run an 8-second pass. I don't think he'll get it on this one. Issues on the 2-step for him. But Julian Davison looking to run a 13.10. 9:36 is not bad for Scott Collin considering the issues he had.
Yeah. Well, it was. I mean, his 60 foot wasn't too bad. Obviously, reaction time was atrocious.
Yeah.
There's a tap on the roof saying, "Go on, son, off you go."
Well,
but no, actually, Scott Collin recovered that well. 9:36, 145,
and he gets the point for the win. Whoa!
Yeah. Well held. Stuart Flitton, oh, what he's doing there, and he's not even running nitrous today. That's all engine.
Well, the car's called Necessary Evil.
Oh, love it.
I don't think
he has run this in the 9s, by the way, when he's run nitrous, but he's just naturally aspirated today.
So he will be on a bye run.
Yeah, Stuart Flitton attending the John Tebenham School of Burnouts there. Where's he going with this one? 10:49. That's a good run, actually. 128 mile an hour, and a very entertaining burnout.
So we've got a couple more of these modified E's. I think actually we've got 2 more pairs. Actually, I think that should have been a race for the last pair for Stuart, because I can only see 3 cars down there now.
4.
Oh, okay. Oh, actually, and I can see the gas.
Oh yeah, Brickyard Slayer's down there as well. Yeah, so
okay,
that's
so
5. I missed
few more pairs to go. Just a little bit of checking in the Kestrel beer lane.
Directly after the 100Es have gone through, it will be a session for Ron What You Brung, and we're going to have a chat as well with one of the guys from the NSRA.
Roasty.
Right. Yeah, Roasty's joined us. Can you hear us in the headphones, actually? Just want to make sure of that. Nice one. Okay. God, I love days where it's bang, 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 bang. It's just coming at you. Just a sort of little bit of a pause at the moment. That's fair. No, whilst we've got the tractor out there, let's bring Roasty in straight away. Roasty, and on your... sorry, he's either see the social media update or he's texting somebody.
Yeah, bit both, yeah.
Oh, right, okay. How we doing?
All good.
Yeah. And, well, great to have the NSRA here once again for the Nostalgia Nationals.
Yeah.
Yesterday we'll forget about.
Yeah,
so let's just be positive about today and
that's it.
everything that's going on over there.
Yeah.
So, merchandise, let's mention that first of all, because you've got a lot of stuff over there as well.
We do.
And Alan saying, push, you know, give us plenty of mention, so we're going to start with that.
Okay.
It's not just the event T-shirts, you've got loads of stuff down there, haven't you?
So obviously the event T-shirts are there, and unfortunately yesterday didn't really get to open his tent up and sell a lot, so if you can go and buy an event T-shirt, it goes towards helping Alan, who puts this on. But yeah, the NSRA does. We've got past events T-shirts. We've got some stickers, beanie hats, some new plaques like NSRA plaques, plus like street rod parking only stuff, and hot rod parking only plaques that go in your garage. So yeah, we've got a bunch around there, key rings and stuff like that. So Andy and his missus and family are at the tent by the zebra crossing.
Yeah. I should actually pop down there because, like most years, as I say, you go down there to get your event T-shirt. Oh, I sold out.
Exactly that. I think this is the first time that he's around there selling on a Sunday.
Yeah.
So yeah. People forget the NSRA are only associated with this. This is Alan and his little gang.
Yeah.
This is their gig. This and the hot rod drag. So yeah, it's off there. We're just associated. So more help to them, the better. So please
definitely
buy a T-shirt.
Yeah. Now that the NSRA, huge moment for the NSRA last year, of course.
It was,
50 years.
50 years.
And inducted into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame. That is right up there. It really is.
It's definitely something to be really proud of, you know. And yeah, I was fortunate to be one of the people that were at the gala or ball or whatever you call it, last year. It was actually a really good night. The NSRA normally sponsor the wine dinner.
That's right,
as well, so.
And we thank them for that.
Yeah. But no, it was really good. It's a great thing for the NSRA, it really is, but it's even more great for the achievement of Alan. I always forget the other guys' names.
Yeah, no, it's like, I'll tell you what, it's as you say, it's not just Alan.
It's Martin, and obviously his wife,
Steve,
and
everybody
Sarah.
like that.
It's a massive thing for them. So yeah, it's great that we're part of it, and from day one the NSRA have been part of it, and so to have the NSRA's name in there is fantastic.
Yeah.
But more fantastic for the hard work of the 35. I think it's 35 years this year is the hot rod drags,
right?
And this one is 30. Or
it's a lot. It's
a bunch, isn't it? So it's a fantastic thing to be inducted into.
Yeah.
So.
It's also one for me because, I'm approaching 60 now, but when I was a kid, you know, I just used to go to the custom car shows at Ali Pali and seeing various hot rods that have become iconic. And you sort of think, oh, God, I so want to be involved in all of that. Yeah. And never have the opportunity to have a hot rod or have the knowledge to pick up a spanner. Yeah. But... Now you've got the best job in the house.
Now you're minted. You can go buy one anyway.
What do you mean? I own a Camaro. That's cost me a fortune. But no, the difference being is you know, I'm very, very lucky. I found something to do within this sport where I could be really involved, and that is obviously commentating. And to be able to come to like the hot rod drags, to this event, and I was desperate to Warden this year. Absolutely desperate. I planned it all and everything. And then Luke Stevenson said, "Oh, I'm off to, I think it's Hockenheim that weekend, or whatever it is. Can you cover at the pod?" I said, "Yeah, I can cover for it." And then didn't realise it was the same weekend as Warden. But I'm going to miss it this year, and I'm gutted because that's on my bucket list now.
Yeah, that's obviously the biggest one.
Yeah.
I believe it's the biggest one outside of America. I'm not sure, but it's definitely the biggest in Europe. And last year's was ridiculous, like the heat. The extra day.
Well, the fields were brown, don't they? They just turned into...
the fields looked like sheep fields.
Yeah.
No one was on the field. They were all huddled around like trees for
shade.
For shade and that. But yeah, it was good. But this year's it's going to be just as good. Won't have the extra day, but we've got a lot going on. We've got a few events going up through the year. But yeah, it's all good.
Brilliant stuff. It's to say it's a joy to have you guys here. It's great to have you all associated with the world of drag racing. Hot rod and drag racing.
That's where it started, though, really, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So the NSRA was formed from the British Drag Racing
and Hot Rod Association.
Exactly
back in the day.
And the fact that it's still here over 50 years later is. This is hot rodding of the UK. Is the NSRA. So
yeah, most definitely.
Yeah.
And your membership is strong.
Yes.
The cars that your members have are just the cream of the crop. They're just beautiful.
And obviously not every hot rod is a member of the NSRA, but the quality of the cars that are coming out of the UK, we're on par with America, definitely without a shadow of a doubt.
But don't forget, you don't have to have a creme de la creme vehicle to join the NSRA.
No.
Welcome everybody. And it's
if you're just a fan of the scene, you just be a member and be part of it.
No, but 100% agree with you. Right, I'm so pleased we managed to get a proper chat, because sometimes you're doing it in between cars and everything, and it just becomes a little bit difficult. But please, pop down and see the gang for the NSRA. They are by the crossroads. You cannot miss it. It's the big pointed top marquee there. Alan, Rosie, the whole team will be down there, and have a great day.
Yeah, appreciate you chatting.
Absolute pleasure. We'll see you soon. I will be popping down at lunchtime because I need to get a few bits and pieces. So.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
We'll see you
later.
Keep
up the good work. Cheers.
Thank you.
Bye.
Right, Matt Stanley goes through. Goes at 12.85 on that 12.60. So that was really, really strong indeed. Right. Thanks, mate. Right, Tim Evans and Mark Wade are your next pair in the modified 100Es.
So as we said before, it is sportsman style tree with a staggered start and lots of wheel spin for Tim Evans. Breakouts don't really matter, but you get 1.4 winning your race, and you get 1.4 just making the run itself. A 15.0 for Mark Wade. However, issues on the tree. The tree actually activated before he'd moved. So Tim Evans is going to get the win and get the point for the win. That was almost like a practice launch.
Oh, I love it.
Well, he was doing his burnout, it hooked, and he just kept his foot in it. Brilliant.
Yeah, that's the thing. We come off the gas and the torque converter is still hooked up, and the tyres hook up with it. It just goes into launch mode, doesn't it? All right, Mark Haswell, that's a quick car as well, let's not forget. Just a little bit concerned. Yep, that was looking good. Going alongside Jamie Hughes.
Yeah, the engine in Mark's car is over 500 cubic inches. I had a look at it in the pairing lanes on Friday, and it's definitely shoehorned in, I think is probably the best way to say it. Jamie Hughes with the turbocharged combination, he's going to be looking for a 10.33 and will be leaving first. There he goes. Mark Haswell running him down. they want to get close to their dial-ins. Breakouts don't matter. He goes 9.56 and gets the win and the all-important point for the win. Drifting burnout for Out on Bail.
Paul Lawn. Oh, what a character he is. Going alongside Dave Mott.
I would love to know how the painter of that car managed to get the bubble effect on the back, because that looks brilliant.
Oh, well, that's 03 Customs did all the work on that. Beautiful build, that. Oh, a little bit of a double step there for Dave.
So Paul looking to go 11.40. Dave looking to go 12.50. Breakouts don't matter, so the first one over the finish line, I believe, will get the win, and that was Paul Lawn, 11.29. Off pace 14.03 for Dave, but I'm sure they'll get that figured out for the next one. As we move into, well, we've got two Wild Bunch cars beneath us. I'm not sure if this is actually scheduled for Wild Bunch, because there's only these two. Looking around the corner, there's no other Wild Bunch cars.
Yeah, they're not due to run just yet, I don't think. Yeah, it's Paul Tarry with Trigger's Broom. I think it's Paul, unless they swapped the drivers round. There you go. There's a bump on that one. Going alongside Ian Wild with the Wildcat. Oh yeah, it is Paul Tarry.
Yeah, lots of new stuff on Paul's car. Like, you can see the wing on the back of Trigger's Broom car is actually off of Mick Hillier's old Pony Express. Ooh, bit of a pop. So a solo for Ian Wild with the Wildcat. That is a Jaguar straight 6 in that little altered. I think they've just come down for a little bit of time trial. As we move into Run What You Brung. Well, Paul Tarry is still sat down there. I think the car's still running, so I think he will be making a pass just in a second. And in the other lane, we've got Joe Stevens. Now this car has got a monstrous twin turbo combination under the bonnet. Well, I say under the bonnet, it's not. They've had to make the bonnet bigger, and it still doesn't fit. Interestingly, running this weekend with the wheelie bars on the car, usually runs in Street Eliminator, where you're not allowed them. He's going into stage, bumping it in. This car has been into the 7s. That's not going to be a 7-second pass, but still goes 8.71 at 157 mile an hour. Spraying a bit more of the Billy solution in the slick tricks lane. It really does help attract rubber to the start line, because the reason these cars do the burnouts is to lay a nice bit of rubber down or heat the tyres up, which is most of these cars, because most of these cars don't do it over the line. But as you can see, lots of these cars are doing wheel spinning starts, and the Billys should help that. So, Paul Tarry's been called forwards. Well, I can hear the starter motor going.
Right, Sally Warner doing a burnout, so that's what we're waiting for. The Outlaw Street Camaro.
Unfortunately, I think Paul's having issues starting the car. I can hear the starter motor going.
You can see him shaking his head there, thinking, oh, it don't want to work. Yep, going to be a solo for Sally. To say this lady can drive is an understatement. Really does wrestle this car well. Comfortably in the 8s. Justin looking on. Relatively soft launch, but don't let that fool you. This thing really does haul at the top end. 938, 148, plenty more to come. So Paul Tarry now get his run in.
Nice little hopping start for him. Well, the car's got a PB of 1073. He's going to be anywhere near that 1278, 102 miles an hour for him. That would obviously be without the nitrous. This car is equipped with it.
So the Frankenstein Chevy of Simon Devos down there. It's just something about that car. I love it. So the interference on the radio, sorry, on the PA is purely from Simon's setup there. When he goes up the track, the interference will disappear. Flat, 118. Well, this certainly isn't a setup that came out of the factory on this Vauxhall. Managed to keep the body quite straight, but underneath there is a whole lot of stuff to make this go very quickly indeed.
That doesn't sound like a V8.
I don't know what powers it, but we like it. 1047 at 120. Well, it must have been a V8 because it had twin pipes, and I can't imagine a four-banger.
Well, no, it sounded like a V6.
Yeah. Well, it could be a V6, but yeah, because a straight six would only have one pipe, wouldn't it? Interesting. We will find out. So the 41 just putting a run in. Did get some track time on Friday. .729 at 95 mile an hour at the 8th. And goes 11.79 at 99 at the stripe. I spent all day Friday trying to suss out who this was. I should have realised quite quickly. It's Matt Glassop with the Camaro 454, big block in there. Huge rear tyres. And a guy that's been around this sport a long, long time. Not as long as his dad, but again, proper bloke. Going along the side of the 1930s Ford in Run What You Brung. Again, a car that had some runs in on Friday. So Matt gets to the stripe with the 1318 at 101. And 1653 at 79. Now, normally when you look on a car and you study it and you think, the clues are there, we'll find out who it is, and but I've got no clues at all on that one. Going alongside Danny Wilson. That is a gorgeous car. If you ever get a chance, Thomas, go and have a look at that car in the pits. Study it. Work of art. I kept opening and closing the rear door because I just couldn't believe how well it fitted. It was just brilliant. But then have a look in the boot, have a look at the interior, have a look in the engine bay. It is just perfection. And Danny Wilson has pretty much done everything himself in that car.
It's nice to see that he's got a street eliminator number on the back.
Yeah. Well, it runs 9s. Oh, it's not going to run a 9 here. Instantly putting it over. No idea what the issue is. Still got power. 1157 at 117. But yeah, Danny Wilson. With all that work yourself. Can we please have Supercharged Outlaws into the pairing lanes, please? Supercharged Outlaws. Can we have you into the lanes, please? So actually, if Danny has just put running, Paul Hammond should be far up. That's who he's pitted with. The car that I accused of being a Willis for all those years isn't a Willis, it's a Ford. And how about this? Whoa, I've never seen this before. Love it. It is. Ford 130 Mark 1 Transit.
That's got to be the largest Mark 1 Transit ever. It's huge.
Oh, I love it. It's just, that is cool.
Now, Mark 1 Transits do have heritages in motorsport. They used to be raced in the touring car series.
Oh,
back
yeah,
in the day.
the super vans and stuff like that, yeah.
And this, he's doing a burnout.
One wheel pill.
Hang on a minute, he's done a one wheel pill, and that's got Julies on the back.
Wow.
Look, because he's left an 11, but he's left an 11 with one wheel.
That's cool. Oh, we want more of that.
Yeah, come back.
Definitely want more of that. I don't care about the T-Beam 2080 and 83. That is just one stunning van. New road construction plastered all over the side of it, but that sums up everything. That really does. That was just such a joy to see that. I missed the numbers in the other lane. Cleared.
He ran 11.900.
Right. Okay, nice one. Right, below us, Darren Scannell, and I think it's Dave Cherritt. So that'll be your next pairing.
Well, the tractor's going to take a trip up the track.
That's the thing with events like Nostalgia Nationals, Hot Rod Drags, Vintage Nationals. You just see some of the coolest vehicles that take to the quarter mile. So fortunate to sit in this seat and see those vehicles come round. Just makes it so enjoyable, and for you lucky spectators that are watching this, just seeing just the most bizarre car show that you'll ever likely to see. They're all parked up in the pits, and when they come around and on the track, and some of them run numbers you think, what is that running? My goodness me, how quick is that? It's just brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Well, even just looking around into the pairing lanes, we've already seen some immaculate cars, but I can see a Pro-Charged, don't know if that's a Prefect or a Zodiac.
Yeah, that's it.
I can see a 56 Nomad, Dodge Dart, 55 Bel Air, properly two-lane blacktop style.
Yeah, as you say, it's the greatest car show ever. It really is. And it's a moving car show as well, which just added bonus to that. Right, whilst we got nothing going up the track, just a couple of mentions actually. Again, I'm going to mention the NSRA. They've got their stand directly next to the crossroads. Well, when you say the crossroads, the footpath where it crosses the pairing lanes. They've got their stand there with all the latest merchandise. And I'm going to, when we get a break, if we get a break, going to pop down there and have a look, because they've got some loads of cool stuff down there. But the main one is the event T-shirts as well, which normally sell out, but because of the weather yesterday, not everybody managed to get round there, so please pay them a visit today. Obviously, you've got all of our other traders behind the main grandstand as well. Bev is down there with all of the Promod fuel T-shirts, hoodies and stuff like that. And of course, all of our other traders behind the main grandstand as well. We can pick nostalgia number plates up, all sorts of memorabilia, all the cool stuff that you don't get at any other events. And of course, the pod shop, just past 8th Mile. All the latest FIA and different event merchandise in there as well. Okay, so Darren Scannell did get a run in on Friday, and he was nicely into the 9s. Going alongside Dave Cherritt, and when he turns the wick up, he can run mid-9s as well.
Yeah, you actually couldn't find two more different 9-second cars.
Yeah. And driven totally differently as well.
Yeah.
The net end result is pretty good always.
Well,
though.
look at this, they're going to go over the line at the same time.
No, great. 10.06 for Darren, 9.97 for Dave. Look at the speed for Darren, 146.
Yeah. Well, the 60 foot was down because he was just doing a burnout to about 60 foot.
He was drifting.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, the car in the slick tricks lane trying to stage with the back wheels instead of the front. That's cheating. Can't do that. Another one-wheel burner.
Oh, he's carried it on. He's going on.
Dodge is moving well nicely. That's going 980, 135. Take that one.
He spun that wheel to 1,000 foot.
1905 at 80 mile an hour.
Yeah, look, you could actually. He spun it all the way over the quarter. It just stopped smoking at 1,000. I can follow the tyre track all the way up to the finish line.
Weird. Well, two Chevys, but a totally different take on them. I love them both. So 56 Nomad, rolling gold. And the 55 getting a little bit of tramping on the back axle. He left the line there. $11.85 and $12.40.
I've just spotted a car in the pairing lanes. I've been very anxious to see.
Which one? They're all good.
Well, I know what's under the bonnet of it. That's why I'm excited to see it. It's got an ACE engine from Stefan Rossi. The AMC Javelin.
Oh, the green bonnet one.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Arnie Pomant's car, isn't it?
Yes, it's good. It will be called the Hourglass.
Yeah.
He You can see that the body's being prepped for paint, but that has got one hell of an engine in it.
Yeah.
Single turbo ACE engine from Stefan Rossi.
And talking of engines that wouldn't fit under the hood, the Procharger sticking out the top. Ah, it's cool, isn't it? And yet the body looks so original. Ah, it's one of the Outlaw Street. Well, that tells a story, doesn't it? Outlaw Street have got such a diverse mix of vehicles, and these two exemplify that. They really do. If anybody in Outlaw Street, I would love an updated list of all the names and the cars and sort of setups on them, because sometimes we do commentate blind on these when we just see the cars come around, we don't know who it is. So I would love a list. If anybody in Outlaw Street can get one to me. If you can't get it to me today, doesn't matter, any other event will do, but if someone could just message me one, that'd be awesome. So Procharged old school Ford going into the 10s surely. Yep, 1010 139 and 1297 at 105.
And here is that AMC Javelin we were talking about a second ago. It's being very modest by having the bonnet on it. I think this car deserves to just not have one.
Well, I do see Arnie does quite a few social media updates on what he's up to, and respect for that. Oops.
Big old move for the Pontiac. Oh my God.
That left the line well.
Whoa. It's still going well. That didn't launch on much boost at all, and still goes 961 at 139 mile an hour. And that had a big old pedal in it as well. And the chutes come out at the top end. That's nice to see.
Well done, Arnie. This car did appear in the lanes on Friday.
Yes.
To get a run, and was part of the moving motor show when the event was called late on Friday when it started to rain. And this car drove back to the pits, and you sort of thought, oh, can't wait to see this back out on track. And here it is on Sunday. I think they're still running on motor only in this Willis. $11.23, 118. $12.67 at 111.
Now this is a car that we do know in the Kestrel beer lane. That's Al Golding with Decree Absolute. This car, well, it's not very good at keeping its front wheels on the floor.
That's a good way of putting it. It does a good job of saving the environment by not wearing his front tyres out. How about that? Let's put a bit of positive spin on that.
And nitrous.
Yeah, big old purge of it as well. Beautiful launch. Dead straight as well. Are we going to see a low 9? Are we going to see it tickle into the 8s? Yes. 882 at 153. Okay, Keith Bartlett out with Roaring Rat. Had an issue which prevented him from coming down to take part in Gas Circus qualifying, and it was a pesky part that caused the issue there, but fortunately Nick and Dan have got it fixed, and KB now going to have some fun. So Roaring Rat, Keith did get a run in on Friday. Engines just had a bit of a freshen up over at Williams Brothers Racing. Let's see how Keith gets on.
That is way faster than I've seen that car go.
It sounds strong. 1074, 129, and that was a soft launch.
Yeah, it was.
Very soft launch.
Yeah, he only cracked the throttle wide open about 100 foot out.
Yeah. Got a feeling that Keith will be coming back round and joining in whenever he possibly can now.
Yeah.
And now that 10.7 will probably drop to about a 10.2 or even a 10.1 because the car's got it in it. Wow. Well done, Keith.
I know the number he desperately wants.
I know it as well. We just keep away
just
from it at the moment.
Just going to not say anything.
Yeah. Right, Brian Savage. He's another man that drives here from the West Country, I think he makes the trip from, and then just swaps the tyres over when he's here.
I've noticed as well, quite a lot of these hot rods you see coming out are actually manually shifted.
Yeah.
They don't have automatic transmission.
Okay, so we have got Chris Skinner with the Fiat 500, small block Chevy in there. For all the years I kept accusing him of having a big block in there, but it's actually a small block. Nevertheless, can you believe this can run 9s at 140 plus?
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Mental.
The thing is as well, if you do get a chance to go see this thing in the pits, you'll notice that the steering wheel is where the driver's seat should be, and he sits on the back seats.
He does, yeah. Going alongside Doug with the Barracuda. Another one of the Outlaw Street members. Good looking runs for both of them. 1026 and 1079. Chris was backing off on the at the stripe there.
So the track crew working tirelessly out there with the squeegees, trying to... I don't know what the issue is in the lane, but...
There's a little bit of moisture of some description down there, just getting the billies out as well.
Yeah.
It's only a little bit.
Well, at the top end of Chris Skinner's run, some sort of belt came off the car, because I saw it run across the track. So whether that was maybe a water pump belt or...
Yeah.
Because the good thing about water on the surface is if there's not a lot of it, it will actually evaporate quite quickly, because this new concrete track of Standard Pod Raceway does hold heat very well.
Actually, just thinking, you've raced on both, because obviously with your junior dragster career, you raced on the asphalt, and then obviously it switched to concrete. So, could you even feel a difference in the junior?
Yes. When this track came out, being fresh concrete and being, it was almost bumpier than the asphalt track. It was certainly for a little while.
Yeah, it needed to settle, and obviously because it was the rubber filling the slots on the expansion joints.
The people who suffered the worst for that was actually the junior drag bikes, because of their rigid chassis. You could see them almost hopping up the track every run, but it's much better now.
Yeah. So you got Scooby's Revenge, the Willis.
Taking on the gorgeous Dodge Challenger.
A little bit over keen. With all the zeros, 113. Now we can send the Dodge on its way. Well, the Supercharged Outlaws have made their way down into the lanes. We can still see some of our wonky brungers down there as well. Oh, here's a photograph. Look at this. Paul Hammond coming forward with his Ford.
Both of these cars are beautifully turned out. This is the kind of picture you want in black and white.
Yeah.
A lot of water coming out of the exhaust of the orange Ford.
11.95 for Paul and 15.30 the other side of the track. Just to let everybody know, actually, the Battle of Britain Memorial flypast of the Lancaster that was scheduled for 1:31 p.m. Is delayed half an hour. It will be now 1 minute past 2. You can tell that's an aircraft because it's specific on the time.
Yeah.
Not 2 o'clock, it's going to be 14:01. So that's when we look skywards to see the Lancaster. Alright, it is. Ain't no saint, but it ain't Lee Johnson driving it this time, so it's one of his girls. Lee's out front. And of course, Lee, and ain't no saint, went down in British drag racing folklore when Hot Wheels made a model of this car. It won a global choice award, if you like, and it was made into a Hot Wheels car. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Ain't no saint, the Volvo 454 Supercharged. Torrey behind the wheel, going alongside Graham Scrivens with the Ford. Grant goes 10.31, Torrey goes 11.34. So Martin Anderson in the Slick Tricks lane. Seen this car a couple of times. It doesn't hang about. That's the best way to put that. Going alongside the Ford. Unfortunately, don't have a name for the driver on that one. Yeah, it's taken a long time to shift, and eventually it didn't. So stuck in gear. 1093, 122 in the Kestrel lane. That's one of those cars that you look at it and you think, yeah, well, it's not going to be that quick. And got that wrong, didn't you? Never underestimate a car that takes to a quarter mile that's been built by a hot rodder or a customer. You just know they're going to go. You really do. Some of the most interesting vehicles, I think, ever are the ones that don't look like they're going to be quick.
Yes, because quite a lot of effort goes into making them look like not a lot in under the body.
Exactly that. And that's, you can't, well, you can't beat it, but you just cannot beat a sleeper. They just look, you know, there's there's so many of them that come to these events and come to this place, and you look at it and you think, oh, and then you flip the bonnet and it's got like 572 cubic inch V8 that's been bored and stroked and goodness knows what. Oh yeah, then you open the boot. Oh, it's got nitrous bottles as well. Right, that's Chris Coburn, and of course got the belly tank out there as well. One of the most unique things that you'll see at a drag strip. Goes 13.12 at 106 and 15.02 at 99. Okay, so that's the Run What You Brung session for this part finished, but they will be back out again a bit later on. Really good to see a good session there for Run What You Brung. Despite all of the weather issues and everything that we've had, got a good Run What You Brung session in there. As the time now, where are we? 11:45. Going to be going into, I think Supercharged Outlaws will be first, then hopefully the Wild Bunch tucked around the corner as well. And then we have first round eliminations for Outlaw Anglia, Nostalgia Superstock and Gasser Circus. And then we will be having an appearance of the Spider-Man Jet Dragster.
I can see a lot of people leaving the grandstands. I don't know where you guys are going.
Yeah.
We've got Supercharged Outlaws right round the corner.
And there's a lot of them.
And there's a lot of them. I think there was 20 or near enough 20 entries.
Yeah.
Probably 19, I think. Of course, there's been a couple of breakages.
Yeah. I know what's happening now. Look, the Gluebird's out, so Ian Blackett is going to leg it back to the studio, swap memory sticks, yeah, have a comfort break and have something to eat. So, yeah, don't be too long in, because it ain't going to be long before they come round the corner. But yeah, it's going to get very fast and very, very loud indeed once the Gluebird's done its stuff and we get Supercharged Outlaws around the corner.
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, please do not go too far.
Well, we can go and get a coffee, but then come straight back. Yeah. Right, I'll tell you what, we're going to take a break as well whilst the Gluebird does its stuff. So Thomas and I are going to hand over to Nitro FM 96.2 and we will take it back when we hear engines roar to life once again. And I don't know who's in the other one. See if I can find out. Oh, no, not on the entry list either, so that's really double confusing. No, it could be Ben Montgomery actually, yes, it is Ben. .69 at 126 there for Luke, and Ben goes Tricks Lane. Very quickly pedalled there by Rob.
That was tyre shake he just got there.
Yeah. Still goes 9.11 at 135, and Spencer goes 10.38.
So they're going to make one pass and they'll be back round in a couple of hours' time for eliminations. This is a heads-up class, first to finish line wins. But that's not important right now. All we want to see is two good passes. There's a little bit of a double step for Rob Stone, but he's gathered up nicely and he's going to go through with a nice 8 second, 8.37 at 158 mile an hour. This is again a one-shot qualifier. So Sean Milson with 8 misbehaving, looking to run a 10.06 against Simon Glenn looking to run 11.85. 10.09 and an 11.56, and that's
distance as well. Yeah. But this is quite unique, really is.
That was a lovely wheelie from Graham. Literally hung the wheels out to about 60 foot. 10.50 go 10.60.
Well, it was a very quick break indeed. Ian Blackett only managed to go and grab a sandwich, so he's had to bring it back round to the track. Okay, so it is Supercharged Outlaws, their first on-track session.
And most of these guys' first runs of the year. I don't think guys is a word. But I've invented it now and I'm going to stick with it. This is Ian Merriweather taking on Jim Usher. Two gorgeous cars. both of these cars capable of running into the low 7s. But as I said before, these are the first runs of the year.
So they have basically, well, they normally have a run to set their number, and then
Yes.
they'll come back and then try and hit it for the rest of the event. But a little bit of an abbreviated session
Yeah.
for them, as they only got 1 day at it. So I'm not sure quite how they're going to do it, because they can't really put a number up without ever having a run on the track this year.
No.
So these will be like checkout passes and sighting runs, and then they'll come up with some numbers
Yeah.
later on.
One thing that is good about the class is the fact that every single pairing is hand-picked to be the closest matchup it can
Yeah.
be. So what that means is you're going to see quite a lot of close races, hopefully. So the drivers revving at each other, psyching themselves up. They're going to bring the cars to the line. You might see a couple of checkout passes, or you might see a couple of full passes. We don't know.
It's one of those, it depends how the launch goes. If the launch goes well, then the 330. If the 330 goes well, then they'll take it to the 8th. And if the 8 goes well, they'll take it to 1,000 foot. And if they're still happy, then they'll take it all the way through.
So Ian is having a good look at Jim's car. Hopefully there's nothing wrong with it.
No, he's found an issue there. There's a tiny little leak on the left bank, I think.
Yeah. So it'll be a solo for Ian Merriweather.
Oh, ride the wheelie bar very hard indeed there.
I really hope Pudgy got a picture of that, because there was a moment there where the tyres were spinning, the wheels were up in the air, and I think he's actually only on one wheel.
Yeah. Well, that's what pulled it to the left in the end. You never know. Very entertaining. 12:11, 96 miles an hour. Unfortunate there for Jim. He'll still be smiling, because I don't think he knows anything else.
Well, the good thing is, I can't see anything on the track. I can see a little bit of a spot, but hopefully that means that the issue won't be too bad.
Yeah.
We've got Freddy's Revenge
Who've
in the
they put
Kestrel
that-
Beer Lane.
Who've they put that next to? Oh, the Haggis Hunter. Oh.
Now that'll be fun. So I've got some notes given to us by Dave of Freddy's Revenge. He's already ran a 7.3 and a 7.2 this weekend. I've never heard a burnout sound that angry before. I'm actually starstruck by the sound that car just made. That, of course, being Mick Hanna with the Haggis Hunter from all the way from the Highlands of Scotland. It does come a long old way to drive this thing. And it's Robbie Grabham in the other lane, Freddy's Revenge. They are hoping to run another low 7. Just look at Mick Hanna's car. Each hunt of that supercharger is twisting the chassis. That is a lot of horsepower. So, crew chiefs bringing the drivers to the line. This will be your first race with the Supercharged Outlaws. Bouncy, bouncy for Robbie Grabham. Goes through 7.36 at 191 miles an hour. And I've never seen the car move like that. Issues, unfortunately, for Mick Hanna.
Yeah, that was almost a half-mile pass there from Robbie Graham. It's all over the shop. And did you note, or did you notice, that there was no change in engine note at all? I.e., Robbie's foot did not lift off the gas. He drove it Well, it always looks more dramatic on the outside than it does on the from the pilot seat. But Robbie, my goodness me, what a young pilot or driver that man is. That was outstanding. Great pass.
I'm surprised he could see where he was going, because that thing was bunny hopping its way to 330 foot.
Yeah.
It settled itself out when the mile an hour came around and the tyres grew, but still, that is what an altered run should be. And he still went through over the line at 191 mile an hour.
Nah, superb. Great entertainment. Right, let's have a look. Well, Jim's not going anywhere.
Well, they're putting the starter back on the car. He's going to give it another go. So clearly the issue wasn't as bad as first thought. It was obviously bad enough to the point where he couldn't run, but the support vehicle is going to move out of the way. The off-board starter is being mounted to the car.
Real good looking car as well, actually. Very well presented team. And car can run the numbers as well, let's not forget that. I can't remember which event it was, but Jim was doing PB after PB after PB, and it was just one of those banner weekends for him.
Well, Jim is one of the most experienced drivers around. If you name it and he's driven it, he's given us a wave, he can hear us.
Yeah, he drove the mob as well, didn't he, back in the day? Yes, I think they're really also looking in the lanes. Good to see the acute angle of Paul Dow down there.
Is it just me, or has Paul Dell's wing gotten taller?
Possible. I'm not sure.
So that is the Hemi Hunter you can hear fired up. He's going to come and give it another attempt.
Yeah, shorter burnout this time. Doesn't need to overdo it.
The poor bug has run all the way down there, and he didn't go that far.
Oh no, it's still not right. Curses.
Well, he's proved it already. Jim Usher in the car, he can hear you. So if you could give him a huge round of applause. He's tried to get it running again for everyone out there. I'm sure they'll be out later on. The issue's obviously only appearing when the car is under load. So they'll get it back to the pits, they'll look it over, and they'll be back out for the next
session. It could be
session.
something daft, like just a gasket's been nipped, or... yeah. Jim, best of mate, all the best. Hope you can get that sorted out. I know you've got a good team behind you as well. Just one of those things. But the great thing is they can get the car back to the pits, get it sussed, come back. They haven't broken anything.
No,
that's the key.
The car was sounding so
It was strong, yeah. Right, let's have a look in the lanes. See who's coming around next. Quite a few, I say, loads of Supercharged Outlaws here this weekend. Paul Dow down there with a cute angle. I know Keith Freeman is in the lanes. It looks like...
see Luke Watts around the corner as well.
Yeah. I think Joe Bond's down there.
Well, Joe Bond will be debuting the new body style of the car. I can see Aaron Windridge in his car around there. Plenty of action coming your way.
I think it's going to be young Mr. Watts. It is.
So this is Al Capone.
Stop texting. Move that way. Oh dear.
So this is Luke Watts taking on Andy Park. Andy Park with the Whipple supercharged machine. Taking on the blown small block. Al Capone altered.
with the funny car headers.
I'm not sure what that is coming out at the bottom of Luke's car, but he's been told to kill it. Unfortunately, a lot of fluid out the bottom of the car.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. That's not good. That's oil. Oh, we can smell it as well. So, going to be a solo for Andy Park, and then there's going to be a clear up in the slick tricks lane. That's fact. Well, the track crew here on that straight away, and literally sprinted up to Luke to get him to shut down that engine as soon as possible, because obviously the longer it's going to run, the more damage he's going to incur.
So a solo for Andy Park with the Model Y. One of the more unique combinations of a Whipple supercharged Ford engine in that. And he goes 10-1-0, 132 mile an hour. Please give Jim, Usher and the team a huge round of applause. They tried their best to get it running for you. They'll get it back to the pits and they'll get it sorted.
I'll say fingers crossed that's just a nipped gasket, something like that. Just prevented the team from getting the full pass in. Okay, so a bit of a sweep up in the slick tricks lane. Well, I'll say a bit of a sweep up. That's a lot of cleaning stuff going on down there. So going to be down for a few minutes. Commiserations to Luke. Team working feverishly on the car. But yeah, seems to be a lot of fluid that's being deposited there. So we'll let the track crew do their thing at the moment. Once again, going to hand it over to Nitro FM 96.2, and we will take it back with a continuation of Supercharged Outlaws when we come back.
That's got to be the largest Mark 1 Transit ever. It's huge.
Oh, I love it. It's just, that is cool.
Now, Mark 1 Transits do have heritages in motorsport. They used to be raced in the touring car series.
Oh, yeah, the super vans and stuff like that. Yeah.
And this, he's doing a burnout.
One wheel pill.
Hang on a minute, he's done a one wheel pill, and that's got Julies on the back.
Wow.
Look, because he's left an 11, but he's left an 11 with one wheel.
That's cool. Oh, we want more of that.
Yeah, come back.
Definitely want more of that. I don't care about
Yeah, you actually couldn't find two more different 9-second cars.
Yeah. And driven totally differently as well.
Yeah.
The net end result is pretty good always.
Well,
though.
look at this. They're going to go over the line at the same time.
No, great. And the 55 getting a little bit of tramping on the back axle, left the line there. .85 and 12.40. We just see the cars come around. We don't know who it is, so I would love a list. If anybody in Outlaw Street can get one to me. If you can't get it to me today, doesn't matter. Any other event will do. But if someone could just message me one, that'd be awesome. So Pro-Charged old school Ford. Going into the 10s, surely. Yep, 1010, 139. And 12.97 at 105. I think they're still running on motor only in this Willis. .11.23, 118. Yeah, big old purge of it as well. Beautiful launch. Dead straight as well. Are we going to see a low 9? Are we going to see it tickle into the 8s? Yes. 882 at 1. Let's see how Keith gets on.
That is way faster than I've seen that car go.
It sounds strong. 1074, 129, and that was a soft launch.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
I've noticed as well, quite a lot of these hot rods you see coming out are actually manually shifted.
Yeah.
They don't have automatic transmission. If you do get a chance to go see this thing in the pits, you'll notice that the steering wheel is where the driver's seat should be, and he sits on the back seats.
He does, yeah. Going alongside Doug with the Barracuda. Another one of the Outlaw Street members. Good looking runs for both of them. 1026 and 1079. A little bit over keen. .12 with all the zeros at 113. Now we can send the Dodge on its way.
Both of these cars beautifully turned out. This is the kind of picture you want in black and white.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of water coming out of the exhaust of the orange Ford.
1195 for Paul and 1530 the other side. Tory behind the wheel, going alongside Graham Scrivens with Graham goes 1031, Tory goes 1134. Unfortunately, you don't have a name for the driver on that one. Yeah, it's taken a long time to shift, and eventually it didn't. So stuck in gear. 1093, 122 in the Kestrel lane. That's one of those cars that you look at it and you think, yeah, well, these events and come to this place, and you look at it and you think, oh, and then you flip the bonnet and it's got like 572 cubic inch V8 that's been bored and stroked and goodness knows what. Oh yeah, then you open the boot. Oh, it's got nitrous bottles as well. Right, that's Chris Coburn, and of course got the belly tank out there as well. One of the most unique things that you'll see at a drag strip. Goes 1312 at 106 and 1502 at 99. If they're still happy, then they'll take it all the way through.
So Ian is having a good look at Jim's car. Hopefully there's nothing wrong with it.
No, he's found an issue there. It's a tiny little leak on the left bank, I think.
Yeah. So it'll be a solo for Ian Merriweather.
Oh, ride the wheelie bar very hard indeed there.
I really hope Pudgy got a picture of that, because there was a moment there where the tyres were spinning, the wheels were up in the air, and I think he's actually only on one wheel.
Yeah. Well, that's what pulled it to the left in the end. Never know.
To the line. This will be your first race with the Supercharged Outlaws. Bouncy, bouncy for Robbie Grabham. Goes through 736 at 191 miles an hour. And I've never seen the car move like that. Issues, unfortunately, for Mick Hanna. One of the more unique combinations of a Whipple supercharged Ford engine in that. And he goes 10-1-0, 132 mile an hour. Please give Jim Usher and the team a huge round of applause. They tried their best to get
Okay, looks like it's Paul Dale that's fired up around the corner there, and he could be going alongside Simon Boot. Not quite sure if he's fired up as well. Just to let everybody know, we're trying to shuffle the lanes around a little bit because of running slightly behind schedule. Trying to get Julian Webb with the Spider-Man jet to run after Supercharged Outlaws if we can. So just give everybody a bit of update there. Indeed, it is Simon Boot that's coming around with the bootlegger Camaro. See how these two get on. Simon Boot had a very, very bizarre incident on Friday on the track. When I say bizarre, I have never seen this before. Simon, when he got towards 1,000 foot, chunks of rubber came off the car and landed in the lanes. And I called it in commentary at the time saying, oh, it looks like some rubber has come out of the wheel arches. Anyway, thought nothing more of it. The track crew cleared it all up and off he went, you know, no drama. Got it back to the pits, and I called round to see Simon in the pits afterwards. It was chunks of rubber, but it was the wheelie bar wheels had split and had actually disintegrated and fallen off the car. I'd never seen that. Paul Dale on a great 8.12. Wow! Outstanding pass. 12.94 and a monster burnout there for Simon Boot. But oh my word, Paul Dale.
Where did that come from?
I don't know, but let's have some more of that.
Yeah, do that again.
Is that a PB?
It's got to be.
I'm sure that is a PB. Yeah. Oh my, and his first pass. Wow. Well, thanks for Pete Franklin for confirming that. 8.12 for Paul Dale, 168 mile an hour. All that work has paid off. But to do it off the trailer, it's one of those passes, I'm going to drive it to see how it feels. Because normally you don't overdo it on your first part, but if it feels right, you stick with it. And normally the passes that are the most undramatic are the quickest.
Of course.
And that proved it. Well done, Paul. I am ecstatic for you. Right, Jim Tucker, Keith Freeman.
So these cars are a lovely matchup. You've got the 34 Hemi-powered Ford of Jim Tucker taking on the Chevy 32 Ford of Keith Freeman, and both run similar numbers. A bit of a pull for Jim Tucker, but a lovely straight run for Keith. 9:47.
Well done, gang. We'll take that.
Unfortunately, Jim Tucker is rolling to... I'm not sure if he's stopped or if he's still under power, but I think that he's definitely under power.
Yeah, he's definitely moving. Super. Someone showboating there. It's Aaron. Oh, it is, yeah. Aaron Windridge. His driving experience belies his years. It really does. He's a young lad. But just got no fear. Love him.
So a new body on this car for this season. It will be painted and it will be purple.
As if it would be any other colour.
Exactly. This team has been flat out in recent months trying to get this car ready for this weekend, and he's got a sign on the back of the car that says, "We need no stinking Hemis." Of course, it is a supercharged small block Chevy in that car. They have run it on nitro in the past, but just on methanol this weekend. He'll be coming through and doing, I'll say a checkout pass, but his version of a checkout pass will probably be a 7. So he's dry hopped the car to the line, he's going to put it in the beams. Big old wobble at 330 foot, but he's got back on the power. He's going to go through probably to a low 81, 168 mile an hour.
Spot the resident nutter. Nicely done. The thing is, though, when you've been like cooped up in the pits all day yesterday, you just need to unleash, don't you? That's the way they do it.
These altered drivers in Supercharged Outlaws, they need taming. Actually, no, they don't.
No, they don't.
Because they're doing
No.
a brilliant job.
That is the wrong thing to say. I've got to put a shout out actually to Mick and Emma Checkett. Mick has been at home trying so hard to get his slingshot out for this weekend, but ran out of time basically. They're doing a fire up today, just checking the car out. But I know they're going to be tuned into the coverage. So to Mick and Emma and the girls, of course, a big hi to you.
How about this?
Look down at Joe Bond. Oh, that looks cool. Going alongside Roy Wilding. Give it large, why not? So a totally different look then for Joe Bond. Shed panels by the look. Not hasn't got shed panels on it, but they've shed, as in got rid of some panels.
And a new higher windscreen as well.
Yeah. Oh, that was to help the aero. And
yeah, because he was saying that when he's doing over 230 mile an hour, the wind gets a bit much.
Right.
Sorry, carry on. You were going to ask me a question then, but
yeah, I was saying about the body. So they've increased the windscreen area, so it's easier on Joe. But to shed panels, you know, it used to be enclosed.
Yes, this car has gone down into the 6.2s. Unfortunately, issues for Roy Wilding.
No.
He has been told to click it off. I can't see anything on track, but obviously I'm not down there. So he's going to get pushed back. Joe Bond's going to come forward. This is the quickest front engine dragster in Europe. He's probably not going to do much now because they do treat this thing with a hell of a lot of respect. He'll probably do a planned half pass for the first one. This is his first run of the year, don't forget.
Yeah, British built, need to add to that. What a run for Joe Bond.
What?
Look at that. 6:26. 2:26. Off the trailer. Outstanding pass.
That's a new PB.
Love that pass a lot. 6:26, 2:26. No issues. Joe driving it like he stole it. Can't say any more than that. Absolutely outstanding. 105 to 60 foot. And at the 8th, 409 at 181.
Well, the front wheels didn't touch the floor until he was about 100 foot out. You could see them wobbling around, and it made quite a hard move to 330 foot. He reeled it back nicely. I said they treat the car with respect, but Joe didn't. Not on that run.
Yeah, well, the day you don't respect it is the day it bites you. But Joe had that under control all the way.
Oh, yes.
I thought he had, 6:26 is a PB. I think he has done the fraction quicker. He's only in the 6.2s before.
Yes.
But wow, what a pass.
Well, he's showing everyone how to drive a slingshot, and the team are showing everyone what the slingshots can do.
That was brilliant.
Give the team a round of applause. That was one hell of a show. That was the first run of the year, don't forget, and he went 6.2.
Well, need to get our breath back after that. Roy Wilding sat in the car. The starter is still attached, and whatever it was is a minor issue. So looks like it could be good to go as the fuel bottle goes into the bug catcher. As they now start the car up.
So this is attempt number 2 for Roy Wilding with Chariots of Fire.
Quite high revving burnout, but
it wasn't
Roy
the first
is
one
one
as
of
well.
those that can react to that and calm it down. I think we have got one more Supercharged Outlaw around there. And of course we try to shuffle Julian forward as well.
So Roy Wilding, attempt number 2. This car has the capabilities to go deep into the 6s. PV at the minute I think sits around the low 7s. But I know they're desperately trying to up the mile an hour of the car. It's been into the high 190 mile an hour, but they want a little bit more than that.
Well, I say I can only see one more supercharged car in the lanes. Could be wrong because there's still quite a few here. I think we've got Joel Kerr down there, Bob Glasser. Yeah, not really what Roy wanted, but he's got an A to B, 962 at 91 mile an hour.
Yeah, 1.460 foot. He was very soft on the line. Went through, very bouncy. I think that was probably a reaction of the throttle inputs, but
in that spot I can see Joel Kerr's behind Brian Watson's.
yes. What a treat it is to see this car running here. The Famoso Speed Shop car has raced in the States, was campaigned by Steve Neomentis. It is now...
Was this the one that sat in his living room for a while?
Yeah, there's quite a famous picture of this car in his living room. But Brian Watson is doing what this car should be doing, and that's going very fast. Now, interestingly, the design of this car is very different to most other slingshots in that he actually sits above the rear axle. Usually you sit with your legs over the rear axle and you sit sort of behind it, but he's...
Ah, right,
he's
yes, I'm
above
with
it.
you, yeah.
And it's the bugging debut of Andy Fadster. Unfortunately, issues for him on Friday. That's why Twister is not out.
Yeah, I'm absolutely gutted for him. All of the work that he puts in never ever stops, and to have that happen was just
He's
no reward for
No.
the effort at all.
He's
Right.
definitely one of the guys who just can't catch a break.
No. So, Brian Watson. Fingers crossed for him.
So that sounds to me to be a second gear launch. He's going to do a full pass.
Oh, Black Betty goes 978 at 153. So,
think-
well under Brian.
I think the mile an hour shows you the potential of that car. Bear in mind, he didn't change gear once, and that it was only a 2-second 60 foot. I don't know how to explain this in sort of layman's terms, but a 2-second 60 foot is about a year. That car ideally wants to be doing half that.
Well, I don't think it would do, yeah, but 1.2 I would have thought. But oh, good to see Joel Kerr back. The Pontiac Star Chief, the stiff shifter. Again, another one of those guys that didn't deserve the misfortune of parts letting go and creating a huge amount of damage, and not only that, a front end rebuild as well, basically. But Joel is back and on the quest for 6-second passes with the stiff shifter. Has been 7-0.
Yeah. In fact, he has been 7-0-0. He had a checkout pass on Friday, so I'm not too sure what the plan will be on this pass. That's definitely not what he's looking for. That car
it
did
sounded
not
very
sound
laboured.
healthy. Yeah.
912, 105, 114 to 60 foot. But the thing that you cannot get enough of is track time.
Oh, of course.
And the more runs you make, the more you learn, the more you can iron out. And you can only do so much in the pits, but you do not know what it's going to do until you get it onto the track.
Well, there's one thing that people constantly say when they have issues, of the issues only arise under load.
Exactly that.
You can't put them under load anywhere else.
No.
Firing up in the pits just doesn't teach you that.
Right, so Supercharged Outlaws have now finished, as we are now welcoming Julian Webb with not split second, but his new jet car, Spider-Man. And this does not hang about at all. Great to have it here this weekend. As if this man doesn't smile enough, he comes up here and just smiles even more. Jim Usher just popped in to see us as well. So what? Go on, put these on very quickly, Jim. Let's have a very quick chat whilst Julian gets ready. Good to see you, mate.
Hey, you mate. Well done.
What happened?
Small oil leak on the fuel pump drive.
Oh, right. So there was me thinking it could be just like a nipped gasket or something.
Yeah,
but,
no, it looks like it's coming out of the oil pump drive. Crew on it now.
Good.
Hopefully, get the old magic silicon out, make a gasket,
good stuff.
get it fixed.
Yeah.
Brilliant, brilliant. How are you keeping anyway? You right?
Yeah, not too bad.
Good.
Yeah, and you?
Yeah, brilliant. We're racing,
here.
aren't we?
The
We're here
That
having
wet
fun.
stuff's gone away, and yeah.
Oh no, yesterday's banished.
What was that?
Exactly. right answer, Jim.
The only water we need is bottled.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But no, it was ridiculously frustrating. But your first runs of the year, obviously everybody in the Supercharged Outlaws, one or two managed to get a pass in on Friday, but today's the first day for them.
Yeah.
And morale okay down there?
Brilliant. Yeah, everyone's upbeat and looking, apart from Andy, of course.
Oh yeah, was to
Devastated.
say in commentary earlier, we're just absolutely gutted. He
It's
does
racing,
not
isn't it?
deserve that.
He doesn't. No, nobody does. But no, everyone's good. Good field entries for the first one. It's good. Some new
And
guys.
there's still more in the wings to
More
come.
in the wings. Some new guys are still in the build, and it's going to be great.
No, excellent stuff. So what's your plan for the rest of the day? Obviously you want to get back out, get your first run in.
We're getting another run out. I've got the nerves out of the way now, doing the burnout, and then just now we've rebuilt the car, so it's like, oh my god, have we done it right? Do a burnout, and it's like, yes,
Yeah.
we're good.
So Jim, we were saying in commentary, you've driven loads of things
I
over
haven't
the
driven
years.
one of them, but I got offered a drive of it.
Right, okay. You're a slight step ahead of me, but would you like to have a go in
I
that?
will drive anything, me.
Yeah,
Yeah, why not? If somebody's daft enough to let me have a go,
yeah,
I'll have a go.
good stuff.
Because you never get the opportunity again.
No. Have you been up here for a jet
Yeah,
yet?
yeah.
You have, right, okay. So I can't surprise you then?
No,
Ah,
nothing surprises me. Fire marshal for 15 years.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, a man who's done everything at the drag strip and including helping everybody else out as well. Well, don't go anywhere, Jim. Stay with us
Thank you.
as we get ready now for the fire show from Spider-Man and Julian Webb. So Julian now going to bring the turbine up to full whack. And are we going to see a low 6 or possibly even a high 5-second pass then from the Spider-Man jet? That's a good looking pass. It's a 585, 261 miles an hour at the stripe. He went 397 at 201 at the 8th and a 105 60 foot. That is a cracking pass from Julian. It's not bad, is it?
It's great, isn't it? It's lovely. I find how much it moves up here. It's wonderful. It could rock you to sleep, couldn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Normally when somebody comes and joins us in the tower, no disrespect to Jim, because I love him, but they go, oh, well, but Jim's used to this sort of thing, isn't he?
I think that's the first time I've ever said, or I've ever heard someone say a jet car would rock you to sleep. I don't think anyone else could fall asleep to a jet car.
I've known people fall asleep to fuel cars in the States.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Young
dear.
kids, they just sit there and go to sleep. It's like, you're joking me, you know.
Well, they just get in the zone.
You're asleep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Just get in the zone.
No, I could sleep on a washing line. Just rock me to sleep, no problem.
I think the washing line would hold you, mate.
How dare you? How dare you? You all heard that? He threatened me.
Oh dear, having banter with the racers is one of the best things in the world.
No,
it
we
really
don't get
is.
to do it very often, do we?
No,
we're all
definitely
busy
not.
in our own little zone. You guys up here do a fantastic job. The fans on the bank, they're doing their job. They're coming to support the track, and everybody is great. And the track staff, as ever, Ian, eagle-eyed, you know, brilliant. Can't thank
That comes with
enough.
years of experience, actually, because they spot things and you think,
they
how the
spot
hell
it
did
before
you
it's hit the
notice?
floor.
Yeah,
It's like
it's got a sixth sense.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
you just know. It's just you hear a note and you just know what's going on.
Yeah,
It comes with, as you say, years of practice. So,
and we are thankful for them.
I'm going to love you and leave you. Thank
Okay,
you very
Jim.
much.
Real good to see you, mate.
And
Best
you.
of luck for the rest
And,
of the day.
We'll see you later.
Get that pesky oil drive sorted out.
Yeah, no,
And
it's old, you know, 1971.
oh
Well,
god, I
the,
think
the name anyway, but the car, it's like Trigger's Broom. It's had 14 engines
Yeah.
and 7 chassis,
Yeah.
but it's still built in 1971.
yeah. Probably out of warranty now, though.
I don't know. We don't look at that. I always blame the person who started it. It's a problem. It's not my fault as a driver.
Yeah.
It's whoever started it, because I can't start it, so it's their fault.
Right, okay. You keep riding that wave, mate.
Yeah, that's the one. Right, cheers, guys. Thank you.
All the best, Jim. Really good to see Jim Usher. Always welcome to come and have a chat at any time. And it's good to see him. And he's always smiling, regardless of the situation. So real good to see our good friend Jim Usher. Right, let's have a look. I think it's going to be the Wild Bunch up next. And I think it's James Ald that is head of the lanes down there. But there's a lot of Wild Bunches down there. And I think Happy Days is down there. I can also see Alan Schofield down there. But yeah, it's a big mix of cars down there, so we're going to be concentrating on them next.
Well, interestingly, I can see Rob Brown's truck. So I wonder if they're using that.
Oh, that's probably towing somebody.
Yeah, I think it'd probably be towing Keith, which means Keith's probably going to make a pass with no wheelie bars.
Oh, talking of wheelie bars. What was... Yeah, the Villain.
Yes. Yeah.
They have put a call out. They would love to get hold of the wheelie bars that came off the Villain slingshot to put them back on it. We don't know who got them in the end, but if you are listening or if you're part of the show here or if you're tuned in, we would love to get hold of those wheelie bars. The team would love to get, they don't want them given, well, we wouldn't mind them given, but, they'll buy them. But they want to get them back on the car.
Yep. They
want to get as much originality back to the way that car was as possible, and a big missing part are the wheelie bars.
Yep.
So if you've got them and you're not using them, or if it's just a piece of wall art or whatever you're doing with them, get in touch with the team, because they would love to have a chat with you, and if there is a way of getting them back on the car,
and if
they appreciate it.
If you are here and you do own them, the team are in the pits.
Yeah.
They're in the Wild Bunch pits. They're about to see them run now, actually. So please get in touch. There's been a plea going out. I think Matthew Holland.
Yeah, he has indeed. Yeah, Matt's been in front of that. Yeah. It's one of those things. How can I put this? I collect memorabilia, as everybody knows, and That's a good point. If you've got any memorabilia you don't want, get in touch with me, especially die casts. I'm terrible, but there we go. But no, if you've got like memorabilia and wall art and you've got something like that on your wall, you feel really good.
Yes.
I mean, I've got some stuff that I would never part with.
I'm the same.
You know. But if you've got something, what would I do if I had the wheelie bars off the villain and the team were desperate for them, or the new owners of the car were desperate for them? It's a tough call.
It is. It is.
It
Genuinely
is a genuinely tough call. I don't know what I'd do.
I genuinely don't think I'd be able to make that decision.
Yeah.
If I owned
it's
them,
a toughie.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I suppose I would part with them. That would be my personal thing.
I think you'd have to, wouldn't you?
Yeah. But it's just, as I say, that's a toughie. That is a real toughie. You know, to get it back onto the original car. Yeah. Anyway, we don't own them, so we don't have to make that call. For the person listening might not.
And we move into the Wild Bunch.
Yeah, we'll stop there. Okay, Wild Bunch. It is Alan Schofield and James Auld, your first pair. Got 22 cars that I know of. It was 23, but one has decided its transmission doesn't want to work anymore. So the Little Faust Dragster, and of course the Altered.
As always, there is a lot of history behind both of these cars. The Scud Altered was campaigned for years as Rough Diamond.
Well, Dave Gibbons made that choice many moons ago to sell the car, and in a funny sort of way regretted it. Eventually bought it back. Found it, and then brought it back to originality. Enjoyed it all over again, but eventually the time came to move it on. And Alan Schofield having a lot of fun with the car now, and going quickly with it as well, well into the 8th. PB of 8:05. Goes 8:11 on that pass. 160, that'll do.
Well, interestingly, he had a diamond board on the back of his car that said 810.
Wow. 12.99 there from Little Faust. Oh, look at the new look of Happy Days. That's looking well smart. It's like we've gone overboard with the metallic green. I like it. It looks good. Directional air scoop to catch the wind whichever direction it's coming from. So that's Rob White, of course. Going alongside Wayne Colliver with the Misfit.
Wayne Colliver has gotten himself in a bit of a sticky situation because he's built a lovely car. I believe he's built a car for Jamie Faulkner. I've seen it online, and that is a gorgeous car. The reason why I say he's got himself into a sticky situation is because I want one, and I'm sure many other people want one too.
Yeah, I bet. I bet.
So this is just checkout passes for the first round of the Wild Bunch. And an 11-1. Oh, yeah, so an 11-1 for Robert White and an 11-9 for Wayne Colliver.
Well, you called that absolutely spot on for the next pair, though. Keith Crampton, no wheelie bar, so he'll be taking it easy. And Dan and Elliot Jones with the Raging Cajun. Now then, I did have a message from Dan Jones. He said, me and Elliot are both driving the Raging Cajun at Wild Bunch this weekend. Whether they can do that in one day. I'm the big baldy with a beard and glasses. Elliot has won on the edge, so yeah, just have a look at the picture they sent through. Danny's PB is 993, Elliot's is 981.
And as Keith's being brought to line, I'd like to say happy birthday to Hayley Fife. I can say this because I said this to her on her 18th birthday, but she's officially old now.
Ooh, dangerous territory there.
So an incredibly soft launch for Keith. I believe that was a second gear launch. Someone out there is missing a gear. I can hear it bounce off their elementer. I think that was Keith as he's slowing down, unfortunately. But a 10.70 for the Raging Cajun. And that is the unmistakable sound of the Econorail, driven by Andrew Jackson. And in the other lane, Time Lock 2. Not sure who's in the seat this time. Whether it be Greg Hay or Gary. But the car of Andrew Jackson is a marvellous piece of engineering. The engine in it is actually mounted sideways. The whole idea being the twist of the torque of the engine helps plant the rear tyres.
Actually, the Econorail dragster, I think, is now 51 years old. Celebrated its 50th anniversary last year.
Oh, something's come off it. Some belt of some kind. And a 948 for Time Lock 2. A 1.5 60 foot, but it seemed that it got 60 foot and then the nitrous hit because it just took off.
That's a PB on speed for Time Lock, 143 mile an hour. It was 141. And it has gone 9.4 as a PB, but I don't know if it was 9.4 what. But nevertheless, cracking run for Time Lock. Despite taking a while to get off the line, it was worth the wait. I'll tell you what, it's a little bit quiet, so I've been told to read this one out. Jane Morgan Ling. Where are you, Jane? In the grandstand somewhere. I know something. Happy 60th. How about that? Happy 60th birthday. Apparently I've got to make a big fuss of it as well. So, yeah. 60. That's even older than me.
I'm not going to say anything.
I know, you can't say anything. But no, seriously, Jane, a very, very happy birthday. Celebrating 60 years on this wonderful planet here this weekend. So, congratulations, and hope you have a great birthday celebration continuing all the way through the day. And I hope everybody is spoiling your rotten. There we go. Jane Morgan Ling, happy birthday. So I'll keep that one because I'll read it out again later on.
And it is the debut of the Shore Crank Redemption. Lovely looking car.
Well, I like the name as well. That's cool.
On pie crusts. That is a very nostalgic car. Driven by either Andy or Gordon Roy. I'm sure it'll go through. It'll probably run around a 12 or an 11.
Shore Crank Redemption. I just love the way the names appear on these cars.
Good news as well is whatever he runs, it will be a PB.
Well, the best thing about that pass is getting everybody a chance to have a good look at the car, because it is that stunning. It's a checkout pass, 26.02, 52 mile an hour. Now the fun really begins when they start working on the car, and you know, the first milestone has been achieved. They got the car built, finished, painted, prepared, and here. And that's the first part. Then you have a run, and then you see where you are, and then you start working on that. So well done to the team, and really do look forward to seeing the progression of that machine. Ian Wild with the Wildcat, and that's Dan Wilson with the antique toy. Just an update for everybody. Once Wild Bunch have gone through, we're going to be going into eliminations round 1 for our race classes, which of course is Outlaw Anglia, Gasser Circus and Nostalgia Superstock. There will be then a lunch break for our track crew, and when we come back we're going straight into Run What You Brung. So that's the format we're going to be doing, and it will be only a short lunch break.
That was a lovely looking run from Antiques Toy. 10.2 at 124 miles an hour.
PB on speed was 121 before that. So well done to them.
And Ian Wild goes 12.77. He's already made one pass today, but that was his first run in competition.
So that's Steve Field with the Black Pig 2. And Steve Field's had quite a few runs this season so far, as he's taken part in the National Championship in Super Comp. So good to see that team out. And how about the Rampage Funny Car of Phil James? Very experienced driver indeed, and has pretty much won it all in the Wild Bunch over the years. And more than once on some of the awards. So somewhere in the 9s for Phil, somewhere in the 8s for Steve.
So this is the first. We've got a question through on the live stream. Well, it's a lovely run from Steve.
He's got his 875, 155 problems there for Phil James, unfortunately. So he's coasting up to the line with a 13.38 at 104.
Yeah, so this is the first. We've got a question through on the live stream, and I've been asked how come Twister isn't racing. Well, unfortunately, he went to do a burnout on Friday, and he's damaged the engine in quite a
big way,
unrepairable way.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, he will be out this week. Oh, like I say, out this weekend, as in he won't be racing this weekend, unfortunately.
Yeah, you just can't cut a break, but eventually it will come back, and we'll go from there. Right, next up, Bradley Cooper, back from the past. That lovely little slingshot going alongside Rich Butcher, the Fourth Dimension.
So Rich Butcher and Bradley Cooper going to go through to an 11.3 and a 12.94. Lovely run to pair. Coming back round from the tower is the team who would love the wheelie bars from the villain. It is, of course, the Ford-powered machine. Chasing time, driven by Alan Skip. Skippy to his mate.
That's a cracking team, actually. Matt, JJ, Skip, and Ford. I mean, 4 great characters, they really are.
Well, Ford had his first taste of quarter-mile action on Friday. He took it down around a 10-0.
Yeah, well, what do they say? The boy done good.
So no doubt Skip's going to show him how a 9 looks like.
I don't think it'll be long before Ford's in the 9s anyway, so...
No.
.10.50, 1:23. Which means Ford's quicker. Oh dear. Yeah, I like that. That was funny.
It's the first time I've ever seen the crew celebrate for not having an ideal run.
Well, I think it means that Ford's quicker in the car than Skip this weekend.
Yes. And now I can see quite a few Outlaw Anglias.
Yeah, because they are ready for first round eliminations. That's what's coming up from them. I think we've still got some more wild bunches around there, because the car coming forward now is going to be Bob with Time Traveller.
Now you've
Recognise that tow truck anywhere.
Oh, of course. So you've seen Joe Bond run deep into the 6s in a slingshot dragster. Now this is, when it comes to Dragstalgia, there's a class called the Slingshot Showdown, and this is Joe's playmate. Joe and Bob go 1 for 1 at that weekend. Bob has been deep into the 6s. I think he's actually been 6.5s in the car.
And I will never forget being sat in the grandstand at 8 o'clock on a Sunday night at the national finals when Bob was running the Maras in the final of the Wild Bunch.
Yeah.
And Bob, in the pitch black, just unleashed a pass. And it was... I can't remember the exact number he ran, but if he didn't lift, he would have done a massive PB. He was trying to win a race at the same time.
Yeah.
I just sort of think, what? Oh, brilliant pass that was.
Well, Bob's been struggling for a long time with ignition issues in the car. He has proven recently that them issues are gone.
Well, his PB is 6:51 in the Wild Bunch.
I think that's his PB in any
PB
class.
overall, actually, yeah, sorry. All sounding good.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about this car, the car hasn't got any paint on it for one very good reason. Bob has a tendency to set himself on fire and do burnouts.
Yeah.
So if you come to Dragstalgia or some of the other...
He's not that straight.
I don't
better
think
now.
You can say that. So Bob, with a lovely wheels up launch, click second gear, lifts at the end.
Yeah, he's just drifting slightly left. But nevertheless, good pass, 760, 120.
0.9960 foot.
Wow.
What?
That was on course. If he didn't have to lift that, looking at his 8th mile at 4:32, that would have been probably a 6.4. But the short number, I mean, 0.9960. I think probably framing that one. I think that's the first time he's been under a second.
Yeah.
Right, it's eliminations time, and it is Outlaw Anglia, round number 1. Ben Kennedy taking on Luke Hoskins. No darlings, it's just whoever gets to the top end first will win, as long as you don't leave a red light glowing on the tree. Uh-oh. Luke being pushed back.
No, I think the issue is the fact that Bob's not actually off the track yet.
Ah, right.
Looking at the top end, he's going to be pushed around the corner, but you can't send cars down there while there's a car still on track. I think that goes without saying.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely spot on.
So they're just going to get Bob pushed off the track, and then we will be underway with Outlaw Anglia eliminations.
Well, what I can say now is what a difference a day makes, eh? Total utter dejection yesterday. I can't remember a day like yesterday at all, ever, where it just
All day.
didn't stop. But today, different ball game. Yep, Bob just coasted around the corner now. So, first round eliminations for Outlaw Anglia with Ben Kennedy and Luke Hoskins. Less than a second between them on qualifying. Well, Ben Kennedy going to go through with a 9.76. And Luke runs his quickest. 10.44. Rob Stone going alongside Ben Montgomery in next pair. Rob qualified number 2 with an 8.37. Ben with a 12.64.
I think one thing we should say is that this is a heads-up class. As long as both drivers go green, the first driver to the finish line will win. Easy as that.
Good looking run there for Rob. Goes 8.42, 1.54. And Ben goes through there with a 12.83. So Rob Stone into round number 2. He gets a bye in there, round number 2, so that will get him into the semis. So Doug McClure and Spencer Tidswell, your next pair. Well, we said it was a second between two cars. Now we got 1/100th of a second between two cars in qualifying. Doug ran 10.37, Spencer 10.38. They qualified 7th and 8th. It was a one-shot qualifier, so none of them really had a chance to get a full tune-up in their cars.
I'll let anyone guess when the nitrous turned on in Spencer's car. Goes through and goes 9.51, 142 miles an hour, but that thing just stood up.
He could put his arm out the window with the paintbrush and touched up the paint on the wall then. He was that close to it. What a pass. Nice one, Spencer. Go through with 9.51 as Thomas had just said there. 10.39 there for Doug. But yeah, as you say, when your power adder kicks in, hold on tight.
It just stood up.
Right, Barry Woodford and Gary Bird. Gary qualified number 3 spot with an outstanding 8.6. Barry number 12 with a 10.83, but trust me, Barry can go quicker than that. So should be a good race, this one.
Yeah, I think Barry actually got quite a lot of wheel spin on the line.
Oof, straight into stage there for Gary. I don't think he meant to do that. There is a thing called courtesy staging, but oh, he's gone as well. .867. That's a 2.86 he's run now. Barry goes through 11.36, but again lots of wheel spin off the line. Well, Andy Cunningham doing a good, strong, lumpy burnout underneath us there. Qualified with a 10.70. Rob Brindle qualified number 4 here with a 9.11.
Lovely launch there for Rob. This is going to be quite a strong pass for him. 8.77.
Take that, yeah. Good one from Andy. Goes 10.43. That's an outstanding pass for Andy, 10.43. Well, very happy with that one, but it is Rob Brindle that goes through.
Well, what that means now is 4 cars are all within 0.7 of a second of each other.
Right, this is Wayne Power. Should have been alongside Martin Payne, but we saw that there was a fluid leak from Martin Payne's car when he was approaching the stripe. It was breathing very heavily and obviously unable to make the call this time round. So it's going to be a solo then for Wayne. Chassis twisting launch. Trying to corkscrew the car almost. .10.05, 107. Okay, your number 1 qualifier, and what a return for the Flying Fifer. Colin Miller went 8.14, non-nitrous assisted, obviously, but the car has had a fair bit of work done to it. A new body, which is way lighter than the old one. Even the driver is lighter than the previous incarnation of Colin Miller. Got a new battery in there, which has saved him, I think, £50 he was saying, because he's got running one of those lithium power packs now. And loads of other tweaks as well. Brilliant design from Pete Walters.
I think he went to the stage of going through the car and finding bolts and just putting lighter bolts in.
Yeah.
It looks soft, but it's so fast. Go 8.01.
Aaron is still the quickest man, non-nitrous assisted in that car, but Colin is closing in. Yeah. Well. Oh, Jed just summed that up brilliantly. Yes, go on. Approaching £300, I think. £200 in the body, £50 in the battery. Probably another £20 in all the accessories, £30 off himself.
Yeah.
It is. It's really good. Okay, it is Nostalgia Superstock round 1 elimination. Sees Chris Tyhurst and Ty Strevitt, the number 16 32 qualifiers. Dial-ins, 12.47 plays 12.40. Oh, this is going to be close. Green light, both sides. Oh, and they are... Oh, no, I can't read out reaction times, can I? Nearly stumbled.
Well, one of them is pedaling. We can hear it at the top end. They're going through side by side.
Oh, look at the numbers. 12.43 on a 12.40, a 12.49 on a 47. That'll go down as a whole shot win for Chris Tyhurst by 0-2 at the strike. That's brilliant race. Tough crowd in Nostalgia Superstock. How about this then? Andrew Bishop taking on Alan Huckle. Andrew qualified number 2. Alan qualified 18. Dial-ins then. 13.98 plays 10.14. So Andrew just inching forward into stage. The tree is going to run first for Alan. Oh, cherry on the tree. Oh, 0005 red. Oh. Curses. That was almost a perfect light. 510 thou breakout on the tree.
Yeah, keep him away from sharp objects.
No. Andrew Bishop breaks out. Carl Kenyon, Gary Cork, your next pair. Dial-ins, 14.88 for Carl, so he'll be going first. Gary Cork, 11.70, will be chasing him down. And these two qualified 24 and 8. Both into stage. Green on one side. Red on the other side. Curses. 04 red for Gary Cork. Carl Kenyon is going to go through. So 11.72. Carl broke out anyway, 14.72. But the win light was already on, so it didn't matter. So commiserations to Gary, well on to Carl. Jason Dodd and Pete Christmas, your next pair. 10.72 plays 10.75. Oh, 300ths difference. Can we spot that on the tree? Well, we can spot it on the tree, but can we spot it on the cars? Slightly. Not much. Pete Christmas going to get there first, but breaks out by too much. Goes 10.62 on a 75. A win for Jason Dodd, 10.81. He did have a 10th in the bag in reaction time, but Pete Christmas took the strike by a 10th and broke out by over a 10th.
And it will be Phil Hobson taking on Dan Williams.
12.14 plays 10.90.
Well, they've dropped their dial in a little bit. I think both of them have actually.
So the win light goes to Dan Williams. Wow. 10.93 on the 10.90. 12.44 for Phil.
He actually got away with one there.
Yeah, Dan dodged a bullet because he was way late off the line, and he will not be happy when he sees his reaction time on that one. But he takes the win, and he's through. Right, how about Simon Rickwood and Neil Francis? Simon Rickwood dialing in 9.75, but leaving first will be Neil, 12.22. I think so. Oh, how close was Simon to red light in there? The car moved. 992 on a 75, but it looks like Simon almost broke the beams too early there, and then he went 004 on the line. I'm not saying he dodged one, but if the car had gone any further forward, whoa.
Yeah.
Wow, that was a good one. So, Simon Rickmond through to round number 2. Next pair, Paul Dodd, Nick Martin. 11.28, plays 13.75. Nick will be leaving first. And there goes Paul. That's a tight one at the stripe. It's a double breakout. But Paul Dodd takes that one. Although he got to the stripe first, it was a double breakout, but it was over a 10th there for Nick. So Paul Dodd into the next round. Dave Belledew, Adam Novak. 990 plays 11.07. Adam, we're going first. 2 very good racers here. Well, I know who's favourite. Oh, he broke out. It's a double breakout. Adam Novak had an 05 light. Dave Belledew was asleep with a 0.3. They both broke out, but Adam didn't need to. He took the stripe by 1/4 of a second. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Blast. Can't think. Oh dear, he's going to be frustrated when he looks at that timing slip.
Kiwi Thompson and Holly Butcher. Kiwi is one tough customer, but Holly's debut run, she took #1 qualifier.
Ian Turbeville's going to be tuned in and watching this run because that's Turbo's old car.
Oh, right.
Kiwi has got a toughie to get round here.
It was a long old way.
Holly on her way to a 13.91. That's what she's dialed in.
She's going to get there.
She's going to get there first. Oh, but she breaks out. Oh, she had an 05 light to a 0.22. But she went 13.74 on a 91. Oh, she could have had that one. But what a debut for Holly. Exceptional. She's just got to learn the racecraft now because that was racecraft.
Yeah.
And that will come. And then when she gets that, watch out. But Kiwi into round 2. Next up, Stuart Arthur, John Wilson. Dial-ins, 12.90, 14 flat. Green light drag race.
Okay, I don't think we're giving anything away.
So, Stuart trying to close that gap. Has he done it? No. He got there second and he broke out. 14.01 takes the win.
Was 14.01 on a 14 dial.
Nice. Yeah, Stuart's a little bit late then, shall we say. But nevertheless.
Now this is a race that could be a final. Chris Goodale with Russo's Rat taking on Don Scott with the Richard Petty schemed Superbird. 981 takes 970. About a tenth on the line.
Oh. Well, let's just say Chris went way too soon then. He loaded the converter up and just launched it. Gets a 990, but the win goes to Don Scott, 973 on a 970. So well done to Don, commiserations to Chris. Connor Hall and Gary Carr. Gary representing Williams Brothers Racing. So yeah, proper Monte Carlo, that proper sleeper. Doesn't look anything more than that, but it's got a Williams Brothers Racing built 383 in there. Gary dials 1376, 1239. Connor, oh, and Gary goes red by 0.7. So early bath for Gary. Connor goes to round 2. Wow, Oh, Connor Hall, 12.42 on a 39. That was going to be tough to beat anyway. And he had an 05 light, did everything right then. Right, Duncan Watson, Lee Charles. This is a matchup. 9.87 from Lee. He'll be leaving first. Lee is normally chasing somebody, but this time he's going to try to stay ahead of Duncan Watts. Dial's 960. Good racing prospect, this one. Well, they all are, but two heavy hitters of the class here. I think some of these drivers are taking sleeping pills. I don't quite know what's going on, but an 05 light from Lee Charles and a 9.98. That was nigh on impossible for Duncan to get around there, but well done to Lee.
Yeah, opposed to a 0.5 from Duncan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you were brave. You read it out. Right, next up, Adrian Portelli and Ash Rawson. Both of these drivers have had well, races this year already, so they're not coming into this unpracticed, unrehearsed. They both know what they're doing. 10.90 plays 10.22. Adrian going to be leaving first. So will the runner-up from the last meeting go into the next round, or is Adrian going to take that spot? It is, yep. Adrian Portelli wins that one with a 10.93 breakout and got there second for Ash. He couldn't win that race. So Adrian through.
Now, speaking of matchups, here's another one. John Sleeth.
Yeah, John Sleeth, 9.75 with the Camaro going alongside Keith Williams. It's so good to see Keith racing as well. He's always down there for his lads, but this time the lads are there for him.
Well, Keith qualified in the number 4 spot.
He did brilliantly.
With an 11.93 on 11.90. He's stuck with that die there. What a launch from John Sleeth. That thing properly hooked and went. It's going to be tight at the finish line. I think Keith's going to get there first, but I can hear him lifting and braking, but no! John Sleeth, 9.91 and 75 dialing. Both of them were lifting and pedaling.
Yeah, John cracking 04 light there, but I'm chuffed to bits for Keith. He's got the car down to the track and he's had a couple of passes in it and it looks stunning. So well done to Keith. Right, last pair, Glyn Boardman and Dan Sanderson. 13.70 plays 9.90. Glyn's got to be rather patient here.
Yeah, that's a long old wait.
Especially in Nostalgia Superstock. Wow. Oh, Dan goes red. So Glyn takes the win. So congrats to Keith, sorry, to Glyn. Commiserations to Dan. 9.93 on a 9.90. Nicely done, sir. Matchups then for round 2. Kiwi is going to be taking on Lee Charles. Glyn Boardman taking on John Wilson. Jason Dodd and Adrian Portelli. Dan Williams will be taking on Paul Dodd. Andrew Bishop and Don Scott. That'll be good because they're pitting next to each other. Simon Rickwood taking on Dave Billadou. That is a toughie. And John Sleeth taking on Connor Hall. Then Carl Kay takes on Chris Tyhurst. Right, okay, the cars that didn't make the show are just going to be run through. Glenda Thompson and Pete Dodd having a time trial run. These were 34 and 35 qualifiers. That's the problem with one-shot qualifying. If you don't get it right first time, it's going to be tough, and that's what happened for these two. I can't remember now. I think Glenda break out, and Pete rolled the beams and just missed it by a country mile.
Well, he's done.
Oh no, Glenda didn't break. Yeah. Well, Pete's probably got everything in the kitchen sink in the car to see what it will run. Oh, he's hooked the front wheels this time. Been suffering for lack of wheelies. Don't forget he's jetted it as well.
Yeah.
I think it's still going to be a 9. Yeah, 9.51, 144.
Yeah. Wheel spinning start, and it was a chopping black smoke out of it the whole way up the track. So that's it done. And we move into Gasser Circus for their first round of eliminations. And it is Harvey Turner with the new to him Nova. This car has got a lot of history.
Yeah, no stone, a beautiful car.
And he's taken on Billy Jones with the big Willis. This is a similar sort of thing. It'll be a staggered start. Billy looking to run a 10.62. Harvey wants to run a 12.0, so he'll be leaving first.
What a race. Double breakout, 1 by 300ths, 1 by 200ths. The reaction times. Harvey was 01, Billy 02. Double breakout, but it is the Willis. Billy taking the win. What a pairing that was. 11.97 to 10.06. There was 01 between them at the stripe. That was fractions all the way.
And it is Sean Milson with Ain't Misbehaving looking to run a 10.06, taking on Ray Irish with the Willis pickup. He's looking to run a 10.23. That was a big old rim stand for Sean.
Oh, Ray breaks out, got there first. Broke out by a country mile, actually. 10.07 on a 10.23, but perfect 10.06 for Sean on a 10.06 dial. He goes through to round number 2.
We've seen Harvey, and here is his dad, Ray Turner, with the Green Onions 55, taking on Neve Smith with another new to her car. It is Nogbad the Bad. She's looking to run a 12.72. Now Neve's going to get there way before Ray, but breaks out.
Oh dear, only by 200ths, but it's enough. 200ths the right side though was Ray Turner, went 10.92 on a 10.90. But Neve had an 07 light compared to Ray's 0.19. So Neve took the stripe by 0.16, didn't need to do it that much, but that's racecraft and that will come. But when you're doing 106 at the stripe and your competitor doing 121, it's judging the closing speeds. And that will only come with experience. Right, we got the Rocket. Taking on High Roller. That's not Martin Hallam. It's certainly John Gibson. That's Simon Prest in the Cashel Lane.
So he's looking to run 11.24. John's looking to run a 10.70. About half a second on the tree. But a red light for Simon. 0.1 red at that. In fact, they both went red. John went red by 0.3, but because Simon left first and went red first, he will get the win.
Ah, right, okay, so that explains it then. That should have been Martin Hallam. He didn't make the call, so Simon Prest came in as an alternate.
Right.
And that's what happened there, so that's where I couldn't work out what was going on there. But
But next up, Jason Pickett with Cherry Bomb, looking to run a 10.89, taking on Brian Gibson. He wants to run an 11.45. So he'll be leaving first in the slip tricks lane. Well, I don't think best reaction time is going to go too far.
Well, fair to say, Jason almost double steps in there. And takes that with a 10.89, hits his number, bang on, nicely done there. 11.64, not quite working to plan there, so Jason through. Talking to Jason's, there's another one, Jason Holloway taking on Graham Barton. Jason, number 1. Whoa, hang on, no, this is... what am I looking at? I'm just looking at totally the wrong pair. Got Graham... Whoa, hang on, this is the Graham Barton. Hang on, what's going on here? Oh. I can only assume that was a breakage for Jason. That was weird. I'll plead the fifth on that one. I've got totally confused by looking at the screen, and the screen was giving me the wrong info. Okay, let's have a look at the next pair. It's definitely Lee Pike, and that's definitely Nick Brook-Langham down there.
So Lee looking to run a 9.18. He's got a long old wait, about 3 seconds, waiting for Nick to go. Nick is looking to run 11.70. We're just waiting for some of the cars to turn off at the top end of the track before we send these guys flying and barreling towards them.
Yeah, you've got yeah, one of the Austins is stuck in the lane. Is it rolling? I can't. I think it is. So Lee takes that with a 9.47 to lose that. 11.71 or 70, but we're not going to read.
Yeah.
Oh, you read it out. But yeah, not a reaction time. Really.
Yeah, I don't think we were giving anything away by reading it out then, because you could see the green turned on and then he went on the 2-step. Interestingly, the lanes have gone a bit empty. So
yeah, because it's lunchtime.
That would explain quite a lot. So this is the last round of eliminations. Steve Matthews and Patrick Hobbs. Patrick Hobbs wants
lovely launch for Steve.
Yeah, so Patrick wants 11.59. Steve wants 9.65. Patrick's going to get there first and breaks out. A 9.66 on a 65 for Steve Matthews allows him to take the win.
Whoa, time to have a little breather now as our track crew are going to stand down and have a little lunch break as we are in the tower as well. But when we come back, it's going to be runway brung for a little while, and then obviously we crack on with the eliminations round number 2 after that. So the airwaves are going to belong to Nitro FM for a little while. We'll take it back when we hear race engines and we continue eliminations and we continue the runway brung here at Santa Prada Raceway for the Nostalgia Nationals. We'll be back with you soon.
He has a tendency to set himself on fire and do burnouts.
Yeah.
So if you come to Dragnostalgia or some of the other...
He's not that straight.
I don't
better
think
now.
You can say that. So Bob, with a lovely wheels up launch, click second gear, lifts at the end.
Yeah, he's just drifting slightly left. But nevertheless, good pass, 760, 120.
0.99.
Yep, Bob just coasted around the corner now. So, first round eliminations for Outlaw Anglia with Ben Kennedy and Luke Hoskins. Less than a second between them on qualifying. Ben Kennedy going to go through with a 9.76, and Luke runs his quickest. Good looking run there for Rob. Goes 8:42, 1:54. And Ben goes through there.
Whoa, what a wheelie. I'll let anyone guess when the nitrous turned on in Spencer's car. Goes through and goes 9:51, 142 mile an hour, but that thing just stood up.
Oof, straight into stage there for Gary. I don't think he meant to do that. There is a thing called courtesy staging, but oh, he's gone as well. .867. That's a 2.86 he's run now.
Lovely launch there for Rob. This is going to be quite a strong pass for him. 8.77.
Take that. Yeah. All this time round. So it's going to be a solo then for Wayne. Chassis twisting launch. Trying to corkscrew the car almost.
He went to the stage of going through the car and finding bolts and just putting lighter bolts in.
Yeah.
It looks soft, but it's so fast. Go 8.01.
Aaron is still the quickest man, non-nitrous assisted in that car, but Colin is closing in. Plays 12.40. Oh, this is going to be close. Green light, both sides. Oh, and they are... Oh, no, I can't read out reaction times, can I? Nearly stumbled.
Well, one of them is pedalling. We can hear it at the top end. They go through side by side.
Oh, look at the numbers. 12.43 on a 12.40, a 12.49 on a 47. So Andrew just inching forward into stage. The tree is going to run first for Alan. Oh, cherry on the tree. Oh, 0005 red. Oh, curses. That was almost a perfect light. 510 thou breakout on the tree.
Yeah, keep him away from sharp objects.
No. Andrew Bishop. Both into stage. Green on one side. Red on the other side. Curses. 04 red for Gary Court. Carl Kenyon is going to go through. So now we spot that on the tree. Well, we can spot it on the tree, but can we spot it on the cars? Slightly. Not much. Pete Christmas going to get there first, but breaks out by too much, goes 10.62 on a 75. 12.14 plays 10.90.
Well, they've dropped their dial in a little bit. I think both of them have actually.
So the win light goes to Dan Williams. Wow. 10.93 on the 10.90. 12.44 for Phil.
Yeah.
I think so. Oh, how close was Simon to red light in there? The car moved. .992 on a 75, but it looks like Simon almost broke the beams to 13.75. Nick will be leaving first. And there goes Paul. That's a tight one at the stripe. It's a double breakout, but Paul Dodd Dave Belledew, Adam Novak. 990 plays 1107. Adam, we're going first. Two very good racers here. Well, I know who's favourite. Oh, he broke out. It's a double breakout. Adam Novak and an 05 light. Dave Belledew was a...
Kiwi is one tough customer. But Holly's debut run, she took #1 qualifier.
Ian Turbeville is going to be tuned in and watching this run because that's Turbo's old car.
All right.
Kiwi has got a toughie to get around here.
It was a long old way.
Holly on her way to a 1391. That's what she's dialed in.
She's going to get there.
She's going to get there first. Oh, but she breaks out. Oh, she had an 05 light to a .22. John Wilson. Dial-ins, 1290, 14 flat. Green light drag race.
Okay, I don't think we're giving anything going away.
So, Stewart trying to close that gap. Has he done it? No. He got there second and he broke out.
The race that could be a final. Chris Goodale with Russo's Rat taking on Don Scott with the Richard Petty schemed Superbird. 981 takes 970. About a tenth on the line.
Oh. Well, let's just say Chris went way too soon then. He loaded the converter up and just launched it. Gets a 990, but the win. So, yeah, proper Monte Carlo, that proper sleeper. Doesn't look anything more than that, but it's got a Williams Brothers Racing built 383 in there. Gary Dale's 1376, 1239. Connor, oh, and Gary goes red by 07. So, early bath for Gary. Connor goes to round 2. Well, Connor Hall, 12. Good racing prospect, this one. Well, they all are, but two heavy hitters of the class here. Races this year already, so they're not coming into this unpracticed, unrehearsed. And they both know what they're doing. 1090 plays 1022. Adrian going to be leaving first. So will the runner-up from the last meeting go into the next round, or is Adrian going to take that spot? It is, yeah. Adrian Portelli wins that one with a... It's so good to see Keith racing as well. He's always down there for his lads, but this time the lads are there for him.
Well, Keith qualified in the #4 spot.
He did brilliantly.
With an 1193 on 1190. He's stuck with that die there. What a launch from John Sneed. That thing properly hooked and went. It's going to be tight at the finish line. I think Keith's going to get there first, but I can hear him lifting and braking, but no! John Sneed, 991 and 7.
Be rather patient here.
Yeah, that's a long old wait.
Especially in Nostalgia Superstock. Wow. Oh, Dan goes red. So Glyn takes the win. So congrats to Keith, sorry, to Glyn. Commiserations to Dan. 993. Can't remember now. I think Glenda break out, and Pete rolled the beams and just missed it by a country mile.
Well, he's told
no, Glenda didn't break. Yeah. Well, Pete's probably got everything in the kitchen sink in the car to see what it will run. Oh, he's hooked the front wheels this time. Been suffering for lack of wheelies. Don't forget he's jetted it as well.
Yeah.
I think it's still going to be a 9. Yeah, 951, 144.
Yeah. Wheel spinning start, and it was a chopping black smoke out of it the whole way up the track. I think it'll be a staggered start. Billy looking to run a 10.62. Harvey wants to run a 12.0, so he'll be leaving first.
What a race. Double breakout, 1x300.
06 taking on Ray Irish with the Willis pickup. He's looking to run a 10.23. That was a big old move, that's for sure.
Oh, Ray breaks out, got there first, broke out by a country.
It's his dad, Ray Turner, with the Green Onions 55. Taking on Neve Smith with another new to her car. It is Nog Bad the Bad. She's looking to run a 12.72. Now Neve's going to get there way before Ray, but breaks out.
Ooh. In the Kestrel lane.
So he's looking to run 11.24. John's looking to...
So Andrew just inching forward into stage. The tree is going to run first for Alan. Oh, cherry on the tree. Oh, 0005 red. Oh, curses. That was almost a perfect light. 510 thou breakout on the tree.
Yeah, keep him away from sharp objects.
No. Andrew Bishop. Both into stage. Green on one side. Red on the other side. Curses. 04 red for Gary Court. Carl Kenyon is going to go through. Supercharged car in the lanes. Could be wrong because there's still quite a few here. I think we've got Joel Kerr down there, Bob Glasser. Well, yeah, not really what Roy wanted, but he's gone A to B, 962 at 91 mile an hour.
Yeah, 1.460. It's passed. That's definitely not what he's looking for. That car
it
did
sounded
not
very
sound
laboured,
healthy.
didn't it? 912, 105, 114 to 60 foot. But
Your eyes under load.
Exactly that.
You can't put them under load anywhere else.
No.
Firing up in the pits just doesn't teach you that.
Right, so Supercharged Outlaws have now finished as we are now welcoming Julian Webb with not split second, but his new jet car, Spider-Man. And this does not hang about at all. Great to have it here this weekend. As if this man doesn't smile enough, he comes up here and just smiles even more. Jim Usher just popped in to see us as well. So what? I'll put these on very quickly, Jim. Let's have a very quick chat whilst Julian gets ready. Good to see you, mate.
Hey, you mate. Well done.
What happened?
Small oil leak on the fuel pump drive.
Oh, right. So there was me thinking it could be just like a nipped gasket or something.
Yeah,
but,
no, it looks like it's coming out of the oil pump drive. Crew on it now. Hopefully, get the old magic silicone out, make a gasket.
Good stuff.
Get it fixed.
Yeah.
Brilliant. How are you keeping anyway? You right?
Yeah, not too bad.
Good.
Yeah, and you?
Yeah, brilliant. We're racing,
here.
aren't we?
The
We're here
That
having
wet
fun.
stuff's gone away, and yeah.
Oh no, yesterday's banished.
What was that?
Exactly. right answer, Jim.
The only water we need is bottled.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But no, it was ridiculously frustrating. But your first runs of the year, obviously everybody in the Supercharged Outlaws, well, one or two managed to get a pass in on Friday, but today's the first day for them.
Yeah.
And morale okay down there?
Brilliant. Yeah, everyone's upbeat and looking, apart from Andy, of course.
Oh, yeah, was to say in commentary earlier, we're just absolutely gutted. He does
racing,
not deserve that.
He doesn't, no. Nobody does. But no, everyone's good. Good field entries for the first one. It's good. Some
And
new guys,
there's still more in the wings to come.
More in the wings, some new guys are still in the build, and, it's going to be great.
No, excellent stuff. So what's your plan for the rest of the day? Obviously you want to get back out, get your first run in.
We'll get another run out. I've got the nerves out of the way now, doing the burnout, and then just now we've rebuilt the car, so it's like, oh my god, have we done it right? Do a burnout, and it's like, yes.
Yeah.
We're good.
Now Jim, we were saying in commentary, you've driven loads of things
I
over
haven't
the
driven
years.
one of them, but I got offered a drive of it.
Ah, right, okay. You're a slight step ahead of me, but would you like to have a go in
I
that?
will drive anything, me.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? If somebody's daft enough to let me have a go,
Yeah.
I'll have a go.
Good stuff.
Because you never get the opportunity again.
No. Have you been up here for a jet yet?
Yeah.
You have. Right, okay. So I can't surprise you then?
No, nothing surprises me. Fire marshal for 15 years.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, man who's done everything at the drag strip and including helping everybody else out as well. Well, don't go anywhere, Jim. Stay with us.
Thank you.
As we get ready now for the fire show from Spider-Man and Julian Webb. So Julian now going to bring the turbine up to full whack, and are we going to see a low 6 or possibly even a high 5-second pass there from the Spider-Man jet? That's a good looking pass. It's a 585, 261 miles an hour at the stripe. He went 397 at 201 at the 8th and a 105 60 foot. That is a cracking pass from Julian. It's not bad. Alan Schofield having a lot of fun with the car now, and going quickly with it as well, well into the 8th. A PB of 8:05. Goes 8:11 on that pass, 160, that'll do.
Well, interestingly, he had a dialing board on the back of his car that said 810.
Wow.
So this is just checkout passes for the first round of the Wild Bunch. And an 11-1. I can say this because I said this to her on her 18th birthday, but she's officially old now.
Ooh, dangerous territory there.
So an incredibly soft launch for Keith. I believe that was a second gear launch. Someone out there is missing a gear. I can hear it bounce off their elevator. I think that was Keith as he's slowing down, unfortunately. But a 10.70 for the Raging Cajun. The whole idea being the twist of the torque of the engine helps plant the rear tyres.
Actually, the Econorail dragster, I think, is now 51 years old. Celebrated its 50th anniversary last year.
Oh, something's come off it. Some belt of some kind. And a 948 for Time Lock 2. A 1.560 foot, but it seems... Good news as well is whatever he runs, it will be a PB.
Well, the best thing about that pass is getting everybody a chance to have a good look at the car, because it is that stunning. It's a checkout pass, 26.02, 52 mile an hour. Now the fun really begins when they start working on the car, and you know, the first lunch break for our track crew, and when we come back we're going straight into Run What You Brung. So that's the format we're going to be doing, and it will be only a short lunch break.
That was a lovely looking run from Antiques Toy. 10.2 at 124 miles an hour.
PB on speed was 121 before that for Steve.
So this is a first. We've got a question through on the live stream. Well, it's a lovely run from Steve.
He's got his 875, 155 problems there for Phil James, unfortunately. So he's coasting up to the line with a 13.38 at 104.
Yeah. So Rich Butcher and Bradley Cooper going to go through to an 11.3 and a 12.94. Lovely run to pair. So no doubt Skip's going to show him how a 9 looks like.
I don't think it'll be long before Ford's in the 9s anyway, so...
No. So no doubt Skip's going to show him how a 9 looks like.
I don't think it'll be long before Ford's in the 9s anyway, so...
No.
.10.50, 123. Which means Ford's quicker.
He has a tendency to set himself on fire and do burnouts.
Yeah.
So if you come to Dragstalgia or some of the other...
He's not that straight.
Right, I don't
better
think you
now.
can say that. So Bob, with a lovely wheels up launch, click second gear, lifts at the end.
Yeah, you're just drifting slightly left. But nevertheless, good pass, 760, 120.
0.99.
Yep, Bob just coasted around the corner now. So, first round eliminations for Outlaw Anglia with Ben Kennedy and Luke Hoskins. Less than a second between them on qualifying. Ben Kennedy going to go through with a 9.76, and Luke runs his quickest. Good looking run there for Rob. Goes 8.42, 154. And Ben goes through there.
Whoa, what a wheelie. I'll let anyone guess when the nitrous turned on in Spencer's car. Goes through and goes 9.51, 142 mile an hour, but that thing just stood up.
Oof, straight into stage there for Gary. I don't think he meant to do that. There is a thing called courtesy staging, but oh, he's gone as well. .867. That's a 2.86 he's run now.
Lovely launch there for Rob. This is going to be quite a strong pass for him. 8.77.
Take that. Yeah. All this time round. So it's going to be a solo then for Wayne. Chassis twisting launch. Trying to corkscrew the car almost.
He went to the stage of going through the car and finding bolts and just putting lighter bolts in.
Yeah.
It looks soft, but it's so fast. To go 8.01.
Aaron is still the quickest man, non-nitrous assisted in that car, but Colin is closing in. Plays 12.40. Oh, this is going to be close. Green light, both sides. Oh, and they are... Oh, no, I can't read out reaction times, can I? Nearly stumbled.
Well, one of them is pedalling. We can hear it at the top end. They're going through side by side.
Oh, look at the numbers. 12.43 on a 12.40, a 12.49 on a 47. So Andrew just inching forward into stage. The tree is going to run first for Alan. Oh, cherry on the tree. Oh, 0005 red. Oh, curses. That was almost a perfect light. 510 thou breakout on the tree.
Yeah, keep him away from sharp objects.
No. Andrew Bishop. Both into stage. Green on one side. Red on the other side. Curses. 04 red for Gary Court. Carl Kenyon is going to go through. So now we spot that on the tree. Well, we can spot it on the tree, but can we spot it on the cars? Slightly. Not much. Pete Christmas going to get there first, but breaks out by too much, goes 10.62 on a 75. 12.14 plays 10.90.
Well, they've dropped their dial in a little bit. I think both of them have, actually.
So the win light goes to Dan Williams. Wow. 10.93 on the 10.90. 12.44 for Phil.
Yeah.
I think so. Oh, how close was Simon to red light in there? The car moved. .992 on a 75, but it looks like Simon almost broke the beams to 13.75. Nick will be leaving first. There goes Paul. That's a tight one at the stripe. It's a double breakout. But Paul Dodd. Dave Belledew, Adam Novak. 990 plays 1107. Adam, we're going first. Two very good racers here. Well, I know who's favourite. Oh, he broke out. It's a double breakout. Adam Novak and an 05 light. Dave Belledew was a...
Kiwi is one tough customer. But Holly's debut run, she took #1 qualifier.
Ian Turbeville's going to be tuned in and watching this run because that's Turbo's old car.
All right.
Kiwi has got a toughie to get around here.
It was a long old way.
Holly on her way to a 1391. That's what she's dialed in.
She's going to get there.
She's going to get there first. Oh, but she breaks out. Oh, she had an 05 light to a .22. John Wilson. Dial-ins, 1290, 14 flat. Green light drag race.
Okay, I don't think we're giving any going away. But,
so, Stewart trying to close that gap. Has he done it? No. He got there second and he broke out.
The race that could be a final. Chris Goodale with Rosso's Wrap taking on a Don Scott with the Richard Petty schemed Superbird. 981 takes 970. About a tenth on the line.
Oh. Well, let's just say Chris went way too soon then. He loaded the converter up and just launched it. Gets a 990, but the win. So, yeah, proper Monte Carlo, that proper sleeper. Doesn't look anything more than that, but it's got a Williams Brothers Racing built 383 in there. Gary Darts 1376, 1239. Connor, oh, and Gary goes red by 07. So, early bath for Gary. Connor goes to round 2. Well, Connor Hall, top good racing prospect this one. Well, they all are, but two heavy hitters of the class here. Races this year already, so they're not coming into this unpracticed, unrehearsed. They both know what they're doing. 1090 plays 1022. Adrian going to be leaving first. So will the runner-up for the last meeting go into the next round, or is Adrian going to take that spot? It is, yep. Adrian Portelli wins that one with a... It's so good to see Keith racing as well. He's always down there for his lads, but this time the lads change in a day, eh?
So kicking off what we've run is this gorgeous Ford coupe down here. That thing's lovely.
Yeah, just had a chat and basically getting used to the new tyres and manually shifted car as well, and when it got towards a stripe wouldn't shift gear, so hence it was a high 11 not a low 11, and he said basically going to hit it a bit harder off the line, which is exactly what he's done this time, and end result goes from 11.9s to 11.2s. That'll do. Fast improvement and the speed of 123 miles an hour. So as I say, into a session of Run What You've Run. And Jason Devos back out with the Frankenstein. And Ray with hopefully no problems. Yeah, thank goodness for that. Right. Oh, lovely pictures on the live stream actually. Ray Colclough from the Watch Shop. Should be into the nines for Ray. Let's see what he's got for us. Well, nearly 1050, 138. I think he was. Oh yeah, 217, 60 foot tells the story there. Slightly rolled the beams a bit. Yeah, it was tickling and it went red in the end.
Can we put a quick call down because there's some cars at the pairing going to have their drivers? Yeah, okay, thank you.
Right, into the run what you brung lanes. Can everybody please return to their cars? We've got a few cars down there. They've got no drivers with them, so if you could please get back to your cars, please, drivers. Thank you very much indeed. As the 41 gets another pass in. 11:25, 122. It's coming together, guys. Well done. Imagine when they really start tuning that car. That is going to get quick. You just know it's going to happen. Right, Matt Southcote with the Plymouth Scamp.
I've got to admit, that is one of the more unique ways of going racing, of having a Plymouth Scamp, sorry, like roof, quarters, and then a Dodge Challenger front clip.
Yeah, it does catch you out, because I looked at that and I thought, oh, got the angel eyes and all sorts of weird and wonderful things going on there. But regardless of that, 894, 150 mile an hour earlier on. Very purposeful looking machine. So I had a quick nose in the window actually. Matt wasn't there when I had a look at the car. But lovely bit of kit. Also got to say a big thank you and a shout out to Mark Wallington. I was asking for details as Matt goes through the 906 148. I was asking for details all about the Outlaw Street, and I have got the most comprehensive list you could ever imagine. They've got 75 cars registered for 2023. They're not obviously going to be at the same meeting and everything, but massive thanks to Mark. I've got the list of everybody that's running. And then my next challenge to Mark, when you have time, mate, put the PBs next to each driver. There we go. That's a harsh one, but Mark, thank you ever so much indeed, mate. Really appreciate it. So I know who I'm talking about now. Right, Brian Star Savage. In actual fact, go back to the 1930s and when these two cars were first built. Little did they know what was going to happen to them 90 odd years later.
No.
Here they are.
And running super fast. That'd be another good 10-second pass. Yeah, 10:58, 126 miles. That didn't sound very good. Sorry,
That's a car backfire by the sound of it.
I don't know if you guys could hear that, but yeah, that went pop.
That's Graham Scrivens. Going alongside this bonkers Transit. Found out a little bit more about this now. It's a 5.7 litre Hemi under there. Now apparently, and I need to get this confirmed, but it's a 300C chassis under there. And it's been having this, has had this Transit body grafted onto it, very much extended front end. It looks cool as anything, but a big job taken on indeed. But certainly an interesting combination. $12.90 for Graham, not quite where he normally is. And the Transit goes through with a 16.08.
And up next we have a couple of Taz cars. These, of course.
Just listen to that V8 burbling under the tower.
I know.
And you think, oh,
It's
yeah, what's
ridiculous.
that? And you see a Fiat 500, you go, what?
That is, of course, Chris Skinner with Taz 001, small block V8 powered Fiat, which is stock wheelbase. Taking on Darren Scaddle with the Rapid Escort. That thing's still got a 4-cylinder engine in it, but
Yeah.
it's so fast.
Well, he's kicking out what? Oh, and Darren will correct me if I'm wrong, but it's around about 550 horsepower out of this. He does struggle for, well, wheel size for a start, because he's running the standard road style type wheels.
Yes.
So I know tyres have been an issue. He normally runs the like the Avon circuit tyres on it, because you can't get a drag tyre to
That
fit
small.
on
Yeah.
there. Manually shifts. And the thing flies. You know, regular mid-9s, 145 plus. Chris has also had this fit into the 9s as well. And let's not forget, Darren has entered door slammers with this car in the 4-cylinder class and made the final.
Yeah.
So he knows what he's doing.
Tell you what, that is one hell of a race.
994 145 against a 997 136, both in the 9s. So you got the Willis blown. And it could almost be at a vanishing point. It's not far away, is it?
No.
1970s Dodge. Well, 1970 Dodge, not 70s. $12.48 110 plays $12.98 105. Just in case you're not there, drivers, so need everybody back to their cars in the lanes. I think most people have heard that the engine's running and everything, so they'll be back down there. Right, this is Matthew Dowdy going alongside Sally Woolner.
No, that's not Matthew Dowdy. That's the Vauxhall we heard earlier.
Oh, sorry, yeah, I do apologise. I am, yeah, it looked like Matthew for a moment. But no, this very rapid Vauxhall used to race in Street Eliminator all those years ago. So it's a Vauxhall Cresta.
It doesn't sound like a V8, but I've let in and had a look at the car, and it's got a V8 in it.
Sally goes 930 at 150, and 10 flat 132 for the Cresta. So the console that we now know, it's Steve Matthews down there with the 1953 console. And this car was too far back in the lanes for me to reach it in time, so I wanted to go and find out about it, but it was a long way back, so I didn't get a chance. .154 to 60. The console, 110 mile an hour in 6.5 seconds on the 8th, and 136 on the stride. Achieved in 10.14 seconds.
Well, it was a big old move from the console at the top end. Made a huge move left. It's the driver gathered it up very nicely. But yeah, that was a bit of a hairy moment.
Right, Doug Harwood with the Barracuda. So far today on his earlier pass, 10.26. And the Willis went 11.23, but we know that can go quicker. Well, it went 10.26, so it went 10.25 on that pass, but in the 10s for the Willis as well, 10.99 with a 9. With Ash Cooper's down there, it's got to be Joe Stevens coming round next. Yes, he is. He's directly underneath us. Not beneath us, as you would say. Oh, that's a quote of the year, that was. Who's he got for company? The Ford Anglia. Very good afternoon, everybody tuned in via the internet, watching the live coverage here from Santa Pod Raceway of the Nostalgia Nationals. Into Run What You Brung at the moment. We've got more eliminations coming up in the not too distant future, but hey, Joe Stevens with the Street Eliminator Sunbeam Stiletto. Joe was forced into a lot of engine work recently, so when you do work, you might as well upgrade it at the same time. So one of the things he did have to change because of all the additional engine bits was a new bonnet, because it wouldn't all fit underneath the old one.
It doesn't all fit under this one.
It doesn't. Various cutouts to allow parts to stick out.
Interestingly, he's running the wheelie bar this weekend.
Well, you can't run that in Street Eliminator, so it's a good idea to put one on if you can, just to check the car out, do some testing. All the 9s, 156 mile an hour for Joe. And Lawson with the Anglia, just coasting across the line, 17.01. Now, can you imagine if you took that belly tank to the track and back on an open trailer, and people look at it and they'll go, what is that? And I like it, and what does that race? Where does that race? What does it do? And people probably won't realise that it's a great vehicle to have on the quarter mile, but is worthy of any car display, hot rod display, you name it. Such a cool vehicle.
Well, there's a little bit of smoke coming out of the car in the Slicktrix lane. Hopefully that's nothing too serious. Spotters are going to walk out onto the track and have a quick look.
For the people that don't know, my rough guide to a belly tank is the reason it's called a belly tank. It was a long-range fuel cell, if you like, for bombers in World War II and a bit after.
Well, what it was is where the bombers started going into deeper parts of Germany past France, the fighters couldn't have or don't have the range of everything else. So they put the belly tanks on underneath the fighters so they could go out for longer and protect the bombers. But they're also known by another name, which is a drop tank.
That's it, yeah.
So they just drop them. And what people found is that, well, they're designed to be as aerodynamic as possible. So why don't we just build my car around this?
Yeah. Well, very clever.
Now this actually is Matthew Dowdy.
And going alongside Danny Wilson. So Matthew just getting valuable track time, so it's a new car to him this weekend, but that is a good looking launch for Danny. A little bit squirrely on the tyres, just lost a little bit of traction, but if he can go back into the nines here, he will be very happy indeed. Whoa, 9:31, 150 mile an hour pass there. Outstanding run. Can we please have Nostalgia Superstock into the pairing lanes, please? Nostalgia Superstock. Can we into the lanes? Right, 100. Dave Mott. Such a cool vehicle. Built and painted by 03 Customs.
Well, we should have dial-ins, but they're not up for this run.
They just go for it.
So Scott Collin in the slick tricks lane, he's desperate to get the car into the 8-second zone. He's been very close. He had quite a lot of wheel spin on the last run.
Oh, there is dial-ins. 1250 and 899.
So a little bit of a double step for Scott, but he's going to go through. They're going to get to the same time. It goes 9:30 again. 13.77 for Dave Mott.
As well. Oh, sorry, wrong Mark. Mark Wade. Mark Stanley. Matt Stanley. 1270 place 1350. Just a little bit concerned inside Matt's car, but good to go. So Matt looking for at 1270. What does he find? At 1277. Very nice run indeed. 1460 there for Mark.
Lovely smoky burnout for the out on bail machine. So the way that this class works is they'll put their dial-ins up. Breakouts don't matter, but it's still on a staggered start, and the person who wins the round will get a point. And obviously the more wins you get over the weekend, the more points you will... I forgot the word for it now. You'll gain.
So Paul, Lorne and Mark Haswell.
Paul looking to run 11.11. Mark looking to run a 9.57.
Good pairing that. 11.14 on an 11 there for Paul. Mark 9.50 on a 9.57. Two guys and teams that know their cars. How about Tim Evans and Jamie Hughes? 11.99. That's what Tim's aiming for. Jamie 10.33. Place 13.34. Stuart Flitton, this time with a straight burnout. got a little bit carried away and wayward on his previous attempt. So somewhere in the mid-10s would do nicely. Can run the 9s when he switches the nitrous on, but a 10.51 on a 52 dial-in. Oh boy, happy dance. Well done. Very, very nice run indeed there for Stuart. Just 100th off what he wanted. So, run what you've run good and proper at the moment. Just having a nosy in the lanes. Scooby's Revenge is back down for another one. Little Anglia's down there. Paul Hammond is down there. Arnie's down. And that's right. It was like Arnie's coming around next. But we have a pair in front of us. So that's Alan Payne down there with the 34 hot rod. Got to say thanks again to Mark Wallington for sending us all the information through. Goes 12, 22, 114. And just coasting to a 1737 at 53. So you've got Dominic Sharp in the Slick Tricks lane and Arnie Pamant in the Kestrel lane. Cracking run from Arnie earlier, 9.61. Can he go quicker? He's going to build it up and launch it. So 9.61 earlier, 9.31 this time round. 148 at the stripe, a very, very tidy run indeed. And I think Nathan, well, that everybody's going to be going, well, yeah, bring it on. So, Scooby's Revenge and Paul Hammond with the Roadster. I hadn't seen Paul for about a year and had a good catch up with him on Friday night. Can he get back in the 10s? Or is he still in the 11s? Let's have a look. Oh, 11.07 at 120. And the Willis goes through with a 12.48. These two lined up earlier and back out together again. The Nomad and the Sedan. Let's have a look, see what these guys have done so far. 11.85 and 12.40.
Well, a lot of wheel spin.
Yeah,
for the Nomad.
Extra burnout.
Lovely run for the 55, goes at 11.91 at 122 miles an hour.
Yeah, speed didn't match the ET there. Yeah, 204, 60 foot. Tells a bit of a story there. So Bob Gallagher in Run What You Brung now. And this is one of the other cars that I wanted to catch up with the owner and missed my opportunity at lunchtime. Didn't see it in the lanes. But nevertheless, a rapid car. Best so far today of 10.93 at 122 miles an hour. 11.04 at 122. And a 14.91 at 90 miles an hour. Simon Devos with that Frankenstein Chevy. It is an evil looking car. It's just the stance, if you like. It just looks like it's going to come along and gobble you up, and just chew you up and spit you out.
It's one of the most appropriate names for a race car, I think, on that one.
Yeah. Going alongside the Lawson Ford Anglia. So I'm just inching into stage. And 11.03. And 16.19. Gen 2 Camaro of Matt Glassup. And the Quartermasters is a new category, actually, that's been conceived and is running for the first time here this weekend. It's a callback to the earliest days of drag racing, bringing custom hot rods back to the track where they belong. Matt goes 12.84 at 109 and a 14.02 at 100. In the Kestrel lane. Dave Cherritt with a Dark Revenger. He's found somebody else purple to run. I think Dave misunderstood the word match race. You didn't have to match colours.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, two cars glistening beautifully in the sunshine here.
Well, I mean, purple is the best colour for a race car. Not that I'm biased.
No, of course not. I thought it was always grey with black stripes, but there we go. So what's Mr. Cherritt got for us then? 990 yesterday, 986 today. And 1349. Well, it goes to show that the run with your brung lanes, you can get some runs in. Because how far after lunchtime are we now? Half an hour. And this car, the Ford, in the slick tricks lane, ran about 20 minutes ago. So it basically got straight back in the lanes, come back down, and there it is again. Yeah. That's the way to do it. I know you can be sat in the lanes for a couple of hours sometimes, but other times it can be clear and you can go straight down the front. Well, it went 11.3 on its last pass. This time, 12.3. 12.66. 60 foot was good. 8th was down a bit though, so that's how the run panned out for that one.
And it's come back round again as well.
Yes.
This thing is brilliant. It's on Julie's on the back, so it's got 4 rear tyres. And was it a 5.7 litre Hemi in it?
5.7 litre Hemi.
Now the 57 below us, he tried to make a run this morning in this morning session, but had a bit of an issue, and I think that issue is unfortunately come back. So it will be a solo for the Transit.
Yeah.
See, it launches well. You can see it lifting the front up.
The two people that were asleep in the back of it going, whoa, what's going on? A bit of weight transfer there. 1585 at 86 miles an hour. Oh, I think that's so cool. The 1970 Dodge back down for another pass. Just hold on a second. No, going to switch his lane actually as just clearing a little bit of fluid up in the Castrol lane. So we'll push the Dodge back, and he'll switch into the other lane.
And then we will be on with the second round of Nostalgia Superstock.
Yeah. Oh, it's a shame we're not going to see the Tri-Chevy run.
That is a beautiful car.
It is proper. Not only that, it's a big car to manhandle and push around. A little bit of wheel spin off the line. 886.82 miles an hour at the 8th mile. And that results in a 13.63 at 103 at the stripe. Right, I do believe it is Nostalgia Superstock, round number 2, eliminations coming up. This is where we whittle them down from 16 to 8. Just a little bit of grooming in the Castrol lane first. Tell you what, a couple of adverts from Nitro FM whilst the tractor is out there. We'll pick it up straight away when Nostalgia Superstock comes around the corner. Here we go. It is eliminations round number 2 for Nostalgia Superstock. Carl Kenyon taking on Chris Tyhurst. The Darlings, Carl will be leaving first, 14.72. Chris Tyhurst does 12.40. 2.32 seconds difference on the tree.
Carl is a long way ahead right now. But Chris Tyhurst is going to catch him. I don't think he's going to get there across the line first.
He does. By 0-2. Takes the win. 12.69 against the loser at 14.89. That will go bizarrely down as a whole shot win. Chris with an 0.5 light. Carl close to his ET, but Chris with a better light. Connor Hall and John Sleeth. As I say, going to be a bit of a difference on dial-ins here. 12.40 for Connor. John Sleeth got to be patient. 9.67. Oh, and John Sleeth goes red. Connor, look at Connor, 12.41 on a 12.40. John Sleeth hits his number, 9.67 on a 67. But the cherry on the tree tells a story, and it's Connor Hall that goes through. This is a tough matchup. Dave Bilodeau, Simon Rickwood. Fair to say Dave dodged a bullet in round one. He was a little bit late off the line, but he needs to get a colour better light this time. Simon Rickwood don't take any prisoners. And they both go green. And it is Simon Rickwood hits his number, 9.73 on a 73. Dave Bilodeau 500s off, but he did wake up. He had a good light. And as we said in commentary on Friday, the 330 block just fell over in sympathy there. It just I thought he wants to be part of the action. Nobody was anywhere near it. He just got the backdraft of Simon when he went past it. It just fell over. Oh dear. So Simon Rickwood through. Dave Bilodeau. His weekend is done.
Tell you what, I'm glad I'm not him. I wouldn't want to run that far.
Well, at least he knows it's 330 foot to get to that block.
Yeah.
And then hop over the wall, safely down the other side. It's a bit of a drop actually when you hop over the wall.
There is actually, yeah.
So number 2 qualifier taking on number 26. This is Andrew Bishop. Sharing the pit space with Don Scott actually, so it'll be an interesting one. 10-11 place 9.68, 2 green lights. Andrew Bishop gets there first with a 10.22, lose out 10.04 for Don. So Andrew Bishop into round number 3.
Yeah, Andrew Bishop got to the finish line way before Don. I don't know what really happened with Don. He was well off his dial-in.
Right. Well, the computer screens doesn't give us any names, but we know who these two are. Paul Dodd, representing Surrey Muscle, going alongside Dan Williams with the Camaro. That pulled a monster wheel stand in round 1. Will he do the same again in round number 2? So Dan just going into stage now. It's 11.19, place 12.86, and the wheels come up once again for Dan. He's drawn alongside Paul and takes it. Oh, perfect ET. Absolutely perfect. He needed it. He's a little bit late off the line, but a 10.86 with a 0 on a 10.86 dial-in. Dan Williams, and the win margin 0.09.
Yeah, he had to be perfect to win it. And he did.
Oh, wow.
Lee Charles then taking on Stu Thompson. Lee Charles looking for a 9.87. Takes 9.84 for Kiwi. So this is, see if you can spot the difference on the tree, because I won't be able to.
2 former champions in Nostalgia Superstock in the Lifestyle Series.
Lee Charles has definitely got his nose in front at the finish line.
And holds it, yeah. 08 win margin, 91 on an 87. There's Lee. It goes through. 2 pairs to go. Jason Dodd and Adrian Portelli. Oh, only 1300s between these two. Jason will be chasing. Adrian Portelli, 1091, will be leaving first. Jason will be keeping an eye on him all the way up the track. Now what Adrian wants is to get to the stripe first without Jason appearing in his side window. And not breaking out, of course. Well, they're neck and neck. Jason, I think, got his nose out in front, and he takes it. 1081 to a lose out 1097. Jason Dodd with an 03 light as well. Okay, last pair. John Wilson taking on Glyn Boardman. The pairings for round 3. We'll see Connor Hall taking on Chris Tyhurst. Simon Rickwood racing Andrew Bishop. Dan Williams racing the man who just went through there, Jason Dodd. And it's going to be Lee Childs taking on the winner of this pairing. Is it going to be Glyn Boardman or is it going to be John Wilson?
It was a long old wait.
Yeah, 4.1 seconds. He did wait, and he left. Race to the stripe.
It's going to be close to the stripe.
Oh, you're right, it was. Look at that 06 win margin. John Wilson takes that. A 14.12 on the 14 flat. Glyn goes 10.04 on that 9.90. So John Wilson will be racing Lee Childs. So he started off with, what, 36 of them? 4 of them didn't make it through qualifying, obviously, because there's only 32 car ladder. And now there are just 8. Right, eliminations for Outlaw Anglia. Round number 2 coming up. And we have 3 pairs and 1 bye. And you can see Supercharged Outlaws just making their way down into the lanes. There's one car I wanted to see. Is Bob Glassup's Capri. Now it's come out of its mini marquee, but the trailer is tilted, ready to load. So I don't know if Bob's going to make it down, have a run, or if he's going to put it in the trailer, but we'll see. So it looks like it's going to be Ben Kennedy
taking on Gary Bird.
I hope not, because that would be totally wrong. Ben Kennedy should be taking on Rob Brindle.
Oh yes, yep. So I was watching Gary's crew spray some petrol into his injector, so I thought he would be coming around next, but he's not. So you're right, it is Ben Kennedy taking on Rob Brindle. Rob Brindle fresh into the 7-second zone, and it was a good 8 in the last round.
I like Ben Kennedy's approach to this, a totally different setup to everybody else. And once they get that all sorted, it's going to be really, really good.
Well, Ben's car can run deep into the 9s. It's done it before.
Whilst Outlaw Anglia running, just had a lovely message, well, a message from Aaron Bird. They were basically supposed to be racing at this event, but unfortunately Aaron's better half fell really ill and was admitted to hospital on Wednesday. We're watching in hospital and just wondering if we could get a shout out to reach me and Leah to cheer her up. You could mention it on my dad's run, Gary Bird. I'm going to mention it just beforehand because Gary will just be coming round, and I know you want to concentrate on Gary's run.
Whoa, big move for
Ben. That nearly, it kissed the centre line. Don't think he went over it.
But Rob Brindle's going to go through and take the win.
8.94 for Rob, 9.94 for Ben. Right, Aaron. Here comes Gary.
Yeah, Aaron and Leo, we know you're watching, so we wish you all the best of luck.
Apparently, Tom, you don't commentate here.
Oh, no, I'm compensating.
Because Aaron has typed, I'm going to read this out. Aaron's going to laugh when I read this. It says, "Love that, mate. Thank you so much. Also doing a mint job in the compensating."
I'm worried what he thinks I'm compensating
Aaron,
for.
that's a bit of a typo, mate. I think that's predictive text. There we go there. Gary Burge taking on Wayne Power. His head's up to the stripe. Gary's got his nose in front.
Gary's going to take the win. Goes through with an 880 at 157 mile an hour. Wayne got away first. I had about a couple of car lengths on Gary.
Yeah. Oh, God. Aaron, yeah, we know you spelt it wrong, mate. Yeah, so anyway, we're going to see Gary Bird again, and we're probably going to get more text messages from Aaron. But joking aside, get well soon. And I hope you don't have to stay in hospital for too much longer. Right, Rob Stone on his bye run. Lovely launch, 116 to 60 foot, a 0.4 light as well.
I've never seen Rob Stone take it easy.
8:31, quicker than he went in quali.
And it is Colin Miller. Who is trying desperately to be the fastest man in his own car with no nitrous. Of course, that still is owned by Aaron, who's out back trying to stop his shoes getting stuck to the track. And in the other lane, Spencer Tidswell, whose nitrous, you can tell when it comes on, because it sort of launches and then launches again.
Well, we've heard of throttle lag and turbo lag. You've got nitrous lag.
Yeah.
Not that it's an issue. It's just best way I can describe it.
Yeah, well, he got very close to the wall in the last run. Hopefully he won't do that again. But he has got a tough customer in Colin Miller. 8-0 he ran in the last round. Colin's just purged the nitrous.
Oh. 106 to 60 foot for Colin, just getting a little bit out of shape.
Well, that was a much better launch. 106, 60 foot for Colin, because he's turned the nitrous on. But again, another huge wheelie for Spencer. Aaron, I know you can hear me. Why did he turn the nitrous on?
Because he had it and thought, nah. The first two runs went well, and the way to progress the car is to turn the nitrous on and see what it's going to do. But 106 to 60 foot on that launch for Colt.
Yeah, it got a little bit Larry further out. You can see about 100 foot out, it starts just to chatter one of the tyres. A little bit of tyre checks what made him move towards the wall. He had a bit of a pedal, but he definitely got back on it to go through at 161 mile an hour.
So as things stand, as per the form book, which is very unusual in Outlaw Anglia, the top 4 qualifiers are your semi-finalists. So qualifier number 1, Colin Miller, will be taken on qualifier number 4, Rob Brindle, on the first semi-final. And on the other side of the ladder, Rob Stone, who qualified number 2, Gary Bird, who qualified number 3, will be racing each other on the other side of the ladder. Right, Gasser Circus, and also Dave has joined us. How you doing, Dave?
Good, thank you, Colin.
Good, good. Robbie is certifiably mad because he just doesn't know how to lift. In actual fact, have you got, is it a ratchet accelerator on your car? So when it goes down, it doesn't come back up?
It's just a button.
No, he's driving it absolutely superbly. So, yeah. Give the lad a pat on the back from us, will you?
Will do, thank you. Great job, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Right, so what's the update from the Freddy's Revenge team?
Well, they've just said that
the last run wasn't quite where they wanted to be. Bear in mind, they still got a 7-3.
Yeah.
But they're looking for another full pull, and it will be, or they will be happy with another 7-2 or 7-3.
That means a 6 coming up from them. But I'll tell you what, if Robbie went straight...
well, he can do 3/8 of a mile in 7.2 seconds.
Yeah, that's true. He did last time. Okay, Gasser Circus. It is eliminations round number 2 for them. 4 pairs coming at you. Very confusing round 1 with all the alternates came in to replace cars that couldn't make it, including number 1 qualifier actually, Jason Hollenby. Couldn't make the call. Martin Hallam couldn't make it in. So yeah, it's interesting. Okay, a choice of tri-Chevys for me. Ray Turner and Steve Matthews. 1090 the dial in for Ray, 965 for Steve. So it will be Green Onions leaving first. 1.25 seconds later, Steve's side of the tree will run. Oh, cherry on the tree for Steve Matthews.
And Ray Turner has got away with one. He's dodged a huge bullet. The car made a very heavy turn towards the centre line.
Well, Steve Matthews breaks out as well. But Ray Turner got very, very close to the blue area there, which is out of bounds. I don't think he went in there. It was close. Billy Jones with the Willis taking on John Gibson with the high roller. Now John normally drives the Crowd Pleaser Chevy, but that's having some work done, and this car became available, so he bought it and is running this for the time being until the Crowd Pleaser Chevy comes back. Formerly owned by Steve Dixon, and prior to that, I think Williams built this car and ran it in Pro ET all those years ago.
Well, that's really unfortunate for John. He sort of rocked as it went on the two-step, and the red light came on.
Yeah.
It's not like he left too early.
Well, Billy Jones will take that one. All right, Billy Jones taking on Chris Laram. .1075 plays 912.
So Chris will be leaving first by a little over 1.5 seconds. And then Lee
Yeah, this
Pike
could be
will
one loss on the tree, to be honest. Chris goes, yay, 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 yay. Lee goes red. Chris takes the win. 9:34, not good enough. When your opponent goes 11:17 and gets a green light, a red knocks you out straight away.
Next up then, it will be the Ain't Misbehaving Machine of Sean Milson taking on Jason Pickett with Cherry Bomb. Sean has been doing some properly chassis twisting wheelies all throughout today. I think he went, like, pretty much dragged the bumper on the floor on the last one. He'll be looking for a 10.06, Jason Pickett looking for a 10.87. Nice easy one to work out the gap between them.
Well, I think I'm being polite in saying that neither of them were spectacular on the line. And it is a breakout for Sean Milson. Went 10.05 with a 7 on a 10.06 dial-in. Jason Pickett dodges a bullet there and takes the win. So Jason into the semis. And unfortunately for Sean, day is done. Breaks. He got there first by a 10th, but broke out. Okay, looking into the lanes. should be Supercharged Outlaws, which it is, and then following that, it's going to be Jet Car with the Spider-Man jet. And haven't seen much of our security team this weekend, but good to see you. Occasionally we have to get vehicles moved and stuff like that, so they let us know.
Yes, so there is a dark blue Honda Accord that needs moving. It's parked just behind the bar. The registration is LD03HBJ. That's LD03HBJ. Dark blue Honda Accord, can you please move it?
I hope you haven't just driven to the pub, i.e. Fueler's Bar, and just parked up outside. Whoa, what glorious day. What a difference to yesterday. You good spectators that have come to join us this weekend, do you have a fear of Podface today? Because it's turned out into a really, really nice day. Possibly one of the warmest of the year so far, actually. You needed armbands yesterday and a lifeboat. Today you need sunblock. Bizarre, really is. Just a little bit of glue going down the start line. It is Supercharged Outlaws coming round next. And what have we got in store? Joe Bond, outstanding on his first pass with a 6.26 with a slingshot. And Robbie Grabham, 7.36 all over the shop with the Freddy's Revenge altered. And how about 8.10 from the Acute Angle Ford?
Yes, and we have also been informed that makes it the fastest 105 Anglia in the world.
Really?
Well, that's what.
Wow.
That's what Steve came and said to us.
That's cool. There's a couple of them vying for that, actually.
Well,
because Rocket.
I've seen Rocket. He's already congratulated them on the
Has
run
he?
on Facebook.
Nice one. Yeah, because Rocket wants to get into the sevens. So does Paul. Be interesting. It's an unofficial battle, but it's little things like that. And, of course, they all support each other as well, which is really good to see.
One thing as well, I know I said that Joe Bond's run was a PB. It's not. His PB is a 6.20.
I thought he'd been quicker, but thanks for tidying that one up.
Yeah, as well, thinking about it, if that run that he did a second ago was straight, because there was no way that car was going straight on that run. He was manhandling that thing down the track.
Yeah.
If that was a straight pass, that probably would have been there or thereabouts.
Need to double check, and I know somebody will know this. Possibly Simon Groves might know it. Quickest ever slingshot here. Is it Dennis Priddle? It is. 6.04. Thank you. I thought it was. Just wanted to double check on that one. So that is the ultimate goal, is to beat Dennis Priddle's 6.04 from way, way back when. And which means you're basically going to, well, 6.04 or quicker means we want a 5.
Yeah.
So it's as simple as that. And you never know, when the stars align and everything is perfect, it could happen. And that would be heard around Europe, certainly, and possibly around the world if we ever see a 5-second slingshot here at the pod.
So just a little bit of rubber and glue will be going down on the track, ready to prepare for these cars. Because let's be honest, these guys need as much grip and prep as they can get.
Just putting that to perspective, Simon, can you remember what year Dennis went 6.04? Wow, is it that long ago?
That was also the quickest slingshot in the world at the time.
Wow.
But since then, nostalgia top fuels at the States.
Yeah. Well, we think, well, certainly late 70s, Dennis went 6.04. And at that time, thank you, Simon, for this, was the quickest slingshot anywhere. Obviously, nostalgia slingshots have gone quicker now in the States. But it just puts it into perspective what Dennis achieved. What a racer Dennis was. And could drive anything from a funny car to a top fuel dragster, be it front engine or rear engine. I don't know if you've ever seen, Thomas, the Tomorrow's World edition with Maggie Philbin trying to drive a top fueler, and they built this car and they had these scientist or whatever you want to call them, thinking, oh yes, it will be better if you change these bars and it'll be more aerodynamic if you don't run a rear wing and stuff like that. And when they took the rear wing off, everybody looked drag racing was going, oh dear, this isn't going to work because there's obviously no downforce on the back end. And needless to say, Dennis lost traction. But yeah.
So up
great
first
racer
in Supercharged Outlaws will be Simon Boot with the bootlegger Camaro, taking on Andy Park with the Whipple Supercharged Ford motor in his Model Y.
Well, I'd say the new cylinder heads on Andy Park car working rather well now. Actually, he's bedded them in. And let's have a quick look at Simon Boot's wheelie bars as well. I noticed he's got a new set of wheels on there. Well, that was very bizarre what happened there. Never seen that happen before.
Nope.
Probably never see it happen again.
Well, Simon Boot's actually well out of the groove. He's quite far over to the left of the lane. But once again struggling for traction. No such issues for Andy Park. He's going to go through nicely with a 10.06.
The speed for Simon Boot there, 158 mile an hour. I tell you what, the bootlegger team have got the engine working beautifully now. It's all about the traction off the line. And well done, guys. Simon is getting his mojo back, most definitely. But Andy Park gets there first by only 0.2. But nevertheless, good entertainment from those guys. Right, Joel Kerr be coming around the corner next. Oh no, engine died.
Yeah, the crew
Or
just
did he
running.
stop? I don't know.
Well, the crew's just running back to the car now with the primer bottle.
Just whilst we're waiting for this car to come round, and I haven't had the right opportunity to mention this yet, but I think probably before Joel comes around the corner. As we were talking about Dennis Priddle there, obviously running in the 70s, a gentleman that would have been sat up here commentating on that event would have been Brian Taylor. And the very, very sad news this week that a former commentator here at Santapod passed away. And yeah, a guy that I listened to when I was on the banking for the very first time. And he used to do cassette tapes, and one of them was called Blast Off, and it was my prized possession when I was about 13, 14 years old. And bought it at the pod shop, and little did I know it was all Brian's recordings at the time. And of course Brian was responsible for a huge part of the Allard Chrysler Action Group, and also a great storyteller with books like Crazy Horses and stuff like that. And Brian, thank you for everything that you have done for the world of drag racing over the years, and may you rest in peace, and just keep looking down on us occasionally, and the world of drag racing will be forever grateful for your contribution. Cheers, Brian. Rest easy.
So coming around the back of the tower is one hell of a matchup. We've got Joe Bond fresh from a 626 taking on Freddy's Revenge. I'd just like to say thank you very much to Dave Grabham for your notes that you are graciously coming up and giving to us. We know for a fact there'll be a full pass this time. Side-by-side burnouts.
Side by side, no messing burnouts there.
So We know that Freddie's Revenge will be going through with another, or attempted another full pass, aiming for a 7.2, 7.3. I tried to say what I thought Joe was going to do on the last run, and well, he blew my prediction away instantly.
Well, let's put it this way: if Robbie can keep it straight, and i.e. not do an altered pass, he could get into the sixes. If Joe Bond has a similar run to what he did before without any issues,
Yeah.
goodness knows how quick he can go. But it's going to be very interesting, and I think one thing that is important, obviously for Joe now, with that race screen, he's not going to get buffeted so badly, so be able to concentrate a bit more on the strike.
Well, both of these drivers did not have straight runs in the last round, and I've got to tell you, I had goosebumps watching both of these drivers. So let's see what they can do. Going in like the top methanol cars. What a lovely straight run from Joe. Goes through 663, 226 mile an hour. Unfortunately, no time for Robbie Grabham.
Yeah.
He was up on the two-step for a long old time, and he just could not hold it anymore.
He just could not hold it anymore. He was expecting, nobody's fault. He was expecting Joe to perhaps go in a little bit sooner than he did, but as soon as Joe went in, Robbie went. He had to go.
Yeah. And
it was a good run for Robbie, but unfortunately we've got no time or speed for him. But Joe, 673. What hurt Joe was the 60 foot.
Yeah, well the thing is, I think he was having troubles getting it up on the RPM as well. One thing I've noticed with Joe's car is when the front wheels are up in the air, they're almost like wobbling around.
Yeah.
They're not, obviously as soon as they settle down on the track again, they start running straight. But it is sort of almost daunting to watch.
Entertaining nevertheless.
Oh yes. Joel Kerr then with stiff shifter, Pontiac Star Chief. He's had very little luck with this car, although he has been very fast with it. A new combination now, and he's just been doing a couple of checkout passes. The last run, it didn't sound, well, it sounded like he was hurting himself, if I'm honest. Hopefully whatever the issues were then have been resolved now. Just waiting for the top end to clear. I think that's Joe that's stuck on track at the minute. So they'll bring Joel up to the blue line, hold him there for a little while until the top end is clear. Well, that's a much better looking run. Fishtailing the whole way down. It's straightened itself up now. Parachute's coming out, goes 778, 150 mile an hour. But again, at the top end, it sort of sounded like it was hurting itself.
.109 to 60 foot, 485, only 143 at the 8th.
And it will be Aaron Windridge up next with the newly bodied altered.
He's here for the entertainment. Nice one, Aaron.
I think that's actually one of the nicest burnouts I've seen him do.
Well, when you haven't driven your altered until May of the year, you've got a lot of pent-up frustration to unleash. And that's exactly what he's doing.
Oh, I think Megan's had the right reaction as well. She's just walked up to the centre line and gone, nah, you can come here. I ain't running to you.
I'm liking the team gear as well, actually.
Yes.
That's looking very cool.
I spoke to them last night, and they were actually, well, They're quite annoyed that they couldn't get the car painted in time because they've got all new crew gear. The rest of the car is done superbly. They just ran out of time to get it painted. So Aaron dry hopping it to the line. He went 8-1-0 in the previous round, but that was with a big old pedal because the car made a hard move to the left. Hopefully he'll be making a lot better.
No, they spotted something. In actual fact, Ian and the crew spotted something there, not happy with it.
Well, that's unfortunate for them. Hopefully they will...
Good job they spotted it before the run. That's the thing.
Well, he was already in full stage when they spotted it. That's kind of the tough position to be in. There doesn't seem to be anything on the track. There's no clear-up going on.
Okay, Paul Dale and Ian Merriweather, your next pair. Nigel Taylor from Unusual Car Sales. A very good afternoon to you, Nigel. He sent us a great message. He said, basically, massive congratulations to my little bro, Paul Dale, for getting the personal best in the Outlaw Anglia. The team are absolutely buzzing. Thank you to the sponsors, Hailing Garage, Aaron and Mark Windridge for building an ace engine, and Crew Sean and Dad for their hard work. Amen to that. What a run for Paul Dale earlier on, 8.12, and as Thomas stated there, now the quickest 105E, is that right? And one of the first to congratulate him was Rocket Ron Bartlett, who drives the 105E in Super Pro ET.
And in the other lane, Ian Merriweather, he didn't have the best of runs on the first run. In fact, it sort of went up and sideways. So hopefully, again, they've got that issue sorted. I think he just launched super hard. So this is lining up to be quite a good race. Hopefully, Paul can back up his run from earlier.
Bit of a pedal fest. 8.16.
Look at the mile an hour, 169. Wow.
Yeah.
That is seriously fast.
That was a good race. 0-1 between them at the stripe. So Paul Dale's gone 8.12 and 8.16 back to back. Oh, super well done to the Cute Angle team. 118 to 60 and 525, 134 at the 8th. Smiling Jim Usher. It was great to see Jim earlier on. Nice of him to pop up and see us. Let us know that there was a slight issue with oil drive. And who's you got for company? Jim Tucker.
So, Jim Tucker didn't have the best of runs. He went 22 on the first pass. Hopefully the issues that he had on that run have sorted themselves out now. Of course, he's taken on Jim Usher. Jim Usher did not make a pass. They knew what the issue was. They've taken it back to the pits, and while he was up here talking to us, they were getting it sorted. And he's back out now. He's having his visor wiped down. He's obviously got a bit of water on his visor, but that's no issues. So two Jims, Jim Tucker and Jim Usher, being brought to the line. Hopefully make two very good representative passes. What a hard move towards the wall for Jim Tucker.
Come on, Jim. Come on.
No such issues for Jim Usher. 7:41, 183 miles an hour. Now that's what they wanted this morning.
Well done to the Heavy Hunter team. Brilliant show there. We knew it was in the car, it was just unleashing it. And that banishes that oil drive issue from earlier on today. So well done to Jim. We got up next, looking in the lanes, we can see Roy Wilding. And it's going to be...
Luke Watts is coming round.
Yeah, Luke's coming round.
Well, he
and
had...
Keith Freeman, I think.
Yes. Luke had one hell of an oil leak this morning. It's clearly not damage to the car. Because he's managed to make it back out. Hopefully no such issues this time. But just on the burnout, whilst he was doing his burnout, it was gushing oil out from underneath. Keith Freeman had no such issues, went through with a 9.4.
Oh, that's a proper old burnout there from Keith. Absolutely obliterated the start line with smoke. Oh dear. I can't even smell that tyre smoke from that one.
That was a cracking burnout.
So Martin Hill running backwards. No, sorry, running back. Keith Freeman up.
That'd be a clever trick. So Luke needs to go back a little bit further so the drivers can come to stage at the same time. I think he's having issues with reverse. It doesn't seem... There we go. It's in reverse now. So just going to be taking the parachute pins out of Al Capone. Taking off.
Oh, hang on, shut it down.
Ian's obviously spotted something, so it'll be a solo for Keith Freeman. Lovely launch. 137 to 60 foot. Lovely straight run. Going to go through with a 940.
Nice. Very nice run indeed.
And it will be Roy Wilding taking on the Formosa Speed Shop car of Brian Watson.
There was a couple of spots of fluid that did actually drop from the Al Capone car there.
That is not a happy engine.
No, that didn't sound right.
It sounded like it was running on about 3 cylinders. Yeah, that was not what a car should sound like. Roy Wilding's making his way back, but I think Brian Watson's stuck. He doesn't seem to be moving. Yeah, I'm not surprised.
I think that's going to be a hop over the wall job, because I don't think they're going to be able to push it back that far that quick.
Well, the Santa Pod crew are running over. I think that'll definitely be a push the car over towards the wall and get Brian out of the car. The rest of the Santa Pod crew running over to push the car back.
Well, that's 330 foot away.
That's a long old way to push a car.
Oh, do you know what? They're going to bring it back, you know. They're going to get it behind the start line in time. So, not to impede Roy with his run.
Roy did not make a representative run earlier today. This car should be down into the deep 7s. Ian just having a look at the front of Roy's engine. It's all good, he's been told to go forwards. And he's in full stage. Much better launch for Roy. Gets over towards the centre line, pedals it a little bit, but he's going to go all the way through to 7:48, 188 miles an hour. That's still not where that car needs to be, but it's much better than what it was previously. Now that is Brian Watson's car. Fired up once again.
Yeah, going to put him in the burnout box just to wet his tyres first. Aaron Windridge is waiting, as is Luke Watts.
These guys are desperate to put on a show for all of you spectators out there.
That's more like it.
That's much better.
Right, after this we will be having the Spider-Man Jet after Supercharged Outlaws, and then it will be the Wild Bunch round for another session, and then run what you brung after that. Apologies for earlier on, actually, folks. I was heading back up to the tower, getting ready for telling everybody about the Lancaster coming in, and it came in 8 minutes early, which is very unlike the RAF, or the Battle of Britain Memorial flight, I should say. That was due in at 2:01, and it came in at 1:53. So caught us out slightly, but it was a great flyby from the Lancaster. And hope you all got some good photographs. This first pass might have surprised you, but you knew what was coming for the second and third.
So Brian being told to go forwards. Nice soft launch for him. Second gear the whole way down the track, and he goes 9-0 at 160 mile an hour. See, the 160 mile an hour shows you the power of that car. That thing can be deep into the 8s.
Yeah, 159 60 foot, as you say, Thomas. Second gear launch. No point in overstressing it at this stage.
Not when you're just learning the car.
Exactly.
And coming forward once again is Aaron Windridge. The man who does not know what short and burnout means in the same sentence.
No.
So it'll be interesting to see what he does here, if he does another long one or just one more. Ah, he did it! So just a short burnout for him. He's already done a nice long one to 330 foot.
Probably didn't have enough fuel to do two monster burnouts like that.
So he'll bring it forward. He went 8-1-0 in the previous round. But as I said, that was with a gigantic lift because it made a huge move towards the centre line, doing what altereds do. Again, made another move towards centre line, a bit of a pedal, but he's back on the throttle now. Goes 8.06 at 167 mile an hour.
Yeah, nicely done, Aaron, and the team, of course. Actually, I just realised, Callum, is your dad here? Cheers, Andy. All the best, mate. All right. I don't know if Callum Pudge can hear me down there. He can. Is your dad here today? He is. Okay. Well, he's around where? Where is he?
You can't point at the grandstands. It's quite. Well, there's someone down there waving a stick.
Oh, right. Okay.
Hello, Mr. Pudge. How are you?
Good afternoon to Colin. Makes me wonder if you'd come to the track in your wife's car today. Oh dear. Those of you that know will fully understand where I was going with that one.
Well, they're just getting Luke Watt's car tied up to the tow vehicle. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please give that team a huge round of applause? They've tried so hard to get a show on for you guys.
Racing was easy, doesn't really understand what's involved.
Well,
and
the quote-unquote straight bit is the easy bit.
Yeah.
Getting there takes a lot of effort.
Well, for entertainment now, it is Julian Webb with the Spider-Man Jet Dragster. Cracking pass already, 585 I think it was. And
Yeah,
Julian
Martin
really getting comfortable in this car now.
Yeah, Martin Hill's definitely got a target on his back with this one. Of course, he's been down. I think he's done a 5-0 with Fire Force 5.
Yeah. But what Julian is experiencing now is... don't forget, Julian has driven Fire Force 5.
Yes, he has.
He had a good taste of, I fancy some of that. And, of course, split second, the Jet Dragster was built for land speed. It wasn't built for quarter mile.
Nope.
And Julian got that down comfortably into the mid-6s, but the quest to go quicker, and obviously Martin was involved with the design of the new car and a few of the design tweaks and everything like that. And How's the Race Cars built this car. Predominantly Scott actually did most of the fabrication work, but there's a few little design features that make it different from Fire Force 5, and it's just the thought process that's gone into it. And Julian has now got a 5-second jet car, and he's enjoying it a lot. And the design of the colour scheme was done by Pete Walters.
Yeah.
Brilliantly applied as well, and of course all the crew uniforms and everything, and the theme is carried out absolutely superbly. And the net end result is the Spider-Man jet that is below us here, and is about to put in another blast down the quarter mile here at Santa Pod Raceway. As I say, after this it's the Wild Bunch. Head of the lanes is James Auld with the Little Faust Dragster. And alongside that, it's the Time Lock Altered and the rest of the Wild Bunch cast. Time now, 3:30 in the afternoon on a Sunday. And thank you ever so much indeed to King Charles III. We have a bank holiday tomorrow. 3 bank holidays in 1 month. Just brilliant. Unfortunately, we have to wait until the end of August for another bank holiday, but that's the way it is, I'm afraid. But the next bank holiday, you certainly want to be here. It is the main event, of course, the first round of the FIA European Championships for cars and FIM bikes. 3 weeks' time here. A week before that, in 2 weekends' time, it is Door Slammers. That is just such an exciting event, a huge entry, and it's still building now. You've got Pro Door Slammer with some Pro mods in it and other vehicles. And of course, you've got the big bracket, you've got 4-cylinder, 6-cylinder, front-wheel drive.
And
Blue Street, yeah. Going to be good with that one.
There's a good few entries in jet cars as well that weekend, that I've seen. But we have one now beneath us, Julian Webb, the fired up Spider-Man, to put on a show for all of you.
So a 585 earlier on then from the Spider-Man jet. What's Julian got for us this time round? As he goes into stage, the tree's going to go green. Julian builds up the boost, builds up the revs. Whatever your terminology. 398 at 199 to the 8th mile. 587 at 266 at the stripe. Cracking pass there for the Spider-Man jet and Julian. So 1.9 back half. We like that. But a good pass there from Julian. Consistent 5.8 second passes now from the Spider-Man jet. Well done, gang. Jet's always a good form of entertainment, especially at our showcase events, because a lot of first-time visitors come along and you know, they get wowed by Top Fuel and they just think pro mods are awesome, but nowhere else can you see jet cars. I mean, it's like, what, jets? Why doesn't my pilot of my 747 do afterburner bops and stuff like that? Can you imagine that?
Thing is as well, it's not just seeing the jets, it's seeing them side by side. That is another thing all by itself.
So just a little bit of a clean up in the slick tricks lane. So the tractor is just going out to do a little bit of sledding there. So our spotters have just spotted something out there, so they'll take care of that. But when we come back, it's going to be the Wild Bunch. But in the meantime, Nitro FM 96.2 can take the airwaves away, and we will be back with you soon. People probably won't realise that it's a great vehicle to have on the quarter mile, but it's worthy of any car display, hot rod display, you name it. Such a cool vehicle.
Well, there's a little bit of smoke coming out of the car in the slick tricks lane. Hopefully that's nothing too serious. Spotters are going to walk out onto the track and have a quick look.
So Matthew just getting valuable track time, so it's a new car to hit this weekend, but that is a good looking launch for Danny. A little bit squirrely on the tyres, just lost a little bit of traction, but if he can go back into the nines here, he will be very happy indeed. Whoa, 9:31, 150 mile an hour pass there. And just go for it.
So Scott Collin in the slick tricks lane, he's desperate to get the car into the 8-second zone. He's been very close. He had quite a lot of wheel spin on the last run.
Oh, there is, darlings. 12.50 and 8.99.
So a little bit of a double step for Scott, but he's going to go through. They're going to get to like the same time. It goes 9:30 again. 13.77 today's mark.
Matt looking for at 12.70. What does he find? At 12.77. Very nice run indeed. 14.60 there.
Get a point. And obviously the more wins you get over the weekend, the more points you will... I forgot the word for it now. Well, you'll gain.
So Paul, Lorne and Mark Haswell.
Paul looking to run 11.11. Mark looking to run a 9.57.
Good pairing that, 11.14 on an 11. That Tim's aiming for. Jamie, 10.
Same as before, no breakouts and no eliminations. So all the cars you'll see this round, you'll see again. I believe they have one more scheduled later on today. That is James Auld with Little Faust. He's looking for a 12.78. Taking on Greg Tate with Time Lock 2. Who's looking for a 9.36. So you will see a staggered start. although there is no eliminations. The way that this class works is you put your time up on the board. The person with the best average difference to dial in will win the weekend. So that would usually be over 3 or 4 runs, but this weekend it'll be just over 2. Both drivers into stage. In fact, James has gone deep. He's off first. Greg is chasing down. Well, he had a little bit of trouble getting the thing up on the chip. James goes through 12.90. And Greg goes through with a 9.08.
All right, Brad Cooper. That lovely little flathead. Just waiting for his target number to appear. It's a 10.98 going alongside Rich Butcher, the 4th dimension.
Rich looking for 11.99. So Brad will lead first, Rich will lead first by about a second, and Brad will chase him down, although issues for Brad, the engine has conked out. So he's going to be pushed back. Rich goes through 12.13 on the 11.99. So Brad's being pushed back, as we have Alan Schofield with the Scud altered sat behind the start line, and he'll be going up against Keith Crampton with the Soul Town Shaker, driving this weekend with no wheelie bars, so he's having to do very, very, very soft launches. Interesting thing about Keith's weekend is at the start, when he arrived, he didn't actually have any crew. So,
Right.
so he's pitted with the Browns, and what they were going to do is they were going to share the crew between them. But of course, the issues with Wrathchild means that he's now got more crew than he needs. Alan Schofield had a brilliant run this morning, deep into 160s. He had a cracking run. So Alan looking for an 8.10. He ran an 8.11 this morning. Keith looking to run a 9.89. Unfortunately, he had issues on the last run, so he did have to back off and slow down at the top end. It sounded like he had issues getting into 3rd gear. So hopefully no such issues this time. Keith's going to lead first by about 1.7 seconds. Scofield's going to chase him down. He's getting very close to the wall, but pedals it expertly and reels it back to the middle of the track. Keith goes through 9.99, 138 mile an hour. See, he doesn't need wheelie bars. I don't know what you were worried about.
I like the waistcoats as well, actually. That's a nice touch.
So, Bradley Cooper trying once again. Unfortunately, he did conk out on the line literally a second ago. He's going to look for a 10.98. There we go, that's much better. A lovely looking run. Going to go all the way through to a 10.98.
Hits it bang on. Nicely done, Brad. Well, that was worth the wait. Well done, Bradley. I think Ken's here as well, actually. Ken, so always good. Oh yeah, I've done that for a little while. Just to remind everybody on the grandstand, it is Jane Morgan Ling's 60th birthday. Hope you're having a wonderful time here this weekend to celebrate that wonderful birthday. So Jane, hope you're having a good one.
And it is Skippy, Alan Skip, with the Chasing Time dragster. Oh, unfortunately it has just conked out of life. I'm sure Skippy will just refire it. There we go. And he's taken on Dan Wilson with Antiques Toy. Dan looking to run a 10.24. Now, Skip's dialed in at a 966. He didn't run anywhere close to that. He obviously thinks that's what he can run. Ford mate, that says 99 with a 6. Unfortunately, Skip rolled through stage. He's going to get a time, but that time won't be representative. Dan Wilson goes 10.18 on 10.24. That's absolutely fine, as breakouts don't matter.
So Dan and Elliot Jones with the Raging Cajun. And it's Wayne Colliver with the Misfit.
Now Wayne, another one of these drivers who didn't put in a representative run earlier today. He's dialed in at a 10.5. Now I think this will be Dan driving Raging Cajun this time. He's looking for a 10 flat. Issues, unfortunately, for Wayne. He's being pushed back. So it will be a solo for the Raging Cajun Altered. Let's see how close to 10 flat he can get. .10.30, 129 miles an hour.
Black Pig 2 coming up, that's Steve Field. And for company, Paul Tarry with Triggers Brew.
So Paul will looking to be running a 12.02. Steve Field looking to run an 8.45. That's a long old wait for Steve on the line. Steve's one of these drivers who runs in Super Comp as well as the Wild Bunch. I'll tell you what, he does a pretty good job at it. So he goes into pre-stage. Paul's going to bring the Triggers Broom into pre-stage, then stage. Well, Steve's rolled in deep, but I'm sure that won't be any issues. Whoa, moving around the lane. He's going to get there first, goes 8.95. Paul Terry goes 12.32.
I'd be happy with that in Super Comp. It's rather bizarre. Oh dear. You can try all the times you like to run an 8.9 in Supercom, and he comes here this weekend and run an 8.95. Bizarre.
So Ian Wild with the Wildcat Jaguar powered altered. It's got quite a unique intake system on this car. It's not usually what you tend to see on the straight sixes. You tend to see independent throttle bodies.
Yeah, nightmare looking at the tree.
Yeah.
In the Kestrel beer lane,
Yeah,
because it's offset.
Yeah, well,
very, very odd.
Yeah, what he's got is he's got a single carb going on to almost like a little bit of a plenum chamber. It's a very smart way of doing it.
Yeah. Obviously a straight six.
So he's going to try and run at 12.50. Should have been going up against Rob White with Happy Days, but unfortunately he's being pushed back. I do love the sound of the straight sixes to get up on the rev range. And he goes 13.5. He only missed it by a second. So they're actually barring over Rob White's car. I wonder if he's got an issue with the starter engaging. Yeah, that's probably what it was. So they've just barred it over. The car is back up and running.
Oh, he's died again. Curses. Looking in the lanes, obviously we've still got more wild bunches around there, and also round 3 of Nostalgia Superstock is in the lanes. Let's have a look at the matchups actually, round 3, whilst we're waiting for Nostalgia Wild Bunch to come through. What we got? Lee Charles taking on John Wilson. Jason Dodd taking on Dan Williams. Andrew Bishop taking on Simon Rickwood. And Connor Hall taking on Chris Tyhurst.
Well, up now you have got Rampage, driven by Phil James, taking on Andrew Jackson's Econorail. The V6 Supercharged Sidewinder Dragster. Very, very, very unique car, and a very, very historic car. It's been around for a long old time. So Phil James looking to run at a 9.53 and a 1083 for Andy Jackson. Solo for Phil James. Lovely straight run is going to go through to a 9.55. You can tell he's a previous champion in the class, can't you?
Yeah, that just rubs it in, doesn't it? Nicely done.
So unfortunately, issues for Andy Jackson. Just being pushed to the back of the barn. However, I can see Bob Hawkins.
I wonder if they get another shot at it.
Well, I'm not too sure what the issues were for the Econorail. All that noise you can hear around the back of the tower is Bob Hawkins firing up Time Traveller 2. He had a stonking pass last run. It went 0.99 to 60 foot. That is insane numbers. There's only a finite amount of cars that can actually do 0.99 to 60 foot. And Bob was one of those. Unfortunately, he did have to abort the run halfway down the track, but from the short numbers, it looked like it was on for about a 6.4. Hopefully he won't have any issues this time. Bring around the nitro-fueled big block Chevy.
Seems to like the left lane to start off. Well, Bob's PB is a 6:51 at 211.
Well, that's what he's dialed in. I think this is one of them rare occasions where he's not actually looking to run what he's dialed in. I think he's looking to beat it.
Well, if he hits it, fair enough. Yeah, he's done well. But if he breaks out, well, if he goes quick in his number, you're going to see a rather happy crew on the start line. And then when news gets through to Bob himself, yeah, it's going to be really good.
Well, the nitro, the smell of nitro filling the air.
Yeah. Well, conditions are excellent. The wind has, well, gone. The flags are just not even, well, they're trying to flutter, but they're not doing a very good job of it. The wind turbines have decided to give up. So it's all down to Bob. See what he can do.
Stellar launch, wheels up, 102 to 60 foot. He's going to go through all the way to the finish line. 685, 192 mile an hour. It started to wander up a little bit at the top end.
Well, he didn't lift.
No.
Whether he pedalled very eased off slightly, but the engine note didn't change.
Nope.
So yeah, 685. I think there's a bit more to come.
There's a lot more to come from that car.
But can they find it today? That's the question. But having said that, 2 6-second passes. Well, sorry, 685 with a 2 on that run. Okay, it is Nostalgia Superstock quarterfinals. And the first pair will be Andrew Bishop taking on Simon Rickwood. This to go into the last 4. And I think we're going into Run What You Brung. Well, one of them will dial in the 10s, one will dial in the 9s. Let's have a look at the numbers then. 10-12 for Andrew Bishop, he'll be going first. Simon Rickwood dialing in 973. He will be chasing that Barracuda.
So unlike what you've just seen, this is eliminations. If you lose, you go on the trailer. And if you break out, you also go on the trailer, depending if the other person doesn't break out by more.
Well, Simon looks like he's drawn alongside Andrew already.
He's backing off.
Yeah, he's backing off and takes that. 9.79 against the lose out. 10.13. Wow, Andrew is only 100th off, but a little bit late off the line. So Simon Rickwood through to the semis.
Yeah, you could actually see Simon nearly left before Andrew.
Yeah. Okay, Jason Dodd and Dan Williams. Two good friends of mine. Jason will be chasing Dan down by not much. 10.78 plays 10.84, just 0.6 of a second between these two off the line. Dan will lift the front wheels high. Very, very good race. Oh, Jason got there first but broke out, and I can't believe it. Dan Williams, a perfect ET again. That's 2 in a row for Dan Williams. 10.84 with a 0. He went perfect on his last run. He was better on the tree as well this time, 0.8 to Jason's 0.3. Jason took the strike but broke out. Dan Williams, my goodness me, he's tuned that car well. Connor Hall and Chris Tyhurst. Only 0.03 of a second between them on the tree, but it doesn't matter. Chris Tyhurst goes red, well, a massive red actually, 0.2. So Connor Hall is through. Your last pair, Lee Charles taking on John Wilson.
Now this is a long old wait.
4.13 seconds difference on the tree. John Wilson with the Barracuda will be leaving first. Dan Williams awaits the winner of this one. At the other side of the ladder we'll see Simon Rickwood taking on Connor Hall. 14 flat plays 9.87. The Barracuda will go first. There goes Lee in pursuit. Lee is catching. Lee goes past, and Lee takes the win with a 9.94 and a 9.87. Got there first, and John Wilson actually broke out by less than 100. So, semi-finals in Nostalgia Superstock. We'll see Lee Childs taking on Dan Williams and Simon Rickwood taking on Connor Hall. Right, we're into Run What You Brung. Got the Willis taking on the tee.
Well, you saw him go before the tree ran, and they actually lifted his hands off the wheel like, oh. 12.66 for the Willis, and unfortunately no time for the tee. He did go before the tree ran.
Now, this was the Chevy that was ushered away from the start line when it came down for its last run, so whatever the issue was, hopefully they got that fully resolved. Going alongside Matt Glassop with his Camaro Gen 2. Oh, another Chevy just rolls through the beams, so bring him back.
Ooh, that does not look good.
That is sliding around on its own oil there. Yay, yay, yay. Well stopped.
Well done. You did an excellent job of keeping that thing off the wall. That is a lot of oil.
Yeah, it's not pretty, unfortunately. But the net end result, obviously a very wounded car, but thankfully a straight car. And stopped it from going into the wall, so well done. That was a leery moment there, because once you slide around in your own fluids there's not a lot you can do. You become a passenger. but fortunately stopped it from going nose first there. So obviously we are going to be down for a little while here with a clean-up. It is what it is, unfortunately, folks. Just hope for the team's sake that it's nothing too major. We've seen obviously cars with engine parts coming out, and you know that is very serious indeed. But hopefully that's just fluid. It could be something as daft as an oil line, a sump plug or something like that. But you know, you just hope for the best in these instances. So yeah, we are going to be down for a clean-up at the moment. So a chance to give the airwaves over to Nitro FM 96.2. Whilst we do have a little bit of downtime, please visit the NSRA stand next to the pairing lanes, as they got all the event goodies and T-shirts and goodies to give out. They've also got mugs for this event as well, which I spotted when I went down there. And then you've got the other NSRA stand the other side of the pedestrian crossroads there, and they have got all of the other NSRA stuff there. All of our traders behind the main grandstand. It's certainly worth paying a visit to them. And then whilst you're heading up that way, pop into the pod shop. In the meantime, though, we're going to take a break from commentary. It's going to be Nitro FM with the airways for a little while, and we'll take it back when we hear engines once again.
Ooh, that does not look good.
That is sliding around on its own oil there. Yay, yay, yay. Well stopped.
Well done. You did an excellent job of keeping that thing off the wall. That is a lot of oil.
Yeah, it's not pretty, unfortunately. But the net end result, obviously, a very... No nitrous for Colin, well, this weekend he said. Certainly won't be on this pass anyway. But let's see how he gets on.
Taking it nice and easy up the track. Ben
That's
Kennedy
a good looking run. 8:14, 169. And I don't know who's in the other one. Let's see if I can find out. No, not on the entry list either, so that's really double confusing. No, it could be Ben Montgomery actually, yes. It is Ben. .10.69 at 1:26 there for Luke. And Ben's going tricks lane. Very quickly pedalled there by Rob.
That was actually, that was tyre shake he just got there.
Yeah. Still goes 9.11 at 1:35. And Spencer goes 10.38.
Qualifier. So they're going to make one pass and they'll be back round in a couple of hours' time for eliminations. This is a heads-up class, first to finish line wins. But that's not important right now. All we want to see is 2 good passes. There's a little bit of a double step for Rob Stone, but he's gathered up nicely and he's going to go through with a nice 8 seconds, 8:37 at 158 mile an hour. This is again a one-shot qualifier. So Sean Milson with 8 misbehaving, looking to run a 10.06 against Simon Glenn, looking to run 11.85, 10.09 and an 11.56. And that's
Distance as well,
yeah.
but this is quite unique, really is.
That was a lovely wheelie from Graham, literally hung the wheels out to about 60 foot. Looking for a 10.50, go 10.60. Ah, the breakout for Neil. Well, we'll find out in a second.
Yeah.
So Ray's going to look to run at 10.10. Nick's going to look to run at 11.70. 10.31 and at 11.75. He's going to be looking to run at 10.70. Hallam just went 006 on the tree. Now that's going to be good later on if he can do that in eliminations. 10.01 for him and a 10.71 on a 10.70.
60s Camaros, red one. I think it had a black vinyl top on it. And the number plate was, I think it was low 67F, something like that. And he sold that car. And I thought, son, what are you doing? But then he turned up with this. We thought, oh, we'll forgive you. So 11.40 and 11.35 of the Darlings. Silent break. Side. That beautiful Willis. Darling in 10.54. Jason Darling in 10.85. Now, a lot of these guys, it's their first outing of the year. Jason had to go in Pro ET at the Spring Speed Nationals. I have to get the events right now because they swapped with Festival of Power. But so Jason's had some track time this year already. Loves life with Cherry Bomb down there. Car built by the Williams brothers. Well, mainly Keith, actually, the dad. Even I helped on that one. $10.67, $10.92. Billy goes 7. Jason goes to the Darlings in. 10.70 for Brian. Chris Darling in 11 flat. Not bad off the line. Oh, smoke and everything coming outside the Falcon. It seems to clear itself up and goes 11.14. Chris goes 10.89. Breaks out 7 for Darling for Twisted Lemon.
Lovely wheelie from Andrew.
If he's pulling wheelies, he has a fear of breaking out. Let's see what happens. Oh, look at that! What a run! 10.17 with a 2 on a 10.16 done. 67.
He's looking to run at 9.62. And Gary's going to look to run 11.65. John is on a lovely run. I think he might go faster than 9.6. No, no, 9.77.
Yeah, he just had a sponsoring it. So it's worth doing. It really is. Oh, 006 red for Nick Martin. I know it's all about ETs, but you always want to try and cut a light as well. So Neil Francis, 12.20. Can he hit it? 12.25. Good shot. 14 flat for Nick Martin. Neil Francis. Right. So Adam, 10.79 the target, and 11.10 is the run. 13.73 there for Max.
Fair enough, because you're not off, are you?
No, you're not
constantly
off.
Working,
Just
yeah.
constantly on there. Oh, cheeky little wheelie there for Pete.
Lots of wheel spin from one of Bob Gallagher's wheels. Something tells me he's not going to run a 14.90, but 10.80 for Pete Christmas.
That's all right for Pete. 23 at the stripe. 17.03. He does launch quite hard and gets a little bit of wheel wobble when the front end settles down, but we'll see what he does this time. Yep, exactly that. He's got the hippie shakes, he really has. So 9.80 then for Lee, gets 9.88. Tie 12 flat is the target, goes 12.50. I like it. So Chris Tyhurst manual shift on slicks for the first time, goes 12.47 on the 34. Sam goes 15.39 on the 14.50.
Well, I can assure you that wasn't the launch you wanted. 2.8 to 60 foot, yeah. Although it's a lovely looking run, that's quite fast after the 60 foot. It goes 13.8, 107, but...
Well, Duncan's going to get to the strike first, hunting down that 950. Gets a 972. Paul.
Oh! Dialing in, that 9.90.
I know what you're thinking, but they're not going to do it. Yeah, let's put them in super gas.
Why not?
They like the sportsman tree, obviously super gas a pro tree, so. Mind you, well. Pete Wiseman breaks out, goes. Tell me that didn't come off out of the factory like that. Maybe going a bit quicker than when it first appeared, but nevertheless, looks great.
I think as well she is dialing the slowest you can dial in the class of 13.99. I don't think you can dial in
14.99.
It was 14.99 is the slowest, right. Whoa! She goes 13.99 on the third.
That's a big old, that's a number for Stuart to hit, my word. He's normally the 9.8s, but 9.70. What's he had for breakfast? Well, car launched.
Yeah, he's definitely had his Weetabix this morning.
984, yeah. 1244, 79. These two pair up quite a lot, actually. Whips up launch there for Dave. $991 plays 983. Dave 9. 1074 for Jason. Very, very nice run indeed. 1460, which is good. Saying that 910 though. Oh, he's rolled the beams. He's still going to get a number, but ain't going to be what he wants.
Don Scott went 0-1 on the tree in the other lane.
981 plays. John Wilson with the Barracuda. Dials 13.9. Dan dialing in 13.6. So 14.18. Simon Rickwood goes 980. Keith Williams goes 1193 into number 4. Oh, nice. It was spare. Whoa, huge wheel stand off the line for Dan Williams. All the photographers quickly checking the camera, seeing if they caught it. So 1081 dialing for Dan goes 1087. Gary 1375 goes 1401. So Dan. Glyn goes 995, he's safe. Paul Dodd goes 1135, he's safe. So Glyn goes 5, I like that.
They are running a staggered tree. Scott Collin desperately wants to run an 8-second pass. I don't think he'll get it on this one. Issues on the two-step for him. Julian Davison looking to run a 13.10. 936 is not bad for Scott Collin considering.
Have a great day.
Yeah, appreciate you chatting.
Absolute pleasure. We'll see you soon. I will be popping down at lunchtime because I need to get a few bits and pieces. So.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
We'll see you
Keep
later.
up the good work. Cheers.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye.
Right, Matt Stanley goes through. Goes a 1285 on that 1260. So that was really, really strong indeed.
Sportsman style tree with a staggered stop. And lots of wheel spin for Tim Evans. breakouts don't really matter, but you get 1.4 winning your race, and you get 1.4 just making the run itself. A 15.0, yeah, the engine in Mark's car is over 500 cubic inches. I had a look at it in the Pale on Friday, and it's definitely shoehorned in, I think is probably the best way to say it. Jamie Hughes with the turbocharged combination, he's going to be looking for a 10.33 and will be leaving first. There he goes. Mark Haswell running him down. So we'll get close to their dial-ins. Breakouts don't matter. He goes 9.56 and gets the win, and the all.
Beautiful build that. Oh, a little bit of a double step there for Dave.
So Paul looking to go 11.40. Dave looking to go 12.50. Breakouts don't matter, so the first one over the finish line, I believe, will get the win, and that was Paul Lord.
Drivers round. There you go. There's a bump on that one. Going alongside Ian Wild with the Wildcat. Oh yeah, it is Paul Tarry.
Yeah, lots of new stuff on Paul's car. Like you can see the wing on the back of Trigger's broom car is actually off of Mick Hillier's old Pony Express. Ooh, bit of a pop. So a solo for Ian Wild with the Wildcat. That is a Jaguar straight 6 in that little altered. I think they've just come down for a little bit of time trial. He's going into stage, bumping it in. This car has been into the 7s. That's not going to be a 7-second pass, but still goes 8.71 at 157 mile an hour.
Justin looking on. Relatively soft launch, but don't let that fool you. This thing really does haul at the top end. 9.38, 1.48, plenty more to come. Yeah, so the interference on the radio, sorry, on the PA is purely from Simon's setup there. When he goes up the track, the interference will disappear. Flat, 118. But underneath there is a whole lot of stuff to make this go very quickly indeed.
That doesn't sound like a V8.
I don't know what powers it, but we like it. 1047 at 120. .29 at 95 mile an hour at the 8th. And goes 11.79 at 99 at the stripe. That's a proper bloke. Going along the side of the 1930s Ford in Run What You Brung. Again, a car that had some runs in on Friday. So Matt gets to the stripe with the 13.18 at 101. Going alongside Danny Wilson. That is a gorgeous car. If you ever get a chance, Thomas, go and have a look at that car in the pits. Study it. Work of art. I kept opening and closing the rear door because I just couldn't believe how well it fitted. It was just brilliant. But then have a look in the boot, have a look at the interior, have a look in the engine bay. It is just perfection. And Danny Wilson has pretty much done everything himself in that car.
It's nice to see that he's got a street eliminator number on the back of it.
Yeah. Well, it runs 9s. Oh, it's not going to run a 9 here. Instantly pulling it over. No idea what the issue is. Still got power. 1157 at 117.
That's going to be the largest Mark 1 Transit ever. It's huge.
Oh, I love it. It's just, that is cool.
Now, Mark 1 Transits do have heritages in motorsport. They used to be raced in the touring car series.
Oh,
back
yeah,
in the day.
the super vans and stuff like that. Yeah.
And this, he's doing a burnout.
One wheel pill.
Hang on a minute, he's done a one wheel pill, and that's got Julies on the back.
Wow.
Look, because he's left an 11, but he's left an 11 with one wheel.
That's cool. Oh, we want more of that.
Yeah, come back.
Definitely want more of that. I don't care about
Yeah, you actually couldn't find two more different 9-second cars.
Yeah. And driven totally differently as well.
Yeah.
The net end result is pretty good always.
Well,
though.
look at this. They're going to go over the line at the same time.
Oh, great. And the 55 getting a little bit of tramping on the back axle. He left the line there. $11.85 and $12.40. We just see the cars come around. We don't know who it is, so I would love a list if anybody in Outlaw Street can get one to me. If you can't get it to me today, doesn't matter. Any other event will do. But if someone could just message me one, that'd be awesome. So, Pro-Charged Old School Ford. Going into the 10s, surely. Yep, 1010, 139. And 1297 at 105. I think they're still running on motor only on this Willis. $11.23, 118. Yeah, big old purge of it as well. Beautiful launch. Dead straight as well. Are we going to see a low 9? Are we going to see it tickle into the 8s? Yes. 882 at 1. Let's see how Keith gets on.
That is way faster than I've seen that car go.
It sounds strong. 1074, 129, and that was a soft launch.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
I've noticed as well, quite a lot of these hot rods you see coming out are actually manually shifted.
Yeah.
They don't have automatic transmission. If you do get a chance to go see this thing in the pits, you'll notice that the steering wheel is where the driver's seat should be, and he sits on the back seats.
He does, yeah. Going alongside Doug with the Barracuda. Another one of the Outlaw Street members. Good looking runs for both of them. 1026 and 1079. A little bit over keen. Well, with all the zeros at 113, now we can send the Dodge on its way.
Both of these cars beautifully turned out. This is the kind of picture you want in black and white.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of water coming out of the exhaust of the orange Ford.
11.95 for Paul and 15.30 the other side. Tory behind the wheel, going alongside Graham Scrivens with Graham goes 10:31, Tory goes 11:34. Unfortunately, don't have a name for the driver on that one. Yeah, it's taken a long time to shift, and eventually it didn't. So stuck in gear. 10.93, 122 in the Kestrel lane. That's one of those cars that you look at it and you think, yeah, well, these events, and come to this place, and you look at it and you think, oh, and then you flip the bonnet and it's got like 572 cubic inch V8 that's been bored and stroked and goodness knows what. Oh yeah, then you open the boot. Oh, it's got nitrous bottles as well. Right, that's Chris Coburn, and of course got the belly tank out there as well. One of the most unique things that you'll see at a drag strip. Goes 13.12 at 106 and 15.02 at 99. If they're still happy, then they'll take it all the way through.
So Ian is having a good look at Jim's car. Hopefully there's nothing wrong with it.
No, he's found an issue there. There's a tiny little leak on the left bank, I think.
Yeah. So it'll be a solo for Ian Merriweather.
Oh, ride the wheelie bar very hard indeed there.
I really hope Pudgy got a picture of that, because there was a moment there where the tyres were spinning, the wheels were up in the air, and I think he's actually only on one wheel.
Yeah. Well, that's what pulled it to the left in the end. You never know.
To the line. This will be your first race with the Supercharged Outlaws. Bouncy for Robbie Grabban, goes through 7:36 at 191 miles an hour. And I've never seen the car move like that. Issues, unfortunately, for Mick Hanna. One of the more unique combinations of a Whipple supercharged Ford engine in that. He goes 10.10, 132 mile an hour. Please give Jim Usher and the team big old wobble at 330 foot, but he's got back on the power. He's going to go through probably to a low 8.1, 168 mile an hour. So that sounds to me to be a second gear launch. He's going to do a full pass.
Oh, Black Betty goes 9.78 at 153. So.
I think he'll probably do a planned half pass for the first one. This is his first run of the year, don't forget.
Yeah, British built, need to add to that. What a run for Joe Bond.
What?
Look at that, 6.26, 2.26. Supercharged car in the lanes, could be wrong because there's still quite a few here. I think we've got Joel Kerr down there, Bob Glasser. Well, yeah, not really what Roy wanted, but he's gone A to B, 9.62 at 91 mile an hour.
Yeah, 1.460 he was passed. That's definitely not what he's looking for.
Yeah,
that car did
sounded
not
very
sound
laboured.
healthy. Yeah.
9.12, 105, 114 to 60 foot. But
Your eyes under load.
Exactly that.
You can't put them under load anywhere else.
No.
Firing up in the pits just doesn't teach you that.
Right, so Supercharged Outlaws have now finished, as we are now welcoming Julian Webb with not split second, but his new jet car, Spider-Man. And this does not hang about at all. Great to have it here this weekend. As if this man doesn't smile enough, he comes up here and just smiles even more. Jim Usher just popped in to see us as well. So what? Let's have I'll put these on very quickly, Jim. Let's have a very quick chat whilst Julian gets ready. Good to see you, mate.
You, mate. Well done.
What happened?
Small oil leak on the fuel pump drive.
Oh, right. So there was me thinking it could be just like a nipped gasket or something.
Yeah,
but,
no, it looks like it's coming out of the oil pump drive. Crew on it now. Hopefully, get the old magic silicone out, make a gasket.
Good stuff.
Get it fixed.
Yeah.
Brilliant, brilliant. How are you keeping anyway? You right?
Yeah, not too bad.
Good.
Yeah, and you?
Yeah, brilliant. We're racing,
here.
aren't we?
The
We're here,
That
having
wet
fun.
stuff's gone away, and yeah.
Oh no, yesterday's banished.
What was that?
Exactly. right answer. Jim.
The only water we need is bottled.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But no, well, it was ridiculously frustrating. But your first runs of the year, obviously everybody in the Supercharged Outlaws, well, one or two managed to get a pass in on Friday, but today's the first day for them.
Yeah.
And morale okay down there?
Brilliant. Yeah, everyone's upbeat and looking, apart from Andy, of course.
Oh yeah, was to
Devastating.
say in commentary earlier, we're just absolutely gutted. He
It's
does
racing,
not
isn't it?
deserve that.
He doesn't. No, nobody does. But no, everyone's good. Good field entries for the first one. It's good. Some new
And
guys.
there's still more in the wings to
More
come.
in the wings. Some new guys are still in the build, and it's going to be great.
No, excellent stuff. So what's your plan for the rest of the day? Obviously you want to get back out, get your first run in.
We'll get another run out. I've got the nerves out of the way now, doing the burnout, and then just now we've rebuilt the car, so it's like, oh my god, have we done it right? Do a burnout, and it's like, yes.
Yeah.
We're good.
Now, Jim, we were saying in commentary, you've driven loads of things
I
over
haven't
the
driven
years.
one of them, but I got offered a drive of it.
Ah, right. Okay. You're a slight step ahead of me, but would you like to have a go in
I
that?
will drive anything, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? If somebody's daft enough to let me have a go,
Yeah.
I'll have a go.
Good stuff.
Because you never get the opportunity again.
No. Have you been up here for a jet
Yeah,
yet? You have. Right. Okay. So I can't surprise you then.
No, nothing surprises me. Fire marshal for 15 years.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, man who's done everything at the drag strip and including helping everybody else out as well. Well, don't go anywhere, Jim. Stay with us.
Thank you.
As we get ready now for the fire show from Spider-Man and Julian Wang. So Julian now going to bring the turbine up to full whack, and are we going to see a low 6 or possibly even a high 5-second pass then from the Spider-Man jet? That's a good looking pass. It's a 585, 261 miles an hour at the stripe. He went 397 at 201 at the 8th and a 105.60 foot. That is a cracking pass from Julian. Came to move it on, and Alan Schofield having a lot of fun with the car now. And going quickly with it as well, well into the 8th. A PB of 805. Goes 811 on that pass, 160, that'll do.
Well, interestingly, he had a dialing board on the back of his car that said 810.
Wow.
So this is just checkout passes for the first round of the Wild Bunch. And an 11-1. I can say this because I said this to her on her 18th birthday, but she's officially old now.
Ooh, dangerous territory there.
So an incredibly soft launch for Keith. I believe that was the second gear launch. Someone out there is missing a gear. I can hear it bounced off their elevator. I think that was Keith as he's slowing down, unfortunately. But a 10.70 for the Raging Cajun. The whole idea being the twist on the torque of the engine helps plant the rear tyres.
Actually, the Econorail dragster, I think, is now 51 years old. Celebrated its 50th anniversary last year.
Oh, something's come off it. Some belt of some kind. And a 9:48 for time lock 2. A
Wow.
1.560 foot, but it seems good news as well is whatever he runs.
It's the birthday shout-outs. Hayley Fife, it's her birthday today. So a big shout-out to Hayley from the Maras. Paul Hammond, that's been running his fabulous 10-second 30s Ford. His birthday today. Terry Coleman birthday today. Justin Woolner, his birthday today. Obviously Sally running in Outlaw Street this weekend. So Justin, many happy returns indeed to you. So there we go. Today's birthdays. Oh, Terry Coleman, his birthday as well. So we're back on the quarter mile. All of our race classes are at semi-final stage. And these two have been matched up pretty much every run they've done over the course of the event.
Yeah, these two have been actually having some quite good races. Unfortunately, the 55 has just rolled through stage.
Yeah, just make sure it's in forward gear when you launch. That's happened before.
I know it has.
.11:30 place 12:51.
So it's nice to see some of the eliminated cars coming out in Run What You Run.
Yeah, that's Patrick Hobbs.
Up against one of the quartermaster cars.
Patrick goes 11:55 and 12:86 on the other side. All right, Matt Southcott, been in the 8s with this Scamp, and you're going alongside Alan Payne with that 34 rot rod.
I'm just having a look as well. That's got to be a custom mold of the Challenger front end, because that it blends seamlessly.
Yeah, well, it's a full-blown tube chassis car, so. And I like it.
I do.
I really do like it.
I would love to see it in Street Eliminate. I don't know how street legal it actually is.
I want to see that door slammer.
Yes, because that did do quite well in Pro Street. Maybe even True Street. I don't know quite where the boundaries are.
Put it in big bracket.
Yeah.
Yeah, put an 895 on it and run it in big bracket.
Oh, he's been doing it right at the minute for that. There's no way. There is no way.
I can't believe that. I just threw a number at it and it ran it. 895, 148.
I can't believe you've just done that.
Oh dear, 1249. I can't believe I did that. Mind you, I have a habit of doing that. Alan Payne goes through with a 1249. But 895.
You did it before it launched and
I
everything.
know. Sorry.
Well, I think that's it now. You have to enter
Drop
big
the
bracket.
mic, that's it.
He has to enter big bracket now, and he has to dial 895.
100 E's.
So any second now, we should be getting some dial-ins on the boards. One of our drivers is already in full stage. And the other driver is moving in now. That is Dave Mott with the Brickyard Shaker. Well, the lights go green. We haven't got any dial-ins. I'm surprised with that. I'm not sure if this is an empty round or if they're just in when we run. I think they are just in when we run, actually.
Well, let's see what the numbers anyway. 13.13 and 14.74. So Mark Wade with that 14-second pass. And of course, that's Dave Mott with the Brickyard Slayer. Yeah, normally you get the other 100 E's at the same time. And,
yeah, no, I think that was just a bit of a match race, if I'm honest. So Callum Pudge just said that Scampy has entered door slammers. He's in one of the street classes.
Excellent.
Perfect.
Well, that's a heads-up class, isn't it? Yay, nearly.
Hello. Yeah, I think that's what you call a wheel-spinning start for the purple car. 14.70 and a 15.59. Now a car we haven't seen today.
Yeah,
Say
liking
car.
that.
Truck.
Chevy pickup.
Now I know we say about sleepers, but if this thing...
Right, what can we pick up from...
the cars are being told to push back. One of them's been told to go all the way back. I'm not sure what the issues is. Yeah, so unfortunately the Chevy truck is being pushed back. It will be a solo for the 41.
Could be the passenger? I don't know.
Could be as well the fact that I've seen there's quite a lot of things in the bed of the truck. I wonder if they're just worried about it flying out. So the 41 goes through the finish line at an 11.41, 120 mile an hour. He will be one to watch if he enters the Winners' Wars at Dragstaugia. He's setting some good numbers. And we have Taz racing again. Darren Scanner with the Escort taking on Chris Skinner with Taz. Number 1, the small block Chevy powered Fiat. I've noticed as well, Chris isn't doing his characteristic burnouts this weekend. He's taking it quite tame. Now these two had a brilliant race in the last session of Run What You've Run. Miles, a wheel spin and a wheelie for Chris Skinner. Something come off the car and has gone across the track into Darren Scannell's lane. He has lifted, in fact so has Chris now. 10.4, 109 mile an hour off the throttle. Yeah, not too sure what the issues were for him, but brilliant little wheelie.
That sounds like the Econorail. It is. Yeah, they've realised that and shut it off.
Yeah, unfortunately the throttle linkage on the car is shaken off. So good job it did not make the pass, as only goodness knows what would have happened. But thank you for the attempt.
Oh, pick your Chevy Nova next pair. Look at this. Matthew Dowdy and John Gibson. And a bizarre twist. Nick Williams has had a hand in both of these cars. Nick built the high roller car. That was his first proper race car way back when. And Nick was doing the finishing touches to Matthew Dowdy's car this week.
Yeah, the car was only finished the other day. Now when you see the drivers revving it up after the burnout, they're not just showing off, they're not just trying to see or trying to make loud noises from their cars. What you're actually doing is you're clearing out the engine. You're trying to get rid of all of that unburnt fuel that sat there after your burnout, so when you go up to the line, your engine is fresh and clear.
Right, what's Mr. Gibson got for us then? Heads towards the stripe with 11.02. Matthew goes 12.98. Well, I think Matthew's setting in very nicely with that lovely little Nova.
Well, they've entered into Pro ET at main event, so they've got to...
Yeah, got to find another second then.
Yeah, so that tells you what their plans are with the car. They definitely want to find another second.
Ty Strevitt going alongside that fabulous belly tank. Ty's car looking a lot more menacing now. He's got black wheels on it. He used to run just like normal. I can't remember what colour they were, but they certainly weren't black. And it just looks menacing. Goes 12.33 at 107. The belly tank goes 13.32. 106. So Dave Cherritt taking on the Model T. Still to come at you, semi-finals that to be followed by the finals in the race classes. Outlaw Anglia is going to see Colin Miller taking on Rob Brindle, and then it's going to be Rob Stone and Gary Bird. Gas Circus semis. Chris Laram taking on Jason Pickett, and then Billy Jones taking on Ray Turner. And in the start of Superstock, Lee Childs taking on Dan Williams, and Simon Rickwood taking on Connor Hall.
So this T did not get a time a second ago, but he'll get a time now. And a lovely wheels up launch for Dave Cherritt.
Should be in the 9s. 993, 129.
Super gas. To be fair, I reckon Dave would give that a good go. So another one of our modified E's coming to the line.
Yeah, Matt Stanley that is.
And in fact, we've got a few modified E's in the lane. Scott Collin I can see down there as well.
Good. That'll be their last runs.
So just some checks going on underneath the E, but it's coming forward now. Up against the gorgeous Dodge Challenger.
Matthew goes through with a 1260 and a 1306 for the team. Phil Hobson with old Scalabolts taking on Duncan Watts. A Watts speed shot pairing. This team were rather lucky where they were pitted right next to where I am in the pits.
Yeah.
And I was lakeside where my caravan is, and luckily the water didn't reach this lot. And fortunately, I didn't stay on site last night, so I didn't have to have a drawbridge to get out. .977 there for Duncan, and 12.12 Phil. Danny Wilson and Sally Woolner. Sorry, wrong 100. Sorry, it's the console of Steve Matthews down there. Apologies, I've got that one the wrong way around. It's definitely Sally Woolner. Now, Sally so far, well, you know, we can run in the 8s. Her last pass was a 9.3. Oh, that's better. That's hooked and gone. 126 to 60.
That's not going to be a 9.3.
No, that's going to be way quicker than a 9.3. About an 8.3. Well done, Justin, and happy birthday, mate. 8.3, 163 miles an hour. Hey, he's the quickest car and run with your brung now. Well done. Oh, sorry, Sally is.
What about the jet car?
Yeah, but that's exhibition. Don't try and be clever.
So unfortunately, issues for...
Oh, poor old Steve, just been... Ray Colclough with another one of the What Shop cars, and Scuba's Revenge, the Blown Willis. Lou, 971 with a 9, 137, and a 1251 at 108. Chris Goodale with Russo's Rat. Been running a lovely high 9-second passes in Nostalgia Superstock, but now a little bit of testing and run what you brung, going alongside this sleeper. I think the best way to describe it. .986, pretty much where Chris has been all weekend long, actually, in 10.95 in the Castrol 8. So Dominic Sharp with the Firebird, and Gary Carr with his Monte Carlo. Is that Gary doing a passenger ride? I think it is. I think that's two people in it. Didn't see who was in the passenger seat. 987 there for the Firebird, and a 1376 at 105 for the Monte Carlo. Right, Arnie Pomant is down there. I can also see Outlaw Anglia coming into the lanes, and also Gasser Circus, so we're getting ready for semi-finals there. I can also see Scott Collin coming round the corner now with his 100E Adrenaline Rush. But Arnie, my word, I wonder how he's going to get on. So good to see the car here and Arnie having some fun. Right alongside that beautiful Roadster. Oh, beautiful wheel stand off the line as well.
That
123 to 60. He has been 931. I think he's going to smash that out of the ballpark with an 866, 154 miles an hour. Arlie, huge congratulations on that one. He was 549 at 125 at the 8th. 60 foot was 123, carried the front wheels beautifully. And he is going to be one very happy man indeed when he gets his timing slip. Realise what he's just run. Big congratulations. Right, next up, Mark Haswell and Scott Collin. The 100Es. That's a 951 for Mark Haswell, 929 for Scott. I'll tell you what, when Scott gets the launch, because it's only 154 to for 60, that'll be in the 8s. Well, Monica. And Scott definitely making progress with the adrenaline rush car. Right, semi-finals, Outlaw Anglia. Colin Miller and Rob Brindle. Well, what a... Uh-oh. Big old nitrous purge there for Colin Miller. He'll be racing in door numbers in 2 weeks' time, so I'm not surprised he's trying the nitrous now. Wants to get the car to see how it's going to run with all the new bits and lack of bits, if you like, i.e. weight. We're just lining up Rob Brindle a bit better.
So it will be Colin Miller taking on Rob Brindle. This is for a spot in the final. Your number 1 and number 4 qualifiers.
Well, we're going to look out for some short numbers on Colin Miller, that's for sure. 108 to 60, but getting close to the centre line, and the blocks, well, the block fell over. It was nowhere near it. 861 beats an 882.
That was a 108 60 foot. It spun a little bit, it had a little bit more shake, but...
Yeah, but look at his reaction time, 01. He's done 10th on the line.
Rob Stone. And I can...
Should be Gary Bird.
Should be Gary Bird, but unfortunately I can't see him anywhere.
No, he's definitely not here. So going to be a solo then for Rob.
So that means you will have your number 1 and 2 qualifiers in the final. That almost never happens. And by judging on this run, I believe Rob Stone will have lane choice in the final, in which he will.
850. Well done to those two. All right, next up then, Gasser Circus. Chris Laram taking on Jason Pickett. All right, the all-important dial-ins, 1060 for Chris. 1090 for Jason.
So 0.3 difference on the tree. But I tell you what, Chris Laram is got to be one of the luckiest guys. He's in the semi-finals and he was an alternate.
Yeah, he was first alternate, got in as Jason Hollenby couldn't make the call. Race on. Jason Pickett, an 03 light, and he hits his number, 10.90. with a 9 on a 10.90 dial-in. There was no way that Chris was going to get around that. He tried. He had a low 7 light, but went 10.72. But Jason Pickett into the final. Well done, Jace. Ray Turner and Billy Jones.
Well, let's see if Ray Turner can hit the 10.90.
That'll make a good final.
It would.
But Billy Jones has got other ideas.
Ray doesn't.
God, you can learn a lot from these Gasser Circus guys.
Well, Ray's going to get there first. If he doesn't break out, which he doesn't, Ray Turner was 009 on the tree. So what you've got there is, in the final...
Yeah, you've got 2 cars that dialed 10.90 in the semi.
And not only that, you've got one driver who went 009 on the tree, and another driver who went 009 off his dialing.
Yeah, good point. Could be a good final. Right, so in effect, Jason Pickett going through, that's the first Williams Brothers car into the final. Are we going to see another representative here with Simon Rickwood, or is Connor Hall going to stop the progress of the Bossa Nova? 12.36 plays 9.73. Connor will be leaving first. But Connor goes red. Simon Rickwood is into the final.
And he goes red massively. Connor Hall went red by 0009.
Oh, but he did it first.
Simon Rickwood goes red by 0.2.
Right, be looking forward to this one. Lee Childs and Dan Williams. So Lee with Charles play, the Plymouth. Dan Williams with the second gen Camaro. Dan has had 2 perfect ETs in a row. Can he do 3 in a row? Can he cut a good light? Is Lee going to get it into the final? Dan dials 10.82. He's going first. Lee Charles 9.89. He'll be chasing Dan down. A green light drag race. It's all about the numbers at the stripe now. Can Lee Charles close in that gap? It's going to be tight at the stripe. The win light goes to Lee Charles. He takes that by 0.1 at the stripe. Dan missed his opportunity there. 0.16 light compared to a 0.909 actually for Lee Charles. So Lee basically caught Dan at the stripe and took the win by 0.1. Dan a 10.84. But it is Lee into the final, taking on Simon Rickwood.
We are now with Supercharged Outlaws.
All right, Brian back out once again with War Black Betty, as he's calling it. And if one stonking burnout from Keith Freeman today wasn't enough, he decides to give us another one.
So this is Supercharged Outlaws. This is not a points round for these guys. It is simply a trial run. Brian Watson has been doing second gear launches all day and he's gone 9.07. Keith Freeman down in the 9.4s.
So the El Loco team have done all they can. It's just a case of bringing him up to the line now, going alongside that beautiful slingshot of Brian Watson. 2 9-second cars, one of them potentially going into the 8s here. Ryan 910, Keith 947. I think they were looking at each other most of the way up the track there. All right, Jim Tucker.
Yeah, unfortunately, the similar issues he's been having all day. The car goes quite sprightly left. Just pedals it, brings it forward, but there's no point ruining the car on the run that you're not going to do much on.
Yeah. Got a shout out to Martin Hill, actually. Martin the Duck Hill. I love that little photograph of the rubber duck with the dark glasses on and the puddles over the weekend. Always entertaining is our Martin. Right, not many Supercharged Outlaws making that session. Mind you, it is quite late in the day now. So it is the Wild Bunch, and I think this is their last runs in session. And it's James Auld taking on Paul Tarry. I'd love to know what that conversation was about with the little power state there. Ian was just waiting and said, come on guys. I would have put him a bit more in the middle, but there we go. So Paul Tarry and James Auld. So the target numbers then 1278 for James and 1202 for Paul. James gets a 1281, 300ths off, not bad at all. Paul Tarry goes 1274.
There's quite a lot of smoke coming out of Little Faucet at the top end.
There is actually, yeah, quite a lot. It was puffing a little bit towards the stripe. Safety around the corner at the top though. But our turnout crew will check everything over just to make sure. Rich Butcher, Bradley Cooper, 11.99 and 10.98. And a 12.59 and 11.12. Ian Wild with the Wildcat, and it is the time lock altered of Greg Tate and Gary Atkinson. Target numbers 1250 and 936.
Well, one of these drivers is going to be a little bit off their dialing. I think that'll be Ian, but 9.33 on the 36 for Greg, and a 14.4 on the 12.50 for Ian.
find it quite interesting when you look in the lanes and then you see a van disappearing around the back of the tower, and it's the AA. So I'm actually one who's broken down. Oh dear. Right, it is going to be the one and only Bob Hawkins with Time Traveller number 2. What's he got in store for us this afternoon? Also, the Raging Cajun is down there. Oh, but Bob stopped. Oh, what a shame.
Yeah, it sort of just stopped dead. It didn't even... There was no lean out or anything. I'm not too sure what the issue is. Oh, he's got it refired.
Yeah, he's got an onboard starter. That's real good news. I wonder what Bob was doing there. He did have the turning lock to get round.
Well, it's the first time I've seen someone do a 3-point turn in a nitro slingshot.
Yeah, stranger things have happened. Yeah, but he's sticking to the left lane again, you see. No real tyre smoke on the burnout, but I don't think it's going to harm him that much, actually, bizarrely. Plenty of heat in the track, that's for sure.
Yeah. I tell you what, that motor sounds angry. I've not heard that thing hunt like that for a long old time.
Well, Bob's put his number up again, 651, which is his PB.
He went 680 in the last round. So Bob Hawkins, the last run of the weekend for him. 651's target, let's see what he can do. Wow, 1-0-1 to 64. It is arrow straight.
673, 198. I told you the burnout wouldn't harm him. Nice and straight. Bob, very experienced driver.
I think I know why. I think I know why he chose the left lane. If you notice, every single time at the top end, it drifts quite heavily over towards the right.
Right, happy days, Rob White, and it's Phil James with the Rampage funny car. 9.53 for Phil, and 10.99 the target for Rob. I'd love Rob to hit that. I really would. Oh, 10.99! He's hit it! He's hit it! Oh, my word! I know what's going to happen now. Oh, that is outstanding.
10.999.
He's done it. He's done it.
It's a 10-second pass.
There is a huge backstory to that. And I don't want to get it wrong, so I'm not going to say it out loud, but I will find out in the pits later on. But well done to Rob White. The speed was down, only 110 miles an hour. But the ET, it was the ET. He stopped in the shutdown area. Oh. Well, Bob Hawkins' team going to collect Bob from the top end. Well done, guys. Another 6-second pass.
Colin, Rob White has just run in the right lane. He stated the first time he runs a 10, he will then propose to his wife.
Yeah, that's the story. That was the backstory that I wasn't going to read out unless it was confirmed. It is confirmed, yes. Thank you. It's taken a long time to get to that. But, oh dear, I needed to get that. Let's have that notice held up again, please. Yeah, 10.99, there it is. And the backstory to that, I don't know how many years this has been in the planning, but the day that Rob ran his first 10 meant that there is going to be a marriage proposal. So, the question being is, will there be a yes? Oh dear, I just needed a confirmation on the way the Maras were reacting to that. I knew. But yeah, I remember that from way back when. But he's finally done it. He tried to back out of it. Did you realise his speed was down to 110? Oh dear, he was 104 at the 8th. But Rob White, happy days, and it's happy days for the whole team now. He's finally got that 10-second pass. I just hope he's remembered to put the engagement ring in his fire suit somewhere so he can do the proposal properly. But well done. Well done. Right, Alan Schofield. Taking the long way round. That's 867. Ah, Rob White, you legend, you. All right, Keith Crampton taking on. Ah, the Raging Cajuns made it round. Excellent, Dan and Elliot. That's a cool looking car.
So, I believe this will be Elliot driving the Raging Cajun, looking for a 10.00. No dial-in yet, unfortunately, for Keith. In fact, there we go, 989. He's been doing this whole weekend in second gear because he's got no wheelie bars, so he has to launch it really softly. Both of them are off and running. Keith's going to get to the finish line first. And goes 968.
Yeah, that was all right, wasn't it? Yeah, we don't know where that came from, but he'll take it.
You know what? Just leave the wheelie bars in the caravan from now on.
That's it.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic entertainment. Right, who's that hunting for fuel around the corner? Oh, Leo Knight.
Knight. So he has made it out for the Wild Bunch.
Left it right until the end. It's 23 minutes past 5 on a Sunday afternoon.
So Leo Knight has campaigned before in Supercharged Outlaws and has campaigned with the Wild Bunch. He's out now with the Wild Bunch. No dial-in as of right now, but I'm sure he's just going to be looking to do a checkout pass. This car has been deep into the sevens. Well, I've noticed as well there's no wheelie bars on the car, so I doubt anything fast is going to happen, and I really hope not.
Well, you're not going to launch it like a bandit. You can certainly build up speed though if you want. What do we know?
Well, that was a second gear launch. Goes through the finish line, 8-1, 161 mile an hour. Yeah, that was pretty brave. I personally wouldn't have done that with no wheelie bars, but
well, he's a cool customer, is our Leo. He's not shy, and he's not backward in going forward. Put it that way.
So we do still have a couple of the Run What You Brung cars in the lanes. Not sure what we're waiting for at the moment. A couple of the start line crew and Santa Pod staff are having a quick conversation around the back of the tower. I think they're just trying to decide who's going to go first.
With what? Nostalgia Superstock finalists have made their way down. Simon Rickwood and Lee Childs. We've also got some of our Want Your Brungers down for some final passes. Well, so they've got the other finalists to come. You've got Outlaw Anglia, which would be Colin Miller and Rob Stone. And you have got Gasser Circus, which will be Jason Pickett taking on Ray Turner. The battle of the 1090 cars.
Yeah. So we're going to go into Run What You Brung for a little bit. I tell you what, this Dodge Challenger has been making some passes today. He's been
It's
hot
a lovely looking car.
Oh, it's gorgeous. Tell you what as well, it's not slow.
No. But also respect to the driver, suited and booted with the correct gear as well. Considering he's in Run What You Brung. That was wheel spinning all the way to about 150 foot then. Willis goes through with a 12.22 and 112. And a 16.95 at 80 mile an hour. Just thinking back to the Wild Bunch actually. You had Rob White that hit his dial in 10.99. Brad Cooper hit his dial in as well. So it's going to be quite interesting because obviously they do it on averages.
Yes, so it's average difference.
Yeah.
So depending on how far away they were on their first
previous runs, yeah. It's going to be quite interesting to work out that lot. Some of our Run What You Brungers heading off home. Safe journey. Enjoy the bank holiday tomorrow. So we've got 3 finals to go.
And I think that's what we'll be doing now.
Yeah.
So they've just had their 10-minute warning, I think that is.
What's the time now? 28 past 5 here on a glorious Sunday, comparing to the washout that we had yesterday. That really fire yesterday. Certainly one of the nicest days of the year so far today. Typically I'm going away for a mini break on Tuesday, and the forecast is rain every day whilst I'm away. Never mind, it is what it is. Mind you, make the most of today, folks, because tomorrow is looking naff as well. Temperature drops and 80% of chance of rain where I am. So my plans to do some stuff in the garden at home might not happen.
I think actually it's pretty much 80% chance across the whole of UK tomorrow. London, Edinburgh, Wellingborough.
Peckham. Oh dear. Right, so well, I've got to give a shout out to Dan Williams, actually. He's down there. 2 perfect ETs today, Dan. Very, very well done indeed. That was cracking. That's knowing your car. It really is.
Yeah, even Ian Marshall's giving him a round of applause.
Yeah. Yeah, but to do 2 in a row, I mean, perfect ETs.
And they were perfect. I think, what was it, triple O with a 4 and the triple O with a 1.
Yeah, bang on. Absolutely bang on. And considering that Dan runs that in comp where he just goes as hard as he can, and then he comes to a bracket race and does that, it's that was pretty good. So the finalists in Nostalgia Superstock are in the lanes. Simon Rickwood and Lee Charles. Just a little bit of prep work in the lanes at the moment. Well, just over here in chat, Outlaw Anglia are less than 5 minutes away now, or are 5 minutes away.
I think it would just be Gasser Circus we were waiting for as of right now.
Yeah. Oh, and that's right. Just thinking about that. Yeah, we got Simon Rickwood carrying Williams Brothers Racing logos in Nostalgia Superstock, and of course Jason Pickett flying the flag for WBR in Gasser Circus. And Williams Brothers with VP Racing Lubricants, actually serious supporter for Nostalgia Superstock in the National Championship, and I think they put something into the mix as well for the lifestyle events. So many thanks indeed to VP Racing Lubricants. Yeah, I can see Gasser Circus has made it down there with Ray Turner with Green Onion, so Jason Pickett's going to be fairly close by. And just the Chevy truck to come through. And a one-wheel peel on the burnout.
And an empty truck bed. I think that was the issue before.
Yeah.
Oh, he's rolled through.
Right, this is where you get a lesson on how to sort your car out. Yeah, wind the window up, that's one thing. Empty the pickup bed. Stage with your front wheels. Yeah. And off he goes.
Well, it's a well-spirited run. 58 mile an hour at the 8th. 18.3, 70 mile an hour.
Right, so we can see the Gasser Circus pairing now in the final. They're down there. The two 10.9 second Chevys. Wonder what the Darlings will be for the final. Wonder what the Darlings will be for the two 9-second cars in Nostalgia Superstock. But what a great, glorious end to a good meeting here at the pod, actually. Yeah, okay, we lost a day, but the first day, lots of people got some good runs in. And well done for everybody who set PBs and had a decent time at the track. And today's been very, very good indeed, especially it's been one-shot qualifying. And then everybody making it through and no major issues. It's such a shame about that Chevy that managed to empty all the fluids out of the car. As we have a visitor in the tower now. You can't see a great big wasp.
Oh, gee, yeah, I did not see that. I was very confused then. I was like, what?
Yeah, an uninvited guest. We will evict him in due course. If we don't bother him, he won't bother us.
I think it's that big he actually needs to pay national insurance. That's huge. Oh, he's going to go and bother Simon in a second.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
oh, that's cheating.
Wow. You're going to do that to us? He was nearly free.
Okay. So just a little pause then whilst we gather our finalists. And, you know, this is one of those moments. I think, right, okay, enough waffle, let's just give it to Nitro FM 96.2. And then all of a sudden, they'll be given the signal to fire and they come around the corner. But so what we'll do, just for a very quick moment, we will give it to Nitro FM. They'll probably start a track off and then we'll take it back. But let's see what happens. Over to Nitro FM. It's yours.
Struggling for traction. No such issues for Andy Park. He's going to go through nicely with a 10.06.
The speed for Simon Boot there.
Let's see what they can do. Going in like the top methanol cars. What a lovely straight run from Joe. Goes through 663, 226 mile an hour. Unfortunately, no time for Robbie Grabham, the blue line. Hold him there for a little.
Thanks, Nicky. Yeah, literally, as Nicky started the track play, and then they started the engine at the same time. Jim Tucker with his Supercharged Outlaw. Sometimes these Fords from the 1930s are just epic. They really are.
He's been having issues getting it off the line, so as long as he can do that, I'm sure he will be absolutely A-OK. Well, that's much better. Fishtailing a little bit, but he's got it all gathered up, nice and straight.
Hugging right. 9.54, 123. That'll do. Oh, yeah, hi. Leader of the pack. Yeah. So he was listening. Is that what you're saying? Or I would say that was good timing from Nitro FM personally. Yeah, I thought you would. So that a little bit unexpected, that Supercharged Outlaw coming around the corner, but nevertheless, we'll take it. Thank you very much indeed. So I think the idea is that we're going to run all 3 finals together. So obviously we just need Outlaw Anglia to come down to do that. Yeah, it's just like everybody's just chilling out in the sunshine down there. They're in no rush either, which is rather good. So I'll tell you what, Nitro FM, you can take it back again, see if you can get the whole track in this time. It's over to you. Okay, so it is finals time, and first round the corner will be UK Nostalgia Superstock. Lee Childs, who qualified in the 9th spot, going to be taking on Simon Rickwood, who qualified number 22. Don't forget, he was a one-shot qualifier this morning, and then they had to go rounds. The journey then. Lee got past Duncan Watts. Then he got past Kiwi in round number 2, got past John Wilson in round number 3, then Dan Williams in the semi-finals to spot in the final. Simon Rickwood got past Neil in round number 1, and then Dave Billadou number 2, Andrew Bishop in round 3, and then Connor Hall in the semis. So the final. 989 darling for Lee, 968 for Simon Rickwood. This for the points lead in the Lifestyle Championship, and of course, the event win. They both go green. Great race.
Side by side up to the finish line.
Oh, what a race that was. Lee Charles takes the win. He hits his number, 989 with a 9. Simon Rickwood goes 974. Lee had 300ths off the line advantage, and that was enough. Lee Charles takes the win here at the Nostalgia Nationals. Well done to him. Okay, Gasser Circus. The cherry bomb of Simon Rickwood. No, he's just raced. Of Jason Pickett. Going to be taking on Ray Turner with green onions. I know there's a few people tuned in at home watching this, including Tim Moore, who basically messaged to say 55s all the way, and why not? He did very well with his last weekend. Right, have they stuck with their 1090s? Let's have a look. It is 1090 for green onions.
And 1090 for Jason Pickett.
So they are both going to leave at the same time. Well, their trees are going to run at the same time. Whoever gets the better reaction time will leave first, that's for sure. We don't want to see a cherry on the tree. We want to see a green light drag race all the way to the stripe. This for the event win, and of course the points lead in Gasser Circus. So both in pre-stage. Both in stage. The tree counts them down. That was a visible difference.
Ray Turner's going to get there first.
Yeah, he got there by 0.6. He went 10.99. Jason couldn't win that. He had a 0.38 light and broke out at the stripe and got there second. Ray Turner takes the win. Congratulations to Ray. It was a 10.99 on that 1090 dial-in. And another good final. But the most important thing, it was a green light drag race all the way. Right, we have one final to go, and that is Outlaw Anglia. It's going to be Colin Miller taking on Rob Stone. See all the Nostalgia Superstockers and the Gasser Circus teams all going back round the corner now. But here comes Outlaw Anglia. Teams sprinting down the lanes. And followed by the car. Fair old rate of knots. It's not a race to the start line, it's a race from the start line.
So your number 1 and number 2 qualifiers, Rob Stone and Colin Miller.
Well, for the first time this weekend, Colin Miller is in the Slick Tricks lane.
Well, the thing is, he didn't have lane choice coming into the final. It's very unusual for him in that car. The thing is, the car is leaving the line well, but as soon as it gets to about 330 foot, it's doing what Anglias do best, and that's called not going straight. So he got very lucky against Rob Brindle in the last round. actually, if he was racing Rob Stone would have won. So this is anybody's race.
So I haven't seen a nitrous purge yet from Colin.
No, the thing is, he's gone faster this weekend without it.
So both into pre-stage. They're in stage. Oh, it's a red light for Colin Miller by 002. He's seen it. It's Rob Stone taking the event win. He goes 8:41, almost matched it when he ran in his qualifying pass this morning. Colin Miller, oh, it was a 002 red. It was oh so close. But a great debut for the latest version of the Flying Fifer. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so very, very much indeed. To our timing crew, thank you for your support this weekend. It goes without saying, Nitro FM have been with us all weekend long and filled in the gaps, especially yesterday. I had a very busy day, keeping everybody amused and entertained with all the tunes and that. To the start line crew and the track crew, thank you ever so much indeed. You are all heroes, as always. Couldn't do it without you. But the biggest thank you is to all of our fans, all the spectators that have joined us either online or on the grandstands or on the banking. We really do thank you for coming along. Thanks to everybody that's taken part in Run What You Brung and obviously all the racing as well. Thank you to Eurodragster.com. Always here to support the racers and of course the fans and keeping everybody up to date. And finally, Thomas, thank you very much indeed, mate. Nice to have you up here once again. And look forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks. Coming here for Door Slammers?
I'll be here for Door Slammers.
Yeah.
Definitely. I don't know if I'll be up here, but I'm going to be.
We'll see. We'll corral you into something. All right, we're going to sign off from the tower now. Thank you ever so much indeed. Have a safe journey home. Enjoy what's left of this glorious day, as it's very, very nice out there. And we will see you soon. It is Door Slammers in 2 weeks, the main event in 3 weeks. And the next big nostalgia event, of course, Dragstalgia. And we will see you then as well. We're going to sign off now. Thank you ever so much indeed. Nitro FM just going to take the airways over for the rest of the day. And we will see you soon. Cheers, folks. Bye-bye.